Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Asterion, The Court of the Underworld, by Alessa Thorn. Narrated by Ada Sinclair. Prologue. Sing, O Muse, of the seasons of the world and how all that was lost was found again. Sing of how gods and mythical creatures once roamed the lands of Greece, and of how man became powerful, and the gods were forced into hiding. Sing of when Greece's economy collapsed, and the land was on fire with the turmoil man's governance had wrought. Sing of how the gods returned to build a new world from the ashes. Sing, O Muse, of the new city of Styx and the monsters that govern its underworld. Sing to me a new song of a minotaur, a labyrinth, and a woman. Chapter 1. Ariadne's hands were aching by the time the man's final breath came out in a wheeze of feta, onions, and sour wine. Gross, she muttered, as she unwound the braid of golden threads from around his fat, sweaty neck. She snapped off one of the threads from the braid before she twisted it back around her wrist, turning it into a harmless bracelet once more. Using the broken golden thread, she tied the dead man's hands together in an elaborate cat's cradle. It was her modus operandi, a special way of letting his associates know just who was responsible for this kill. The cradle formed the symbol for abuser in a language only Ariadne and her dead sister knew. Her way of honoring Leah's restless shade in the afterlife. Even gentle Leah would have approved of this death. Ariadne scattered photos of Botseres' beaten and raped wife around his body. Botseres had been a pig of a man, and he'd squealed like one as he died. He'd given names, deals, offered her money, but she had held on until he stopped thrashing. Ariadne shoved the little black dress she'd been wearing into her oversized designer tote before pulling out a bundle containing her tights and a singlet top and putting them on. Without looking at the bloated Botseres, Ariadne slipped out of the back door of the house overlooking Corinthos Beach. Botseres had been a cheating, abusive bastard, so no one would look twice at the blonde as she walked off the property and into the still busy nighttime streets. Ariadne dumped the tote bag and the blonde wig into a bin at the train station and cursed under her breath when she saw the red lines across her calloused palms. Botseres had fought harder than she expected, and even with her calluses, she would end up with some bruising. She had no time to worry about it as she ran to catch her train. Wedged between a group of teens and two arguing old women, Ariadne settled back into her comfortable anonymity and watched the lights of the city of Styx grow closer. Almost 20 years beforehand, the ancient city of Corinth had been burned to the ground in the Civil War. The collapse of Greece's economy and the riots and military action that followed had left many of the major cities in ruined war zones. Corinth had been one of the worst affected. That was when Hades, the lord of the underworld, arrived and claimed the rubble that had been left. In less than 20 years, the city had been rebuilt and was turning a profit again. Hades wasn't the only old god that had come out of hiding, but the new city of Styx recovered the fastest, and Greece's new currency, the Nea drachmi, had come pouring in. Ariadne had her doubts as to whether the god of the dead thing was true, but she did know they had to be something other. Hades had been prominent in the news since the Great Collapse, and whenever the cameras managed the rare shot of him, he still looked like a sleek 40-something businessman. Whatever Hades was, his media queen Medusa was made of the same stuff. CEO of Serpentine Industries, her skyscraper sat only a few floors lower than Hades' own pillar of black stone and steel. She ran a constant PR campaign worldwide to encourage trade and tourism to Styx, and it worked. Her blood-red hair and green eyes were famous the world over. As for the rumor that she had snakes in her hair, Ariadne had never seen them in any of Medusa's news programs. She was a recluse, but with the internet at her feet, Medusa didn't ever have to leave Serpentine Tower again. Like most kids in the Hellas district, Ariadne had grown up in the shadow of those two monstrous towers, and with the rumors about the members of the court of Styx. There was a running joke internationally that Hades had come back to make the New York City of Greece and had ended up with Gotham instead. The people who lived in Styx didn't find this joke amusing, because they knew that Hades Acheron would eat the toughest of Gotham for breakfast before picking his teeth with Batman's bones. Only the tough survived on the streets of Styx, but despite its dark underbelly, Ariadne still loved the chaotic, violent, and often beautiful sprawl of it. Ariadne made it back to her apartment just as the sun was rising. It was a tiny one-bedroom in a slightly less dodgy neighborhood than the one she was born in. It was the one place in the world that felt like home. She had filled it with pieces of furniture and art from thrift shops, and even managed to keep a houseplant alive. It wasn't much. It certainly wasn't the opulent luxury she'd be living in if she had stayed at the temple, but at least she didn't feel like every moment she was there, her debt was rising. Ariadne had a long shower and climbed into bed, knowing she had precious few hours before Minos decided to summon her to the temple for a full debriefing of the Botsaris job. One day soon, you'll never have to answer that bastard's call again, she said to herself, like she did every day. I'll kill him, Leah. I promise. Curling into a ball under the blanket, Ariadne closed her eyes and let the nightmares take her. Ariadne managed to get 5 hours of sleep before she was in a taxi, heading into the city center. The Diogenes district consisted of 6 blocks in the very heart of Styx, and it had more money than the rest of the city combined. It housed not only the Acheron and Serpentine towers, but also 5 banks, 2 courthouses, and more overpriced jewelry and luxury item stores than one city needed. It never ceased to surprise Ariadne that the city she knew disappeared as soon as the taxi entered the Dio bubble, and everything was clean, shiny, and expensive-looking. The taxi stopped in front of the temple, and she paid the man a handful of drachmae before climbing out of the car. The temple had earned its name thanks to the row of shining marble columns that stretched out along the facade of the mansion. Minos had grasped firmly to the nickname, even going as far as to have bronze lettering bolted into the marble to announce it to the world. What he didn't want the world to know was that the temple was the training ground for Greece's deadliest assassins. Those that were rich enough or connected enough knew what the temple really was behind its pretty architecture. Everyone else thought it was a finishing school for underprivileged girls, run by the philanthropist Minos Karos. Minos had his grubby hands in a lot of Greece's pies, from the stock market and real estate to oil refinery and shipping. Not to mention that all the little priestesses that were raised at the temple owed Minos a hefty debt. Ariadne felt like she would be 100 by the time she paid him off. Schooling her face to pleasant neutrality, Ariadne walked through the polished black and silver doors and into the cold darkness of the mansion. Girls walked together in huddled groups, all wearing the pleated white chitons with thick black belts that were the temple uniform. Lynx, one of the teachers in weaponry, gave Ariadne a nod in greeting. "The master is in the training rooms, Spindle," she said in greeting. "Thank you, Lynx," Ariadne replied politely, ignoring the watching students' wide eyes. Once they graduated, they would be able to refer to the other assassins by their chosen names, but until then, they were restricted to titles only. Minos said it was a sign of respect to be referred to by their titles, but Ariadne saw it just as another way to prevent the girls in his charge from developing any personal attachments. If he could have found a viable excuse to give them all a number, Ariadne was sure he would have. The training room was a rectangle pit of sand in a sunken floor. Minos was still physically fit enough to take on even his best students and liked to oversee certain aspects of their training himself. Ariadne paused by a wooden pillar to watch him hold a girl's arm in a lock behind her back. She was about 10 years old, and her small face was red with anger and embarrassment.
"Think, girl. How do you get out of this without a broken arm?"
Minos demanded, sidestepping the kick the girl aimed at his knee. Ariadne's right arm ached, and she fought the urge to rub the place where he'd broken hers around the same age. Minos still hadn't seen her, but the girl's pain-filled eyes rested on hers, and Ariadne made a small movement with her left hand. The girl's left hand tightened into a fist and swung it back in a powerful strike aimed between Minos's legs. The strike cracked hard against the cup he was wearing, and he let her go with a jerk of surprise. The girl rolled and was up on her feet in seconds, the folds of her training chiton smeared with dirt and sweat. Ariadne clapped her hands loudly, and Minos's furious attention turned to her. "Well done, girl. I found nothing slows down a handsy man like a good strike in the balls," said Ariadne.
"That's a compliment, coming from the High Priestess herself,"
Minos replied as he straightened out of his fighting stance. The girl turned to Ariadne and rapped her small chest twice with her fist. "Spindle!"
"Go on. You have javelin training with Lynx,"
Minos said to the girl, and she bowed before hurrying away. Minos watched her go before turning back to his visitor.
"If she can keep her temper, she will be a good priestess one day."
"A bit of fire is a good thing."
"Only if I can control it,"
Minos said as he joined her at the top step.
"How did the Botsaris contract go?"
"Easy. The man's wandering eye made him a gullible target."
"It was in the news this morning. Your cat's cradle has all of Botsaris' associates shitting their pants and thinking they are next. I can't say I ever approved of you doing it, but it's become a symbol to fear, and that I can appreciate."
Ariadne laughed, just as he expected her to. Laugh at his jokes, make him think she loved and respected him, and keep pretending that she didn't want to crush his eyes between her fingers. His associates should have taken the photos as evidence that he was killed because he was an abusive fuck, not for his illegal business dealings.
"They are thinking about their own fat hides. I'll let them squirm a bit before I make them pay me for the evidence I have against them."
That was the price Botsaris' own wife had to pay for the temple's services. Enough evidence for Minos to blackmail his partners and take a nice cut of their future earnings. The man was diabolical sometimes. But Ariadne couldn't deny he knew how to squeeze out every drachme he was owed. She followed him to his plush office and waited patiently until he told her to sit down.
"I do wish you'd come back to the safety of the temple, little spindle,"
Minos said as he sat down behind an oak desk. You know me. I like my privacy and the quiet after living in the dorms with argumentative girls for so long.
"You know I wouldn't expect you to sleep in the dorms. You'd have a lovely space, bigger and much safer than that rat's nest you currently live in."
Ariadne bit her tongue. At least the rat's nest was honest, and no one would try sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. Minos opened his laptop and put in his password. Ariadne and half of Greece would have loved to get their hands on Minos's laptop. Botserus's associates weren't the only people he had dirt on, and if they all weren't scared of it getting leaked or having a visit from one of his priestesses, Minos would have been a dead man years ago.
"The Botserus contract should prove to be the most lucrative one of the year. Your cut will make a nice little dent in what you owe me. And, as always, a little bit extra in my spindle's account so she can keep her freedoms,"
Minos mocked. Thank you, Minos. You know your spindle will always come when you call her. She gave him a sugary smile that made him sigh and nod.
"I know, my darling. But a father worries when his favorite daughter is living unprotected in this dangerous city."
Ariadne held out her hand to pat his gently, and he lifted it to inspect the braided gold bracelet looped around her wrist.
"You are going to have to replenish the threads soon."
"Well, someone has been keeping me busy the last few months," Ariadne replied. She slowly removed her hand from his and fought the urge to wipe it down her black pants.
"That's because you are my best spindle. Styx is changing, and I'm old enough to feel when the city is restless. I tolerate your freedoms for the time being, but if I start to get worried, I will recall you back to the temple permanently. Understand?"
Ariadne felt the warning in his words settle like a cold weight in her gut. Was letting her have the apartment just another of his fucking tests? She wouldn't put it past the prick. "Of course, Pater, I will always do what you think is best," Ariadne said, ever the dutiful, devoted daughter. He smiled at her indulgently, and she imagined the day when she'd have her debt paid off, and she wouldn't have to suffer through any more of his bullshit. It was a favorite fantasy of hers, and it was right up there with the moment she'd wrap her golden braid around his neck and watch him squirm. She would get the revenge that she had spent the last 15 years cultivating and enjoy every minute it took for him to die.
"I have been working you hard. How about a week off? No summons. Just regain your strength."
"That sounds wonderful. Thank you. Is there anything else you need before I head out again?" Ariadne asked.
"As a matter of fact, yes. I've got a gift for you,"
Minos said, opening the bottom drawer of his desk and pulling out a small black urn. Every thought in Ariadne's head shut down as he offered it to her.
"Leah, I should have given you these a long time ago. I was waiting for the right moment when I knew that I could trust you explicitly."
"I thought you would have disposed of these," Ariadne said, trying to keep the tremble from her voice. There was a long wall in the temple gardens that his best assassins got put to rest. Like the majority of the acolytes, Leah hadn't even made it to graduation.
"I was going to, but I knew how much she meant to you. Take them, and honor her shade as you see fit."
Ariadne took the cold jar and gripped it tightly. Thank you, Peter. Is there anything else you require of me? Minos looked her over in a non-fatherly manner.
Maybe stop by the kitchens and eat something. I worry about what you're putting into your body out there.
That sounds like a great idea. I haven't eaten breakfast this morning. Ariadne had reached for the door when he cleared his throat.
One other thing, Spindle. If you interfere with my training again, like you did today, I'll break more than the girl's arm. Understand?
Yes, Peter. I'm sorry, Ariadne said, and left his office before she climbed over the desk and shoved her fist down his throat. Ariadne was still fuming by the time she made it back to her apartment in the Hellas district. With the anger came the inevitable hopelessness that no matter how much money she saved or how hard she fought, Minos was never going to let her go. Giving her Leah's ashes was just another move in their silent game of wills. "Don't forget your mail, Aria," the ancient landlady demanded from her desk in the foyer. "Thanks, Mrs. Contos," Ariadne said politely. It was so rare for her to get any mail apart from the marketing flyers of the local shops that she had a habit of not looking in her box for weeks. She made a show of unlocking the box to appease the still-watching Mrs. Contos, and she was surprised to find a yellow package inside of it. Ariadne stilled when she noticed it was addressed to her full birth name, knowledge she thought only she and Minos had. It would be impossible for anyone to identify her from fingerprints or DNA left at crime scenes. Minos paid good money to ensure that his priestesses didn't exist in any police or medical databases. Ariadne had burned her fingerprints off years ago, back when she believed all of Minos's bullshit and wanted to impress him with her devotion. Ariadne placed Leah's ashes on the mantel of the broken fireplace, turned on her coffee pot, and stared at the package on her kitchen counter. If someone knew who she was and what she had done, then the envelope could contain anthrax or any other number of nasties sent for revenge. "Don't be ridiculous," Ariadne huffed and tore open the package and tipped out its contents. Inside was a smartphone with a PIN code written on a scrap of paper. What the? Ariadne tapped in the code just as the phone rang. "Hello?"
"We are the Pythos, and we have a job for you, Spindle,"
a digital voice replied. And Ariadne's safe, anonymous world fell out from beneath her, neath her, neath her, neath her, neath her, neath. Chapter 2. Ariadne took 3 deep breaths before she demanded, "If you know so much about me, you know I don't work freelance or take private contracts."
Minos Karos likes to keep a tight grip on his pretty assassins. Tell me, Spindle, how's that working out for you?
"I don't know what you're talking about," Ariadne said, even as her pulse raced.
"We are offering you a contract. Your reward will be 5 million drachmae and a way to keep out from under Minos's dirty thumb forever."
"Why?" It sounded too good to be true, and Ariadne was too smart to bite that bait.
"Pythos wants to get rid of scum like Minos that seek to corrupt Greece."
Ariadne snorted. Sounds too idealistic to be true.
"I'm sure it does to a woman raised by a monster. We are monster hunters, Spindle. Destroy our monster, and we will destroy yours."
"I'm not dumb enough to take you at your word. For all I know, you are Minos trying to fuck with me and test my loyalty."
There will be another package delivered to you within the hour. You have until sunrise tomorrow to give us your final answer. Consider what a life of freedom is worth to you."
Ariadne knew she should call Minos straight away. Tell him that some jerk gang called Pythos was out to fuck with his business. Instead, she drained her coffee, stuck the phone into the back pocket of her jeans, and went out. If another package was going to turn up in the next hour, she was going to make sure she saw the face of the person doing the delivery. "By the saints, I thought you died. It's been so long since I've seen you," Timmy said, as Ariadne made it to the food van permanently parked across the road. Dimmy was probably the closest thing she had to a female friend, so Ariadne made a point of giving her business at least once a week. Their friendship was another weakness, like the apartment, but one that she was determined to keep. "Dim, I was here 3 days ago. Stop drinking on the job," Ariadne said as she took the bottle of juice Dimmy gave her through the van's serving window. "My darling, I'm not drinking. I miss seeing your beautiful face. You want your usual?" "Sure," said Ariadne. 10 minutes later, Dimmy's curves appeared out of the back door of the van, and she sauntered over to the plastic table Ariadne sat at, dressed in a leopard print dress with her curling black hair pinned up in a perfect sex kitten look. Ariadne knew most of Dimmy's customers weren't interested in her cooking. "Here you go, veggie kebab with extra hot sauce. You look like you need it." "Thanks a lot," said Ariadne with a roll of her eyes. "I'm serious. Do you ever sleep?" Dimmy lit a cigarette and eyed her critically. "Not well," Ariadne admitted before having a bite of her kebab. The temple had only fed them strict vegan meals with no sugar or salt. And when she had finally got the chance to eat spice, Ariadne thought she'd die from sensory overload. "This lack of sleep better not be because of a fucking man. I would advise you to move to women, but they are just as crazy. My last girlfriend stole my good GHD hair straightener and sliced up my favorite dress before she left. Bitch. At least men wouldn't think to steal your hairstyling products when you dump them," Dimmy said sourly. "I wouldn't know." Ariadne had a few brief, messy encounters until she found better results doing it on her own. She had occasionally slept with a target to get close enough to kill them, but a real adult relationship was beyond her experience. "All sounds way too hard to me," Ariadne admitted. She didn't hear what Dimmy said in reply, as all her focus zeroed in on a bike messenger. She took out her new phone and took a shot of him as he came out of the building. "Stalker much? What's that poor kid done to earn that death glare from you?" Dimmy demanded. "Nothing. Some jerk keeps putting creepy messages in my mailbox and I want to find out who." "Guys are the worst. At least he hasn't started sending you photos of his dick. Not yet, anyway. If he does, we'll make a wall of shame, right here." Dimmy pointed at the blank pink side of the van. "If he's a local, it's bound to flush him out." Ariadne laughed loud enough for people to turn and stare. "Thanks, Dimmy. I'll keep it in mind." Ariadne finished off her meal and an espresso before heading back into her building. A box was waiting for her, and when she opened it, she found a thin, silver laptop. "You guys love your tech, don't you?" Ariadne said as she turned on the power button. She had to admit, it was the smarter way to do it. If you had that much information on a hit, then you didn't want to carry about piles of paper. Handwriting could be tracked, so could the type of paper used if you were desperate. Digital files were traceable, but if Pythos had the stones to go up against Minos, then Ariadne doubted they'd give over anything that could be traced. There was a single folder on the desktop, and when she opened it, the first thing she clicked on was a photo of the sexiest guy she'd ever seen. Broad-shouldered and ridiculously tall, the guy had olive-brown skin, sun-streaked dark hair that fell past his shoulders in lazy waves, and a short, clipped beard. Even dressed in an expensive suit, he seemed an unlikely candidate for a corporate manager or a banker. Gods, aren't you the prettiest contract I've ever been offered? Ariadne told the photo as she clicked open more files. A full information form came up, including a name, Asterion Dis. Something scratched at her subconscious, like she was sure she'd heard the name before but couldn't remember where. Have you been a naughty boy, Asterion? Oh my, it looks like it. Ariadne read through each file carefully. She had to hand it to Pithos. They were thorough. They'd even noted down his weekly schedule and who his closest bodyguards and staff were. According to Pithos, Asterion Dis was the owner of a nightclub in the Diogenes, and some type of illegal gladiatorial fighting pit underneath it. It was a place that people died to entertain the rich, and millions were laundered through it every year to the benefit of Styx's worst criminals. The cops couldn't touch Asterion because not only did he maintain relationships with some of Greece's most powerful people, but Hades' fucking Acheron owned shares in the whole operation. That made Ariadne pause. She'd killed mob bosses, politicians, and other high-profile people before, but she'd have to be stupid to want to fuck with one of Hades' friends or members of his inner circle. Besides, if Pithos had all of this on Asterion, why did they need her to kill him? Why not do the job themselves? Ariadne gnawed on her bottom lip as she thought about how she could do it. Asterion looked like a big, fit guy, so he'd be a fighter. It would make him hard for her to take down without the help of a sedative that she'd have to get him to ingest. That is, if she could get past his bodyguards first, who all had the look of ex-military or organized crime about them. The only time someone like Asterion would be alone was in bed. Just the thought of it filled Ariadne with tense excitement. It would be a nice change to try to seduce someone who was that good-looking. Easy, girl. You'd still have to kill him, remember? 5 million drachmae was a lot of money to pass up. She'd been through all the files, and she'd found nothing that would be useful against Minos. If she took the job, and Pithos only had money to give, she'd use up that 5 million just trying to hide from Minos's wrath. Ariadne woke at dawn, as the cell phone started to ring. She'd fallen asleep at the table, still reading. "Spindle, what is your decision?" the voice demanded. "I don't see anything on this laptop about Minos, so this job isn't worth the risk to me," she replied, stifling her yawn. "Look, again," said the voice. Ariadne moved the mouse, so the screen lit up, and sure enough, there was a new folder. "How are you doing this?" she demanded. The laptop wasn't connected to the internet. She wasn't sure this part of Hellas could even support the network. "How doesn't matter. That folder is only a small part of what we have hacked off Minos's laptop. You'll get the rest when the job is done." Ariadne opened the file, and her jaw dropped open. Client names, targets, successful hits, ongoing bribes. She already had enough to burn Minos, but not enough to destroy him. Feeling as if she could see the first glimpse of her freedom in years, Ariadne whispered, "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it." Chapter 3. The street in the Hellas district wasn't the kind of place Ariadne expected a rich club owner to frequent. It was a stretch of sad office buildings left over from old Corinth and repurposed into government housing or squats in the places too unstable for a developer to want to touch. The address caught Ariadne's eye because it seemed so out of place. What could be in Hellas's underbelly that would warrant a weekly visit from someone like Asterion Dis? Ariadne decided it had to be a dealer or a lover. Both might be willing to sell him out for the right price. Fuck this up and you're dead, Spindle. If Hades didn't get her, then Minos sure as hell would. She was never nervous before a job because she always had a plan and an exit. This time, she would have to make doubly sure of how and when she decided to take Asterion down. Meeting a sticky end in a bad part of town wouldn't be nearly as suspicious as if he died in bed. The address was only 3 streets away, so Ariadne thought the best thing to do was recon on the way to the gym. She needed to hit some bags to get rid of the anxiety that had settled in her since agreeing to the Pythos contract 2 days beforehand. Sitting on a dirty bench, sipping a coffee from a street vendor, Ariadne watched as a sleek black Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the building. It was a slightly less decrepit structure than those on either side of it, and a bronze plaque on the front of it looked newer than the rest of the street combined. 2 bodyguards, one tall and golden, the other short and dark, stepped out of the car first before the back door opened, and Ariadne got her first look at Asterion Dis in the flesh. Dressed in a tight V-neck white shirt and black jeans, he looked more casual and relaxed than he had in the surveillance photos she'd been given. A few boys playing soccer in the street started calling out to each other before they all descended on Asterion like a plague of dirty shirts, scuffed knees, and boisterous jokes. Ariadne had expected hookers or hard-faced dealers, not a mob of kids. To top it off, the door to the building opened and a priest stepped out and shook Asterion's hand. What was going on? Ariadne put her headphones in her ears without turning her music on and slung her gym bag over her shoulder. No one paid any attention to her as she crossed the street and pretended to be looking at a map on her phone.
"Away with you boys, Asterion and I have things to discuss," the priest said. "They are okay, Petros. We can talk about the new roof later," Asterion replied, his voice deep and smooth.
Ariadne kept her eyes on the phone as she crashed into him, toppling down with an inarticulate noise of surprise before she hit the pavement. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," she apologized, rubbing at her knee.
"You should watch where you are going,"
said the blonde bodyguard in an irritated tone. "It's not like I wanted to fall on my ass on purpose," Ariadne snapped back. Asterion knelt beside her and passed her phone back from where it had gone skidding across the sidewalk.
"Please ignore Theseus. He's still learning his manners."
Theseus grunted, but wasn't game enough to backchat his boss. "Thanks," Ariadne said, taking off her sunglasses and looking up at him gratefully from under her lashes. It was a move that she had used 1,000,000 times. But as soon as his golden brown eyes reached hers, she was the one that was caught. "That will teach me to try and walk and read a map at the same time."
"New to town?"
Asterion asked, a flicker of interest in his expression. "Yes, and hopelessly lost every time I step out my door," Ariadne complained. He held out a hand, and she took it with a slight wince as she stood.
"Are you hurt?"
Asterion looked down at her scuffed tights. "Only my pride. Don't worry, I'll walk it off." I don't suppose you know where this gym is. Ariadne held out the phone, and Asterion bent over it. His aftershave was like spice and wood, but there was something warm and masculine underneath. Ariadne didn't have to fake the blush that reached her cheeks. He really was the most handsome target she ever had, and her lady parts knew it.
You are 2 streets off. There's a quicker way if you take the next right and then a left,
Asterion said, before looking at her bag and the small scars on her knuckles.
You box?
Yeah, I change it up with some mixed martial arts when I can. I love a good fight, and believe it or not, my reflexes aren't bad most of the time, she said with a self-deprecating laugh. It earned her a small smile from Asterion, which was a win.
This gym isn't in the best neighborhood, but Stavros will teach you right,
he said, and then added,
Maybe don't leave your headphones in when you're walking in this area by yourself. Situational awareness is important.
Thanks for the tip. Sorry, again, Ariadne said, picking up her bag. She looked at the brass plaque. St. Paul's Home for Boys. Shit, it's a damned orphanage. Ariadne gave the priest a respectful nod before she limped away. She had taken 3 steps when a warm hand gripped her bicep.
Here, new girl. If you want a night out sometime, flash this at the door and they'll let you in,
Asterion said, handing her a glossy black card with The Labyrinth written in a metallic red font. She flipped it and saw his name printed on the back. This better not be some kind of seedy sex club, because I've been warned about those existing in the big city, she said with a raised brow. Asterion gave a surprised laugh that made her think dark, impure thoughts.
Not officially, though I find one thing tends to lead to another during the course of a night.
Ariadne tapped the card against his chest and gave him a flirtatious smile. I guess we'll have to wait and see, won't we, Asterion? His eyes flashed with the best kind of trouble.
Enjoy your boxing, new girl. Try not to knock anyone else over on your walk home.
How else am I supposed to meet people in this city? Ariadne called back as she walked away. She didn't look back, but she felt his eyes on her until she turned off the street. She looked at the card again with a frown. Why are the hot ones always off limits? The orphan in her softened at the thought of him being a benefactor to the boy's home, but the assassin in her drowned that voice out. The fact he donated to an orphanage was a surprise, but it didn't change a thing. Killing him was the key to her freedom, and that was always going to be more attractive than the sexy smile of Asterion Dis. And Dis. And Dis. Chapter 4. It wasn't often that Asterion was surprised. His days were planned out for him, and he knew everything that needed to happen to keep his businesses running, and not just the business. Ever since Hades had brought him to Styx, his life had become one of intensely organized structure in order for him to stay sane. Lately, it had started to chafe him. He had been thinking of that the very moment he'd been slammed into by a woman. Women who frequented the club knew who he was on sight and knew better than to go anywhere near him without permission. That clueless woman had nearly knocked him on his ass and then had enough nerve to flirt with him. He had to admire that kind of guts. Didn't she know how bad Hellas was to attractive women? An instinct he didn't entirely understand had kicked in, and he'd wanted to make sure she was okay. He didn't go as far as sending one of his men to find out if she got to the gym, but the temptation was there.
Are you all right, boss?
Theseus asked him for the third time that day.
Yeah. What's up? Oh, right. The order.
Asterion looked down at the clipboard in his hands, checking stock numbers before signing off down the bottom. He had people to do that kind of thing for him, but he still liked to know exactly what happened in the labyrinth, even down to consumables.
The street girl wasn't that pretty,
Theseus teased him as he took the clipboard back. Pretty wasn't a word Asterion would associate with the mystery woman. It seemed too girlish. There was a glance in those stormy gray-blue eyes that made the beast inside of him prick its ears up in curiosity. She was attractive, with all that straight black hair and long legs, which went without saying. But he could just about smell the secrets on her.
I don't remember asking your opinion, replied Asterion. If you had, I would have advised you not to give her your card. She's a Hellas girl, for fuck's sake. She could try to take advantage and sue you for bruising her knee.
Theseus was the only one of his men who would be game enough to say such a thing to him, but as his second in command, he'd earned the right, and was the closest thing Asterion had to a friend outside of Hades and his court.
You've got to have more faith in people, Theseus. Not everyone is out to try and screw you. Besides, I don't see you picking up any pretty girls lately. That's because you work too hard to pay attention to what I am doing, boss. If you hadn't noticed, there are 100 pretty girls who turn up every night who would be more than happy to get naked for you. You just need to say yes to one, Theseus argued. Whatever. You've got nothing to worry about, Theseus. She didn't strike me as a club-goer, so I'd be surprised if she turned up anyway, Asterion said dismissively. How's your mother doing?
Despite what Theseus said, Asterion did pay attention to his men and their family lives. He knew that Theseus's family had lost a lot of money in the crash. His dad had left soon after, and his eldest son had been left picking up the pieces.
Mom is fine. My little brother is about to graduate, so she's fussing over him at the moment and is off my case, which is good,
Theseus replied.
Even if she's a pain in the ass, you're lucky to have her, said Asterion. I'll try to remember that next time she starts complaining that I haven't found a good Greek girl to marry yet.
Theseus left with the order, and Asterion opened his laptop to review the previous night's earnings. He reminded himself he was too busy to worry about the sexy Hellas woman, but that didn't stop him asking the doorman if she had turned up with his card that night. And the next. By day 3, Asterion was starting to consider doing stupid things like going to Stavros's gym to track down the mystery woman, when Paulo found him in the private upstairs area that overlooked the club floor.
Hey, boss. I thought you might want to know that a girl just turned up flashing your card,
the bouncer said.
Where is she?
Asterion asked.
Easy to find. Just follow the crowd of drooling men.
Paulo grinned and pointed. A group of 5 men were standing in a loose circle at the corner of the bar, Christos, his bartender, included. Then one moved out of the way, and he saw the Hellas woman perched on a bar stool in the center of them. She had her long black hair pinned up to better show off the bare back of her stunningly bold red dress. She laughed at something one of her admirers said, her full lips painted the same bright red. Her only jewelry was a gold-wrapped bracelet and a single gold ruby ring on her finger. She was perfect. She had to wear that fucking color. The dark creature he kept locked inside roared, and Asterion gripped the railing so hard the metal bent under his hands. By chance, she looked up, recognized him, and gave him a smirk before turning back to whatever the man was saying.
Want me to ask her up?
Paulo said uncertainly.
No, I'll go to her,
Asterion replied, ignoring the bouncer's surprised look as he made for the stairs. Asterion didn't often walk the floor of the club. Too many people stopped him to talk or ask for favors. The expression on his face must have been enough to warn people off that night, because the sea of dancers parted to let him through as he made his way to the bar. He was standing behind the close press of men when he heard a familiar voice say, "Oh, there you are, honey. I've been waiting for ages for you to turn up." The man in front of him took one look over his shoulder and jumped out of the way. The other men went pale. "I'm sorry, I didn't know she was with you," a braver one mumbled, before Asterion tilted his head to the side, and they hurried away. "Thank the saints you turned up. I swear I was never going to get away from them," she said with a relieved laugh. "What did you expect when you wear a dress like that?" he replied. "You like it? Honestly, it's not something I'd usually pick, but it's been in my wardrobe forever, and I thought tonight was the night. Not sure about this bit." She turned, and he caught a glimpse of pale brown skin and the curve of a hip through a cutout in the side of the dress. He shoved his hands in his pockets so he didn't reach out for it. "That's definitely going to attract trouble," he said. "I'll take that as a compliment." "You scrub up okay yourself," she replied, her stormy eyes looking at Asterion's black suit appreciatively. Christos put a glass of his favorite scotch down in front of him, and he couldn't drink it fast enough. "So, new girl, are you going to tell me your name?" She poked him in the shoulder with a red fingernail. "You never asked. It's Cassandra. Cass, if we decide to be friends." Asterion didn't have a second to respond before they were interrupted.
"The Minotaur doesn't make friends, especially not with beautiful women,"
said an arrogant voice behind them.
"Nikos, what brings you slinking in here tonight?"
Asterion asked, swallowing his temper. The short, well-polished man smiled his perfect, greasy smile.
"I have a contender, so I'm here to take your money, Dis."
His blue eyes ran over Cassandra and lingered on her breasts.
"And maybe your woman, too."
"Sorry, Shorty, you're not my type," Cassandra said, crossing her legs. Asterion grinned at her attitude.
"You might change your mind after a few hours with this bullish boar,"
Nikos replied and took another sip of his martini. Cassandra's smile was lethal. "You wouldn't say that if you saw the size of his dick." Nikos choked on his drink before regaining his composure.
"I'll see you downstairs, Dis,"
he muttered, before heading back into the crowd. "What was that guy's problem?" Cassandra asked. Asterion stared at her a moment longer before bursting out laughing. "What?"
"You don't realize this, but you just insulted one of the richest men in Styx," he said.
"He was insulting first. What's all this about a contender?" Cassandra leaned closer, and Asterion did his best not to look at the lovely cleavage in front of him. "I heard this place had a fighting pit underneath it, but I thought it was Hellas street gossip."
"And what if there is?"
Asterion smiled at the gleam of excitement in her expression.
"Interested?"
"Oh, I don't know. I'd have to think about it." Cassandra rolled her eyes at him. "Of course I'm interested. You know I'm into blood sports."
"Well then, I might be persuaded to show you."
He ordered them another round of drinks and caught her staring at the silk banners that hung from the roof. Black, with a stylized Red Bull's head that was the logo for the club. "Why did that guy call you the Minotaur?" she asked. And then something like recognition clicked in her eyes. "Do you own this place?"
"Yeah. Is that a problem?"
he asked, feeling like his good night was about to go down the toilet. "No, I just feel like an idiot for not realizing sooner. Your name was on the card, so I figured you worked here. The Minotaur is a title or something?"
"Something like that. It used to be my fighting name," he said. It wasn't exactly a lie.
"I knew you had to be a fighter of some stamp when you noticed my knuckles. Most guys don't. And if they do, they automatically assume something bad must have happened, so they never ask," Cassandra replied, and tucked them in her lap like a nervous tick to cover them. Asterion took her hand and lifted it to his mouth, kissing the crisscrossing white lines.
"Their loss,"
he said, as he let her hand go again. Color flashed along her chest and neck, and he grinned. "Don't look so smug," she chastised before she downed her drink.
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
"Well, you can sit there without an idea while I go powder my nose," Cassandra said, getting off the bar stool in one graceful movement.
"Don't get lost on your way back."
She threw him a cocky smile over her bare shoulder. "I'm sure you'd hunt me down."
"Oh, that I can guarantee, sweetness,"
he said under his breath, as he watched the sway of her hips disappear into the crowd. The crowd. The crowd. The crowd. Chapter 5. Ariadne pressed her way into a bathroom stall and shut herself in. Closing the lid, she sat down and tried to get her head together. One stupid kiss on her hand, and she was a fluttery mess.
"Don't get emotional. He's a contract. Your body is a weapon, and one you can control."
Madame Zera's voice echoed in her head. Zera owned the most prestigious brothel in Styx, and as soon as Minos's priestesses started to bleed, he made sure they were schooled appropriately on how to seduce their contracts. Ariadne had a special kind of hatred for Madame Zera, and after she was through with Minos, the old bitch would be next. "What is wrong with you, stupid girl?" Ariadne whispered to herself. She had done this too many times to count, but there was something wrong about getting aroused by a man she'd be killing by the end of the night. She hadn't exactly planned on getting him into bed that night, merely drugging his drink and finding a quiet corner to finish him off. Would it be so terrible to take advantage of that lovely body? She recognized the angry, naughty streak that had started to rear its head, the side of her that had taken the contract because it wanted things of its own. Now it badly wanted to be seduced by her target. "You are so messed up, Ariadne, you know that, right?" Damaged or not, she wasn't acting when she flirted with Asterion. She enjoyed his company, even if it was temporary. "What does it matter? You're already walking the road to Tartarus, so you might as well dance," she said, before slipping off her underwear and putting them into the sanitary bin. After checking her makeup in the mirror and chewing on a mint, Ariadne stepped back out into the club to see if she could find Asterion again. Instead, she found Nikos waiting for her. "Excuse me," she said politely, trying to step around him. A big man that must have been a bodyguard stepped in the way to stop her.
"You seem like a nice girl, and usually I'm not this forward, but I wish to warn you before you get mixed up in something you'll regret," said Nikos, wrapping her arm around his as he maneuvered her towards a wall and out of the way of dancers. "You want to warn me about what?" she asked. "Asterion Dis. I know it might seem flattering to get the attention of a rich, powerful man like that, but you have no idea what he is. What he really is."
"And what is he?" She had about 30 seconds of patience left in her.
"He's not just a club boss. You know about the fighting pits, yes? That's just the beginning of that violent freak's appetites. People die downstairs, pretty girl. You want to play around with a man like that?"
Ariadne tried to remove her hand from his arm, but he held on. It's none of your business who I play around with. I don't even know you. I'm not your girl or your sister, so back off.
Nikos licked his lips nervously. You know about the gods? Did you ever stop to think that the gods weren't the only freaks that crawled out of the shadows the day Greece fell? I make money off Asterion, so I look the other way. But the man is a fucking monster.
Ariadne pulled her arm down and away, breaking Nikos's grip roughly enough that he jerked forward, and she had to stop him from falling into her. Did you ever stop to think he's not the only monster here right now? She said, with enough of a threat in her tone that Nikos's eyes widened. He made to grab for her again, but he was suddenly pulled back and slammed hard into the wall, Asterion holding him around the throat, his eyes glowing with fury.
I've warned you about touching my things, Nikos,
he growled in a tone that had the hair on Ariadne's neck rising. Maybe Nikos wasn't as crazy as he sounded.
We were only talking, you psychopath,
Nikos wheezed, his face turning red. Ariadne looked for his bodyguard and spotted him on the floor. He had been dropped without a sound. Holy shit. She didn't need Asterion killing someone like Nikos and causing the police to turn up. She took Asterion's other hand and wrapped it around her waist, so his palm rested on her bare skin. Hey, big guy. Why don't you put the little asshole down? He's not worth the fight, she said into his ear.
Did he hurt you?
Asterion asked through his teeth. Him? He couldn't hurt me if I had both hands tied behind my back. Ariadne pressed her body into his side, and his grip on her tightened. If you kill him now, how are you going to take all of his money later? Drop him before this alpha male act starts to turn me on more than what it already is. Asterion loosened his grip, and Nikos fell to the ground, gasping for air.
Touch her again, and I'll cut that hand off. Understand?
Asterion said, standing over him. Nikos managed to nod, but Asterion looked as if he was contemplating doing it anyway. Ariadne threaded her fingers through the buttons of his shirt, lightly stroking the hot skin of his stomach. Come on, Asterion. All this manhandling has made me thirsty. We'll see you downstairs, Nick, right before we take every drachma you own, she said with a smile, and Asterion finally looked at her. The fury in his eyes dimmed, and he brushed his knuckles gently against her jaw.
As the lady wishes,
he said, and he turned her away. They headed through the press of people until Asterion opened a door and led her upstairs to his private area.
I hate that fucking prick,
he admitted, once he had made sure she was sitting comfortably.
I'm sorry you had to witness that.
Don't be. Nikos was disrespectful, I get it. I could have handled him, but thank you for coming to my rescue. I can't remember the last time a man stood up for me. Because it's never happened. The thought made the stupid, fluttery feeling return to her stomach.
What did he want?
Asterion asked, as he leaned against the balcony railing and folded his arms. A waiter arrived with fresh drinks, like they were watching for him to return. Ariadne took her vodka soda and crossed her legs, the split in the dress flashing enough thigh to make his eyes linger. He was trying to warn me off you for my own good. Clearly, I'm too stupid to know better.
Here's something, sweetness. But stupid's not it,
Asterion said, his smile widening when she laughed.
You're not concerned that I almost strangled a guy?
Should I be? I told you I like blood sports, so a bit of strangulation is hardly going to send me running, especially when it's a slimy little prick being strangled.
Maybe I'll take you downstairs to the fights after all. They can get messy, but everyone who steps inside the pit signs an agreement. They know what they are getting into. They know the risks, Asterion said, before taking a sip of scotch.
They volunteer, which means they have a choice to fight and have violence done to them. It's more than some people get, Ariadne replied, her tone soft enough that Asterion's eyes filled with questions. Damn it. Please tell me the winnings make the risks worth it?
Gods, yes, 1,000,000 drachmae to the last man standing, he replied.
1,000,000? That's tempting enough to make even me sign up, she joked. But suddenly he was beside her, hands holding her face.
I'd never agree to let you step foot in that pit,
Asterion said, the growl back in his voice. Settle that temper down, I was kidding. Remember, I can't even walk down the street without falling over. He released her, brushing her cheeks with thumbs.
I remember. Your skin feels nice,
Asterion said, sitting down beside her. Thanks. I moisturize. He laughed softly.
You've always got a clever answer, don't you?
Sounds to me like you've been hanging out with the wrong kind of woman if you think I'm clever. Asterion looped one of her curls around his finger and let it spring up.
Clever and full of secrets.
You stay away from my secrets, Asterion Dis. They are what make me so alluring, Ariadne stated firmly.
Your lips are pretty great, too,
he said, and leaned forward and whispered in her ear.
My guess is that talking isn't the only thing they do well. I wonder how long you'll make me wait to find out.
Heat pooled at the base of her spine as he gently kissed the curve of her neck. Not very long if you keep that up, she said softly as her pulse raced. A throat cleared, causing Ariadne to jump.
Sorry to interrupt, but they are waiting for you downstairs, boss,
said Theseus, giving her a look of surprise when he recognized her. Nice to see you again, Theseus. Your timing is impeccable, she said, with enough sarcasm for him to know he was being mocked.
Who knew Hela's girls cleaned up so well? Theseus replied.
Careful, warned Asterion as he stood and offered his hand to Ariadne.
Come along, sweetness. We need to watch Nico's cry for the second time tonight. Are you sure taking her downstairs is a good idea?
Asked Theseus, his golden frown deepening.
I'm sure it's none of your business who I take anywhere,
Asterion replied, and Theseus finally shut his mouth. Asterion and Ariadne stepped into a small elevator, and as the doors closed, she let out a sigh. He seems embarrassed that you're with a girl from the wrong side of town, she said. Asterion pressed her gently back against the wall.
That's my favorite kind of girl,
he replied. Ariadne stood up on tiptoe and kissed him softly, just once. Good, she said. Asterion's eyes fluttered open, and they were hot again, but not with rage. He buried his hand in her hair and pulled it, so her surprised mouth tilted up, and he kissed her with a rough force that left her breathless. Ariadne gripped the lapels of his jacket as one of his knees moved between her legs, and he pressed closer to her. The movement brushed him against her core, and she gasped as the sensation set her on fire. His other hand curled around her neck and held her pinned to his lips and body until the elevator doors opened again. He released her, eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just done. She wiped a smear of her lipstick off his mouth. That was promising, Ariadne said, meaning every word. If he could do that with just a kiss, she couldn't wait to see what the rest of him would do to her. Asterion held out an arm to her. She took it as she stepped out of the elevator on unsteady legs. They reached the edge of a balcony as a roar went up around them. Holy shit, Ariadne gasped. She had expected a group of rich guys and hard-faced fighters standing around a cage, not a fucking arena. It was made of white stone and wood, and it looked like a restored version of many of the amphitheater ruins that littered Greece. The sandy pit in the middle was at least 50 meters long and 20 wide. A small underground coliseum right in the heart of Styx. It was rigged with enough lights that Ariadne could make out the earth and concrete walls around them.
I found it when we were building the club, and I thought it would be a shame to let it go to waste,
Asterion said as he waved at the assembled crowd. How many people know about this place? I'm surprised the police haven't raided you, Ariadne replied. Asterion pointed to a balcony across from them.
That's the police chief, Sweetness. He owns that box with the mayor.
A stocky man smoking a cigar gave them a wave, and Ariadne waved back. What about Hades?
What about him?
Asterion's eyes narrowed. Don't look surprised, I asked. Everyone knows Hades is the real boss of Styx, she said, trying to cover her slip.
Hades was pissed I took an extra year to complete the club after I found the ruins of this, but he recovered his good mood when he saw how much money it was going to make.
Asterion sat down on a large black throne of a chair, looking like a barbarian king, eyes full of violence and lust that appealed too much to her dark and base side. He held out a hand to her. Ariadne hesitated, knowing that she was hitting the point of no return. Oh, you know you hit that an hour ago, you hussy. Ariadne took his hand, and he settled her on his lap. She leaned back against the groove of his shoulder, throwing a leg over his. A grumble of satisfied male echoed through his chest, not sounding remotely human.
Where have you been hiding all these years?
He asked. Somewhere I hope I never have to go back to, Ariadne replied honestly.
You'll be lucky if I let you leave that spot,
Asterion said, shifting his leg so she tipped further back into him. Ariadne didn't have a chance to reply before another roar went up and a group of 10 men entered the arena, most with their hands strapped up. Are they all going to fight each other? She asked.
The last man standing is the aim of the game,
Asterion explained.
Bare knuckle is usually the warm-up rounds. As the night progresses, things get a bit more serious and weapons come out.
They fight to the death?
All depends if that's what the bet is. It's a good way to settle disputes. We get a lot of rival gangs, but a death fight doesn't happen often.
So, the only rule is that there are no rules? Ariadne asked. How did she not know about this place? If Minos knew, he'd probably put the priestesses in the arena to test their skill. The training set up at the temple was far more brutal, and a well-trained priestess could clean up big in the arena.
There are rules. No animals, no kids. No death unless it's agreed on first by both parties. People have to prove they are good enough before they go into the labyrinth.
You have an actual labyrinth. Asterion pointed to the huge levers on the sides of the arena.
This top floor can be taken down, revealing a labyrinth underneath. It's used twice a year at most, and it's a gauntlet. Most aren't good enough for me to agree to let them attempt it.
Why?
Because it's designed to kill people.
Then why would anyone be dumb enough to attempt it? Money? Asterion looked thoughtful before he finally admitted.
Money, fame, and a chance to be a guard for me, Medusa, or Hades.
Ariadne let out a low whistle. Least you know you're going to get the best, I suppose.
You really aren't disturbed by any of this, are you?
Asterion asked in surprise. Ariadne ran her fingers over the soft stubble of his beard. The world is ugly and violent. At least this place has rules. The streets don't.
One day, I'm going to make you share some of those secrets, sweetness,
he said softly. In your dreams, Des.
If you turn up in my dreams, I guarantee it won't be for conversation.
Ariadne laughed, before turning back to watch the fights beneath her. Ariadne had to admit that no one entered the arena without having some skill to back them up. Minos had always encouraged competition amongst the girls, and she had to fight hard to make sure she didn't end up with a dagger between her ribs when she went to sleep at night. She'd loved being the best, loved fighting and winning. It was a good thing that Asterion had said he'd never let her down there, because her cocky, violent nature would have loved to give it a try. When the first fights ended, and the second ones began, Asterion leaned forward and whispered,
If I didn't know better, I'd say all of this violence excites you.
Fighting is exciting. Why else do it? She said. Asterion ran his fingers lazily down the split in her dress so he could touch her bare skin. When she didn't stop him, he did it again, stroking her and making goosebumps break out along her skin. He's a contract, remember? She remembered, but she no longer cared. She shifted back into him and she felt him hard against her hip. Looks like I'm not the only one who finds it exciting, she couldn't resist saying.
Can you blame me? I have fights to watch, and a beautiful woman's ass pressed up against me,
he said, the stroke of his hand going higher, almost as if he were daring her to stop him. She rested her back against his shoulder so he could look down the front of her dress.
You are courting danger, sweetness.
Am I? I thought I was only using you like a comfortable chair. She ground her ass against him ever so slightly, and his hand tightened on her thigh.
If you tell me to stop, I will,
he said unexpectedly. Ariadne twisted her head so she could kiss the strong column of his neck. I don't want you to stop. She turned back to the arena without seeing it, waiting to see what he'd do. His hand on her thigh resumed its slow circles, moving higher and driving her crazy as it carefully avoided the one place she wanted it to go. His long fingers reached her hip, and he paused when he discovered bare skin instead of underwear.
Aren't you full of surprises?
You've no idea, she said, looking across at him. Without breaking eye contact, Asterion stroked her, his smile widening as he found her slick entrance. Ariadne's heart pounded as he explored her, her eyes fluttering closed at the sensation that was overtaking her. His other hand moved so he could caress the bare patch of skin at her side before cupping the soft curve of her breast. He was gentle, as if he was worried about hurting her. Ariadne rested her hand over his and forced his fingers to squeeze her tighter. Asterion increased the pressure of his grip on her breast until she moaned. His lips found the curve of her spine, kissing and nipping as his hands worked her. He pushed a finger inside of her, making her shudder hard against him. You are killing me, Ariadne groaned.
You can tell me to stop at any time,
he reminded her as he thrust his finger in again. Don't you dare. He teased her nipple through the thin fabric of her dress until she felt the pressure of her orgasm explode through the base of her spine and rush painfully through her. Her cries were drowned out by the noise of the arena, but she didn't care who heard her. Asterion loosened his grip on her, but still gently massaged her sensitive breast. She whimpered as he slowly moved his finger from her. She had never had someone Lover or contract make her come so quickly. Ariadne could hardly breathe as she watched him study the glisten of her on his finger before putting it to his mouth. Heat seemed to radiate from him. She swiveled in his lap, so she had her legs on either side of him. "Take me somewhere, or take me here. I don't care," she said, gripping his strong face in her hands. The feral glow in his eyes was back, and his arms came around her as he stood. With impressive strength, he lifted her over one shoulder and made for the door. Ariadne bit back an unexpected laugh. He was acting like a caveman, and she loved it. She should have rebelled years ago. Years ago. Years ago. Years ago. Years ago. Years ago. Chapter 6. Asterion held tightly to the woman in his arms, the creature roaring to drop her to the ground and take her. He could smell her arousal, taste it on his tongue, and he wanted more. He needed to plunge deep inside of her, to make her scream his name until she wanted no one else but him.
"Boss, what are you doing?"
Theseus and another guard were outside the door and looked worried.
"I'll be back when I'm done,"
Asterion said gruffly.
"It's a labyrinth night. Where are you going?"
"Somewhere you're not invited," the woman over his shoulder replied, and then yelped as Asterion smacked her on the ass.
"Don't be cheeky. Theseus, you can officiate. I know you've been waiting to, so now's your big chance."
Asterion could see their confusion. He'd never acted this way with a woman before, but damn, it felt good to let the beast out a little, to do something impulsive. And that wasn't on a fucking schedule. Asterion's apartment was located on a private floor on a level between the arena and the club. He didn't want to wait for the elevator, so he shoved the door open to the stairs and took them two at a time. "I can walk, you know," Cassandra said from behind him.
"You aren't going anywhere,"
Asterion replied, pinning her legs across his chest with one arm, while the other reached out to swipe his security pass and open the door to his apartment. Only when the door was shut behind him did he lower her back to her feet. "This place is amazing," she said, as she studied the ancient weaponry and sculptures he had on display. He guided her past the plush lounges and fireplace burning in its bed of white crystals until she stepped into his bedroom. Compared to the rest of his apartment, his bedroom was plain, with nothing but a king-size carved bed of black ebony and a door that led to a walk-in wardrobe and his bathroom. Asterion wrapped an arm around her from behind, his hand stroking her fluttering pulse, causing her breath to become shallow. "You still have time to say no," he said, even though he was struggling to keep a grip on his own desires. "Why do you keep saying that? Are you planning on hurting me?" she asked softly. He shifted so she could see his face. How serious he was.
"I'd never hurt you, sweetness. Never. I want you to know that what I said before still stands. If you want me to stop, I will."
Cassandra turned, her big, stormy eyes full of desire, as she stretched up on tiptoes until her lips were almost touching his. "Asterion, I don't want you to stop. Tonight is stolen, so let me enjoy it," she said. He wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but she reached up and pulled the dress straps from her shoulders. The soft fabric slithered down her body and landed on the floor, leaving her standing naked, except for the tall black heels on her feet.
"Sweet fucking Aphrodite, you don't do slow,"
he breathed. Her beautiful face tilted. "Do you want me to?" she asked. Her hands were already pulling off Asterion's jacket and tie.
Absolutely not.
Asterion stilled as she unbuttoned his shirt and ran her hands down the fine black hairs on his chest, nails gently scraping his scars and muscles until they unclipped his belt.
You like taking the lead, don't you?
He said, his hands resting over hers to stop her. Can you blame me after what you just did to me? She replied. Asterion could still feel her warm and wet under his fingers, and he wanted more.
I was trying to act gentlemanly, but if you insist, get on the bed. Now.
Cassandra kicked off her heels, but instead of lying down on her back, she climbed across his bed on all fours. He grew so hard it hurt.
Who was this fucking woman?
If he didn't know the Lord of the Underworld personally, he would have thought she'd been crafted by Hades himself to torment the fuck out of him. He got rid of his shoes and unbuttoned his pants. Asterion wanted to get underneath her, feast on the perfect piece of wetness between her legs, but he was too far gone. He needed to be inside of her like he needed to breathe. She sighed with pleasure as he settled behind her, his hands exploring her warm skin, dipping underneath her to cup her soft breasts. He would put aside some time for them later. He traced fingers over the faded scars over her back, and through his lust, he recognized one or two that had been made by a blade. He would find out the stories behind those later, too. And if the person who made them were still living, he'd rip their throats out. He stroked her low, rubbing her clit in slow, pressured circles until she squirmed back against him. "Stop teasing me," she begged. As Tyrion gripped her hips and nudged her entrance, he didn't want to hurt her by being too hasty. But as soon as the tip of his dick was inside of her, she pushed backward, forcing him into her hot core so quickly he cursed. As Tyrion leaned down so he could kiss her shoulders as he began to move inside of her. Everything about her seemed designed to make him want more of her. She gripped the black bed sheets, making inarticulate cries of pleasure as he drove into her. She dipped down to her forearms, her gorgeous ass lifting so he could go deeper. She reached back and grabbed his thigh, holding so tightly that her ring and nails scratched him hard enough to draw a faint line of blood. He gripped the massive curls at the back of her head, holding her in place as he lost all thoughts except taking what she offered. There was nothing gentle or sweet about it. It was animalistic with the reckless, violent need for more, for release. She screamed his name as she came, her wet sheath squeezing him tight enough for him to cry out and thrust harder. He bit into her shoulder as his own orgasm rushed out of him, hot and urgent. They collapsed into a heap, as Tyrion still inside of her as he held her. He didn't know if he was shaking or if they both were, but he clung to her as if she would disappear into a mist and be gone, a beautiful illusion made by the creature inside of him. "Fucking hell," she said, her breasts rising with her rapid breath.
"I didn't hurt you, did I?"
he asked, worrying about how rough he'd been with her. He brushed his thumb over the red mark where he'd bitten her. "No, of course not," she reassured him, turning her head so she could kiss him. There was a tenderness in it that seemed out of place to the intensity of their lovemaking. "I think I might have caused more damage to you." As Tyrion looked down at the marks on his legs and chuckled.
"Only a scratch, sweetness. Nothing to worry about."
"Good," she said, kissing him and catching his groan as she shifted so that he slipped free of her.
"Where do you think you are going?"
Asterion asked, hand brushing against her breast. The smile she gave him was disheveled and beautiful. "Hold that thought, big guy. I need to use your bathroom," she said. He released her only so he could watch her lovely, naked body walk to the ensuite. Asterion stretched out onto his stomach, heart still pounding. He was going to enjoy making her scream his name many more times that night. His eyes were growing heavy, but he forced them back open. He wasn't that exhausted. Nevertheless, his limbs were growing sluggish by the second. The bathroom door opened, and Cassandra was no longer the teasing beauty she'd been all night. The darkness inside of her that he'd only glimpsed now filled her eyes with violent intent.
"Cass, what's wrong?"
Asterion managed before his tongue and lips went numb. She walked back towards the bed, unclipping the bracelet from her wrist and wrapping it around her hands like a golden rope. He tried to move, but his body was frozen, limbs paralyzed even as his mind fought what was happening. "I don't want to do this, but I don't have a choice anymore. I really wish we could have met in another lifetime, Asterion," his dream girl said, as she settled behind him, wrapping the garrote around his neck and tightening her grip. His mind was screaming with confusion and betrayal, but Asterion could do nothing as she choked the air from his body, and his vision went dark, went dark, went dark. Chapter 7. Ariadne held on until the sharp wires cut her palms and a drop of blood splashed onto the bedsheet. She finally let go when Asterion stopped breathing for a full minute. She carefully recoiled the bracelet around her wrist and bit down an unexpected sob. The cold sense of justice that she always felt after a hit was nowhere to be found. She pulled the black satin sheet around Asterion so he would look as if he was asleep if anyone came to check on him. Unable to fight the urge, she brushed her fingers through the waves of dark, sun-streaked hair. "I am sorry," Ariadne whispered. Something long forgotten and buried inside of her ached as she stared at him. "Pull yourself together." She hadn't been upset after a kill since she was 16. She pushed that deep and painful memory down as fast as it surfaced. Beside her, Asterion's body seemed to shiver like heat waves on a hot road. There is no way he could still be alive. The waves shimmered again, and his face began to transform. "What the fuck is happening?" she said, as she watched in horror. Horns grew out of the side of his head, and silky black fur burst out from his face. It happened so quickly she couldn't believe what she was seeing. One moment, Asterion was a handsome man. The next, there was a bull's head sitting on his broad shoulders. His whole body seemed to have grown bigger during the transformation. He was at least a foot taller and broader, and Nikos's words rattled through Ariadne.
"Did you ever stop to think that the gods weren't the only freaks that crawled out of the shadows the day Greece fell?"
He'd called Asterion the Minotaur, and she thought it had been a joke. It suddenly made sense why he was friends with the likes of Hades. Adrenaline and fear swamped her as she realized why Pythos had wanted Asterion dead. They said they were monster killers, but she never thought she meant actual monsters. "Get your fucking ass moving or you're a dead woman." Ariadne grabbed the dress off the floor and pulled it over her head. It was too obvious in a crowd, so she pulled on Asterion's black shirt around her like a jacket. Fishing around in his trouser pockets, she cleared the cash out of his wallet and grabbed his swipe card. She needed to get out of the building before Theseus or anyone else came to find their boss. She took one last look at the Minotaur in the bed before hurrying out through the apartment. Ariadne plastered on the satisfied but self-conscious smile of someone doing the walk of shame and opened the apartment door. There wasn't anyone around, so she swiped Asterion's card and got into the private lift. Club was written in gold next to a red button, so she pressed it and hoped it didn't open near the dance floor. By sheer dumb luck, it opened in a foyer that received the deliveries, a space that led into the kitchen and the dock. Gripping her skirts and hoping there wasn't any broken glass on the street, she slipped out of the back dock, hiding between delivery vans, and ran out into the wet alleyway. She jogged 2 blocks, ignoring the glances of other partygoers, and hailed a taxi. As soon as Ariadne had locked her apartment door in Hellas, she raced to the bathroom and threw up everything her stomach held. "Get clean, pack a bag," she told her makeup-smeared reflection. She pulled off her clothes and climbed into the shower. It was cold, as always, but she felt like she deserved it as she scrubbed blood and Asterion scent off her skin. She was trained not to feel, and she was the best killer because she never felt guilt over what she did, never shed a tear for the horrible people she took down. Asterion hadn't been horrible. Not to her. "You just murdered the first man you ever liked. Well done, Spindle. Well done." Her brain caught up to the fact she'd also just fucked a magical creature as she bent over trying to get enough air in her lungs. Not just any creature either, the Minotaur himself. She knew the fairy tale of a king in Crete who had a Minotaur in the labyrinth under his palace. Minos had told it to her growing up, because he liked to boast that his father had named him after that king. The palace in Knossos was now rubble, but the story never mentioned the fate of the creature that had been locked beneath it. Ariadne had thought it had been a theme for a club, not a nod to Asterion's true nature. You are so screwed. Ariadne needed to get out of Styx, because as soon as his body was found, they'd be hunting the woman responsible. Theseus was too smart and suspicious, and he knew exactly what she looked like. Ariadne was shoving some clothes into a backpack when the phone given to her by Pythos began to ring. "Is the monster dead, Spindle?" the digital voice demanded. "Yes. No thanks to you fucking bastards. You sent me in there thinking Asterion was a club owner, not a fucking magical creature." "If you had known the truth, you would have never agreed to take the contract." "Of course not. I'm about to have Hades fucking Acheron and his posse up my ass because of this. You've screwed me," Ariadne hissed. "If reports are correct, we aren't the only ones that screwed you tonight." "Are you slut-shaming me right now? You've no right to question my methods. Only pay me my fucking money." "When we have proof of death, the money will be yours." The line went dead, leaving Ariadne shaking with fury. Her savings weren't enough to get her out of the country, but they were enough to get out of Styx. She never trusted Minos, so she'd always kept whatever money he gave her hidden in her apartment. Ariadne was shoving the small cash box into her backpack when the phone rang again. "You're playing a very dangerous game, Spindle," Pythos said. "No shit, I just killed Asterion Dis." "No, you didn't." "Don't insult me or try to get out of paying me. I'm a professional. I checked Asterion's breathing myself. He's dead," said Ariadne angrily. "Our inside source says that he's damaged but still alive." "Then they are lying. It's not possible." Ariadne looked at her sliced-up palms. No one could have lived through that. Not unless you are friends with the god of the Underworld.
Your contract isn't completed. You won't get a single drachme from us. I suggest you start running, Spindle. The Minotaur isn't known for his forgiveness."
The line went dead, and Ariadne threw the phone against the wall, sending glass and metal flying. She picked up her backpack, stuffed the jar of Leah's ashes into it, and ran for her life. For her life. For her life. Chapter 8. Time didn't mean a thing inside the labyrinth. The tunnels smelled of stone, blood, and rotting flesh. The only light that ever reached him was the torches that the sacrifices and the heroes carried, right up until they went mad with fear and pain. Asterion could still feel the darkness, that endless midnight pit that had been his entire life. The ground had trembled, and he'd thought that finally his agony would be over, that the palace above him would come down. But it didn't. The palace broke apart and sealed the doors to the labyrinth, left to be forgotten by the world above. A creature born of magic, Asterion didn't die locked deep in the darkness. He'd endured. Until the day that the Lord of the Underworld found him in the womb of the earth and brought him into the light above. Those pale, silver eyes of the Lord of Death were looking down at him now with the same expression, black brows drawn together like angry crows' wings.
"Get up, Asterion. You're not going to die today,"
Hades commanded.
"What?"
Asterion winced as he touched the raw pain in his throat.
"Someone tried to kill you. A beautiful woman, if your bodyguard is to be believed."
Hades sat back in a chair, his black suit impeccable even at the late hour.
"Cassandra,"
Asterion replied and tried to sit up.
"Did I die?"
"Almost.
Vin called me as soon as he couldn't wake you. Smart man. Remind me to give him a raise."
Asterion rubbed at his neck again, and the black fur and horns melted away to his human form.
"It was lucky for you Thanatos was on this side of town. Otherwise, I'd be getting ready to burn your body. Should I be concerned that the strongest creature I've ever known has almost been killed by a woman? I don't suppose you'd know why," Hades asked. "No. But I don't think it was personal."
It was slowly coming back to him. The look on her face when she stepped out of the bathroom, the fear and regret in her eyes. "I don't want to do this, but I don't have a choice anymore."
A hit? I thought no one would be stupid enough to try after so long. Me neither. She was a professional, drugged me first so I couldn't stop her.
Hades steepled his fingers thoughtfully.
You know there's only one person in Styx that would have anyone that professional on his payroll. You don't think Minos was behind this? He's a greedy little maggot, Asterion. If someone offered him enough money, he'd be willing to risk the life of one of his precious priestesses to do the job. Not any priestess either. Strangulation is the MO of his favorite.
Asterion searched his memory. He preferred to do his own dirty work, but Minos was a player in Styx, so their paths had crossed. He'd even attended a labyrinth night, and while he hadn't made any bets, he'd been interested in the course. Strangulation and the gleam of gold in his memory made his pulse race.
The spindle. Damn, they must have paid Minos a gold mine to convince him to let her loose,
said Asterion. Rage, frustration, and confusion ran through him.
She must have been quite something to fool you,
Hades commented, reading him far too easily.
She was. The little minx got me good.
Asterion wasn't too proud to admit it, even though he felt like he'd got the ass-kicking of his life. He should have realized she was too good to be true.
Don't look so glum. The assassin has a soft spot for you.
She choked the shit out of me. I don't think that counts as a soft spot.
She slept with you first, even though she didn't have to. Also, her task must have upset her because I can sense the echoes of her grief in the bathroom.
Asterion ran a hand through his hair.
She said she didn't have a choice. Minos keeps a tight leash on his priestesses. If he were willing to sacrifice the spindle just to see you dead, he would have made her afraid enough to go through with it. I followed her career. She doesn't make mistakes like this.
Hades got to his feet and buttoned his suit jacket.
Would you like me or one of the triplets to handle this?
The triplets, Thanatos, Charon, and Erebus, would be too noticeable and would likely scare away not only his would-be assassin, but whoever had hired her.
No, keep the inner circle out of it for now. I don't want them getting any unnecessary attention. I'll find out who put out the contract and make them regret it. Maybe let Medusa know, in case they are targeting our court.
Asterion struggled, but he managed to get to his feet and bow.
Thank you, Hades. Please let Thanatos know I owe him a favor. The bastard will love that. I protect my own, you know that. Update me on any progress you make, nephew.
Hades said, and then he was simply gone. Asterion sat down on the bed, unable to stand up straight. He had been duped, like some horny teenager with a crush on a pretty girl. His nose tingled with a scent he knew well. Moving aside the sheet, he found a single drop of blood where it had splashed. He put his nose down to hover over it and inhaled feminine perfume, sex, and the unique signature that her blood gave off. The growl of a wounded, enraged creature roiled up through Asterion.
I'm coming for you, spindle.
The temple was used to having Greece's richest walk through their polished halls, but when Asterion and his 2 bodyguards arrived 4 hours later, even the fully trained assassins disappeared into the shadows. Minos Karos turned in surprise and went pale as they filled his office doorway.
Mr. Dis, this is an unexpected surprise, Minos said. Why? Because you sent your pretty priestess to kill me last night? Asterion demanded. Excuse me?
Asterion grabbed him from the opposite side of the table and dragged him across it.
You had better start talking, you pathetic bastard, or I'm going to tear you apart myself. I haven't sent anyone after you, I swear it. What would I have to gain? Minos sputtered. Try harder, Minos. I have this pretty necklace this morning thanks to your spindle.
Asterion put down the collar of his shirt to reveal the red marks that were slowly healing.
That's impossible. Spindle would never kill anyone that she wasn't ordered to, and I'd never be suicidal enough to take a contract with your name on it. Hades and his court are untouchable, and you know it, stammered Minos. Well, she got orders from someone because it was her golden braid choking the life out of me last night. If she's taken a job without my approval, I'll kill her myself. I can't have this kind of rebellion in my temple. I'll find her and bring her in for questioning.
Asterion could smell the fear on him, saw the real confusion in the man's eyes. Damn it. Asterion let him go with a hard shove.
Do what you have to do, but I'm not going to stop hunting her. If you find her before me and don't hand her over, I'll burn this temple of yours to the fucking ground. I won't be protecting her if she's betrayed me. We are men of business. So let's make a deal. If you find her before I do, and keep her alive for me once you're done questioning her, I'll give you 1,000,000 drachmae, Minos said. Why? I'll need to make an example of her to ensure this doesn't happen again. You won't have to worry, Dis. I'll make Ariadne's death a slow and painful one.
There was a sick gleam of violent pleasure in Minos's eyes, the kind that told Asterion he liked torture. Asterion kept his face neutral as he gave a sharp nod. He left the room, knowing if he did find Ariadne, he would never hand her over to Minos Karos.
We have a location on her apartment,
Theseus said, once they were in the privacy of Asterion's car.
Good. We need to go through it before that bastard gets anywhere near it.
The address was located in Hellas on one of the better streets. The apartment block was old Corinthian, but it didn't look as if it was about to drop on their heads, which was more than he could say for the rest of the district's buildings. 200 drachmae was the going rate for the landlord to give up the keys to Ariadne's room. I knew she was too pretty not to be trouble. The old woman clucked her tongue and handed over the key.
Keep a lookout,
Asterion instructed Theseus once they found the right door. Some strange protective instincts had risen up, and Asterion didn't want anyone else looking through Ariadne's things. He blamed it on the reaction the creature inside of him had to her. It didn't care Ariadne tried to kill him. If anything, that kind of ruthlessness made the bull want her more. The contents of the apartment were sparse. There was a shattered phone on the floor that Asterion pocketed, and the bedroom had a new, elegant bed that seemed out of place in its rundown setting. The red dress she had worn the previous night was on the floor in the bathroom. He picked it up and sniffed it. Her scent was mixed with his, as well as her blood and a lingering sweat of fear. She hadn't been afraid when they had been together, but she had been after.
What did you get yourself into, Spindle?
Asterion searched through her drawers, knowing that she wouldn't be stupid enough to leave anything behind that could be traced. That was why leaving the phone had him suspicious.
There's nothing,
Asterion said as he joined Theseus, and they headed outside.
If Spindle is meant to be Minos's best hitter, I wonder why she'd hold up in a rat's nest like this,
Theseus asked, looking around the street.
She's hiding, or saving whatever money she gets from the hits for something, answered Asterion.
Few would willingly choose to live in Hellas, not when they could be in a mansion like the temple. One more thing he'd ask Ariadne when he found her. A food van across the street caught his eye with a painted sign announcing it as Dimmy's Gourmet Kebabs. A pretty woman was standing with her hands on her hips and glaring at him.
Give me a minute. You want anything? Asterion asked.
Not without following it up with a tetanus shot, said Theseus, looking at the food van suspiciously. It was a bright pink and black and had a funky vibe that parts of Hellas's underground art scene were famous for. What can I get you? The woman asked. Asterion took stock of her menu.
A vegetarian kebab, no cheese,
he said, and then passed her an extra 50 drachmae.
And I'm after some information.
What makes you think I can help?
Maybe you can't. I'm looking for a girl.
Honey, aren't we all? She said, as she made the kebab with deft movements.
Her name is Ariadne, black hair, gray-blue eyes.
Body like Aphrodite?
That's the one,
Asterion said with a smile. The woman stopped making the kebab. You better not be that stalker Malakas that keeps posting weird notes in her mailbox.
Do I look like the type of person to do that? I had a date with her last night. We were meant to meet up today, but she never showed,"
lied Asterion. He filed away the information about the stalker. "She's a busy girl. Has an imposing boss or father, from what I can tell. He keeps her scared and running about. She doesn't sleep enough. I'm surprised she had a date." She looked him over. "I suppose you aren't bad looking. For a man." She handed over his kebab.
"Thank you. I don't suppose if I left you a phone number that you'd give me a call when you see Ariadne next?"
"Ha! If she wants to find you for another date, she'll call you herself. I'm not going to spy for you, even if you look like you can afford me."
"Fair enough,"
Asterion said. "If you talk to her before I do, tell her you're not the first person that's come looking for her today. I'm worried. I don't like gangster types in my neighborhood, especially when they're asking about my friends."
"Thanks, Dimmy. I'll find her and let her know."
Once he was back across the street, Asterion told Theseus about what he'd found out.
"If Minos didn't give her the contract, maybe these gangster types did," said Theseus thoughtfully. "I haven't pissed any of the gangs off. Half the fuckers owe me money and couldn't afford the likes of Minos's girls."
Asterion bit into his surprisingly good kebab. His throat was still sore, but was healing quickly, thanks to the magic inside of him. He passed the smashed phone to Theseus.
"Get someone to look at this. I want everything off it. It's the only lead we have."
Theseus pocketed the phone and opened the back door for Asterion.
"You sure have complicated taste in women, boss. Just find her and stop busting my balls,"
commanded Asterion. He needed to get to her before Minos and whoever else was chasing her did. If anyone was going to kill her, it was going to be him, and he was going to get his answers, one way or another, or another, or another, or another, or... Chapter 9. The girl sucked on a loose tooth as she stared at the colors of gelato stretched out before her. Ariadne waited patiently with a small plastic cup in her hand. "You want to know which one is my favorite?" she asked. The girl nodded solemnly. "Pineapple. It's really good on a hot day like this." "Just hurry up and pick something," the girl's mother demanded irritably. Ariadne didn't pay her any attention. A little hand stretched out and tapped the glass in front of the swirl of pale yellow. "You won't regret it," Ariadne assured her as she gave the girl the gelato and took the 3 drachmae from her mother. Ariadne took a moment to scan the stretch of beach for anyone suspicious before admiring the perfect blue water in front of her. It was another bright summer day in Isthmia. She'd always dreamed of being able to hang out on a beach for as long as she liked, eat too much gelato, and get sunburned. Isthmia was still too close to Styx for her mental comfort, but it was a good place to pretend to be someone else until she got enough money to get out of Greece. She figured Minos would think she'd already tried to leave and wouldn't be looking so close to Styx. Hiding in plain sight was what Ariadne was good at, and after 6 weeks and no sign of anyone on her tail, she managed to relax the smallest fraction. She checked the papers, but there was no report of Asterion's death. She hadn't wanted to believe it when Pithos had told her that she'd failed. A big part of her told her she was a fucking idiot for being even a little relieved that he was still alive. Minos would kill her horribly. But if she had to choose between him and Asterion, she'd pick Minos. The look on Asterion's face when he realized she was going to kill him wasn't the one that kept her awake at night. It was that gentle, teasing expression after their intense tumble in the sheets that really haunted her. Ariadne didn't think anyone would ever look at her like that. She'd never see it again because there was no way Asterion would ever let her live long enough. Ariadne had spent the first few hours after her failed assassination laying false trails of bus and train tickets and hotel bookings all over Greece. Whoever was clever enough to follow her would be bamboozled for a few days. That had been more than enough time for her to slip unnoticed out of Styx and walk the 10 kilometers to Isthmia in the dead of night. She had stayed 2 nights at a rundown hotel before convincing Marina, the elderly owner, to let her live there rent-free if she agreed to clean the rooms every day. Ariadne didn't know how long her savings were going to last, and taking some cash jobs, like working at a beachside bar at night and the gelato store in the day, made her presence seem legitimate and helped her blend in with the locals. 4 hours later, the sun had almost set over the water. Ariadne was walking to her bar job when a tingle along her spine made her pause and check over her shoulder. A sunburned English couple was walking hand in hand, and a few locals were sitting on the stretch of beach gutting the fish they'd caught that day. Everything seemed calm. That serenity didn't stop her from telling the bar owner, Adonai, that she had an upset stomach and wouldn't be able to work that night.
"Too much sun and not enough water will do that," Adonai said with a shake of her head.
It wasn't busy, so Adonai made her take 2 stomach tablets and waved her out the door. Ariadne made it 3 streets from the bar before she slipped off her cork wedge sandals and carried them lightly in her hand. When the first man stepped on the street in front of her, she was already swinging the shoes, hitting him first in the groin and then in the face as he fell. The second rushed her from behind, his heavy footfalls giving him away and allowing her enough time to sidestep him at the last moment and trip him up. Ariadne landed a hard blow at the back of his neck to keep him down long enough for her to run. She didn't stop to think who the men belonged to or how many more might be hiding in the streets. She needed to get to the hotel and get out of Isthmia. Checking the streets around the hotel, Ariadne slipped down a small path through the gardens. After making sure no one was in the car park, she unlocked the door to her room. Heavy arms came around her, and she lashed out with all the training Minos had instilled in her since she was 8 years old. Her assailant was big, but she was fast, and she broke his bear hug with a sharp elbow to his kidneys and a follow-up blow to his sternum that left him paralyzed on the carpet, wheezing to try to get air back into his lungs. The lights still off, Ariadne looked out the curtains, scanning for more attackers. 2 more men were heading to the front door, so she grabbed the backpack from under her bed and hurried into the bathroom and locked the door. She shoved her backpack through the window before climbing out after it and dropping straight into the waiting arms of Asterion Dis. "Hello, little spindle," he said, his golden eyes glowing with a feral light. His arms held her tightly to his chest. Enclosed in his strength, all the fight left her. There was no way she could defeat the Minotaur in a fist fight, and he'd probably kill her in the process. "I don't suppose you'll let me explain myself before you kill me?" she asked, knowing how lame that sounded. Ariadne could feel the anger radiating from him, but he didn't reply as he carried her out of the garden.
"Boss, she's,"
one man said, before he spotted what Asterion was carrying.
"Out of the way,"
he commanded, and the man moved. Someone turned the light on in her hotel room to reveal Theseus trying to climb off the floor.
"You bitch," he wheezed breathlessly.
"Nice to see you too," Ariadne said with a sweet smile.
"Get out, all of you."
Asterion hadn't put her down, and she was starting to think he'd crush her to death.
"I don't think that's a good idea. Last time I left you alone with her, she almost killed you,"
said Theseus, and Ariadne saw the concern under the arrogance. The key word in that sentence is almost, she couldn't resist pointing out, because her fear always made her say stupid things.
Let me do it. I can put a bullet in her head right now.
Asterion's grip tightened even further, making her bite down a gasp as her ribs groaned.
I told you to get out.
Theseus didn't question him further, but slammed the door behind him. Asterion finally placed her down on the bed, and Ariadne tried not to let her fear show. He didn't take his eyes from her face as he dragged a chair over from the small plastic table and sat down opposite her. Ariadne folded her sweaty hands in her lap, realizing too late that she was wearing the black silk shirt she'd taken from him the night she'd fled Styx. She had been using it as a summer jacket, seeing how she'd left most of her clothes back in her shitty apartment in Hellas. As Tyrion looked at it, with his eyes now holding confusion as well as anger. "You are going to die, Spindle. Look how mad he is at you."
Is that my shirt?
He asked gruffly. "Yes."
A trophy?
"A necessity. I didn't have time to pack properly when I ran for my life. The fabric is nice," she said, feeling like an idiot.
I know.
"It's silk." Ariadne pulled it off and offered it to him. He took it, his eyes raking over the bare skin of her shoulders. Her time wearing summer dresses had left her with tan lines for the first time in her life. It was a good life while it lasted. As Tyrion leaned back in the chair, folding the shirt on his lap.
Do I need to tell you not to attack me?
No. I know I'm screwed. Honestly, I thought it would be Minos who got to me first.
I made sure he didn't.
Figures. You did strike me as the kind of man that liked to do his own killing.
Who said I've decided to kill you, Ariadne?
Asterion asked. Oh, gods, he knows my name, which can only mean one thing. You are going to hand me over to Minos to kill me after you're done torturing me. Ariadne let out a long sigh. I hope he's paying you well.
1,000,000 drachmae.
So much for fatherly love.
I wouldn't know. My father was a prick. He was a Minos too. Maybe it comes with the name,
Asterion said. We should share shit father stories over a bottle of wine sometime, Ariadne replied. Asterion folded his arms and looked at her in silence for a long time.
You asked for a chance to explain yourself. So start explaining.
Chapter 10. 6 fucking weeks. That's how long it had taken Asterion to find the woman sitting in front of him. Smelling like the sea and sugar, dressed in a blue sundress with her hair out in a tumbling mass of darkness, she was the opposite of the ultra-polished woman he'd met at the labyrinth. The smart mouth was still the same, and he hated how much he wanted to bury his face in her wild hair and breathe her in. It was his scent combined with hers that had been her downfall. Frustrated that he hadn't been able to find her through the rest of his contacts in Greece, Asterion had began the search from the beginning, until he'd found traffic camera footage of a woman walking out of Styx on the night of his failed murder attempt. He'd grabbed a few of his men and headed to Isthmia. For a small town, Ariadne blended in remarkably well. After 3 days, Asterion had been ready to give up when the salty breeze had carried his own scent back to him. There she was, scooping gelato and talking to the tourists as if she'd been living there her entire life. He'd been more than a little surprised to see her wearing his shirt with the sleeves rolled up her long arms. The creature in him had preened with a possessive satisfaction, but the man was torn between wanting to kill her and kiss her with relief that he'd found her again. Asterion wanted to show how impressed he was that she'd dropped 3 of his best men as if they were amateur thugs. Over the past 6 weeks, he thought he'd be able to kill her or order his men to do it, but as soon as he caught her, he didn't want to let her go, let alone allow one of his men to interrogate her. Sitting in front of him now, the notorious spindle could barely look him in the eye. He could smell the fear in her sweat, but outwardly, she seemed to calmly accept whatever horrible punishment and death he'd subject her to.
What in all the hells did Minos do to this girl?
I guess by now you know what Minos in the temple really is, Ariadne began.
I have for a while. Hades figured out that you must have been one of Minos's girls. I didn't expect the High Priestess herself. I suppose I should be flattered.
Minos didn't order the hit.
I know that too. You must have been offered something more than money to want to cross Minos,
Asterion said. That had been the one thing he couldn't figure out. Minos owns me. Do you think that any of the temple girls are there because of his charity? From the moment he takes you in, he starts an account and keeps track of every drachma he spends on your upbringing. The contracts we complete mean a percentage of that debt gets paid off. He tells us that once our debt is cleared, we can leave. Take our contracts if we still want to be in the life. Do you think that he lets someone like me pay that debt off when he controls the money? Ariadne's stormy blue eyes were filled with a cold fury. Girls that fuck up, can't do the job, or will never be able to pay off the debt get given to Madame Zira, no matter how old they are. Minos once sent her a 10-year-old. You know who Zira is? Asterion nodded, not trusting himself to say anything. He had no idea that the brothel owner was trafficking children, and was sure Hades didn't either. He was going to kill so many people by the time this business was done. Madame Zara gets them if the girls are lucky, and Minos can still make a profit off the sale. Those that can't, he gets more creative with his transactions. That's who Minos is, so maybe you can understand why I would consider doing something especially fucking stupid, like trying to kill you if it meant being free of him. Ariadne swallowed hard and looked away from him, but he'd already seen the shadows of regret on her face. I got offered a contract by a group called Pythos. They offered me money, but they got me with information. Dirty shit on Minos, which would mean that even if I paid him off, he'd leave me alone to keep me quiet. They said that they were monster killers, and if I took care of theirs, they would take care of mine, Ariadne explained. Asterion's anger surged. Monster. That fucking word made him see red every time. Ariadne bit her lip. I want you to know, I had no idea who you really are.
So now you know you fucked a monster. Is that what has upset you? Not that you played me like a fucking drum, but you had this inside of you? Asterion demanded, as the change rippled over him. The beast was loose, and his senses exploded. Ariadne didn't move, though he sensed her heart beating faster. He got into her space until she was forced to lie back on the bed. He crouched over her, smelling her scent and his own that lingered on her skin, sensing the tremor that ran through her. That you're a magical creature isn't what has upset me, so you can stop trying to frighten me because it won't work, she said, her voice steady. She must have had a death wish, because she reached up and ran her fingers over one of his soft, furry ears. Asterion was so surprised
that the creature retreated in an instant, leaving his human form panting over Ariadne, her finger still on his ear. She dropped her hand away. He couldn't keep the snarl out of his voice.
You said you didn't want to kill me, and you did it anyway.
Almost killed you, she corrected stubbornly.
You're upset that you failed?
Upset that I couldn't treat you like another hit. I'm going to die anyway, so you might as well know that I went into the labyrinth with a plan that didn't involve having sex with you.
Why did you fuck me then?
He demanded, gripping the bed on either side over her. Because I actually liked your company. I gave you a wrong name, but the rest was me, and it was nice being able to talk to someone over a few drinks, Ariadne admitted and turned her head away so she wasn't looking at him.
Minos would have trained you to seduce men. You even fooled me. Not many people can do that. You could be saying all of this, so I'll spare your life.
Ariadne's laugh was sad and bitter as she turned back to face him. He could smell the salt in the tears that welled in her eyes. I'm not that stupid or naive. I know you're not going to spare my life. I fucked you because I wanted to. And then I killed you because I had to. It was all for nothing anyway. Pythos knew you weren't dead. I got nothing but a bag of clothes and the fucking Minotaur hunting me for my troubles.
How did they know I wasn't dead?
Asterion demanded. You have a mole, big guy. Must have. It's the only answer I could come up with, but I couldn't find out who without exposing where I was hiding.
This could be another lie to distract me from killing you.
Asterion could sense a lie, smell it on people, and feel it in his bones. She wasn't lying, and he couldn't figure out if it made things easier or harder. Why would I lie? What would I gain? Fucking you was the only bonus I got out of this mess, so hand me over to Minos if you're going to, and be done with it, Ariadne exclaimed, glaring up at him. Her cheeks were red with anger and embarrassment, but she hadn't made a move to push him off her. His hands tightened on the bedsheets.
I'll never give you to Minos, Keros,
hissed Asterion. You can't promise that. He'll have something on you, and you'll be forced to—
No. You're staying with me.
Why? She sounded so small and confused, and he hated that he was losing control of his anger toward her. He brushed a black lock of hair back from her forehead.
Because I'm the one you wronged, so I get to decide how to punish you. Also, if what you say about the mole is true, you're my best evidence. So you've been granted a stay of execution, Spindle, until I get what I need from you.
Don't call me that. Asterion raised an eyebrow.
I just decided to spare your life, and you're going to argue about what I call you?
You just decided to temporarily spare my life, and I'd like you to call me Ariadne because I fucking hate being called Spindle. I'm a person, not a code word. Also, who knows what kind of punishment a man who owns a gladiator arena can think up? I might end up dying in some fucked up exotic way, like having my nipples eaten off by scorpions, Ariadne argued, before realizing what she had said and choked down a bubble of laughter.
Stop that,
Asterion commanded, trying to stop himself from smiling.
Absurd woman, as if I'd get scorpions to eat your nipples. They are the only part of you I don't feel wronged by.
Ariadne stopped laughing and stared up at him. I'm sorry. Really. For everything.
You're going to be. You will give me what information you have on Pythos and—
Asterion stilled and looked toward the hotel room door. Ariadne hooked her arms and legs around him and rolled as bullets ripped through the mattress. They crashed to the floor, and the room exploded with gunfire. 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 Gun. Chapter 11. Ariadne covered Asterion with her body, shielding his head with her arms.
"Are you insane?"
he demanded, as he pulled her off him and down to the floor. "Are you? Minos doesn't use guns, so why are your guys firing at us?" Ariadne shouted.
"They aren't my guys. They must be with Pythos."
Asterion dragged her towards the room's small kitchenette. With a terrifying strength, he pulled the fridge down to use as a barrier.
"Is there another way out?"
Asterion asked. "Only the bathroom, and your big ass isn't going to fit through the window. They have to reload at some point," said Ariadne, as she reached for the handful of cheap chef knives that she'd bought 2 days before. The gunfire went silent, and 2 men in black gear, kitted with helmets and Kevlar vests, stormed into the room. Ariadne threw the terribly balanced knives, catching an assailant in the thigh and the other in his shoulder, forcing him to drop his handgun. Asterion ripped the door off the fridge and slammed it hard into one man, sending him flying across the room. The second man's head splattered as Asterion brought the door down on top of his helmet. Ariadne gagged, but held on to her stomach contents as she relieved the bodies of their guns, a large hunting knife, and 2 extra bullet magazines that she shoved down the front of her bra.
"Should I ask why you're hiding them there?"
Asterion said as he watched her. Ariadne gestured to her blood-splattered sundress. "I have no pockets because of the patriarchy, so where else am I going to put them?" Asterion grabbed her hand and maneuvered her behind him. "Stay close," he said, his shoulders and biceps bulging as he hefted the door like a shield to protect her. "God damn, that's hot." Ariadne shook her head at the inappropriateness of her mind. "Where are we headed?" she asked.
"To the cars, so we can get out of here. We haven't finished our conversation yet, Ariadne, and I'm not about to let a few bullets get in the way."
"This is the only time I'm going to be okay with being your prisoner. Better you than Pythos," Ariadne said, as she positioned herself close behind him.
"Don't get your hopes up. I'm still hoping to source some scorpions."
"Stop thinking about my nipples in the middle of a firefight." Asterion's smile was lightning quick.
"Make me. I'll draw their fire and you shoot them when they give their location away."
Ariadne adjusted her grip on the handguns. "This is a shit plan, but I've got your back, big guy."
"Try not to fucking stab me in it this time."
They made for the hotel door, and Ariadne had taken 2 steps from under the awning before putting a bullet in the head of a shooter on the hotel roof behind them. "Sneaky bastard," she muttered, as another sniper began to take shots at them. Ariadne had another one down in seconds, the shadows under a nearby car giving his location away.
2 o'clock,
Asterion said. Ariadne fired, and there was a groan from the ornamental garden.
"Good shot."
The lights of an SUV flashed as it pulled up in front of them, with Theseus behind the wheel.
"Asterion, this place is about to be swarmed. Get your ass in here. Leave the girl. She's not worth it." "Not going to happen."
Asterion dropped the bullet-riddled door and hooked an arm around Ariadne's waist as a flash grenade landed just feet from them. "Down!" she shouted as their world exploded with light. Ears ringing and eyes burning, Ariadne didn't have time to complain as Asterion lifted her up, shoved her inside the SUV, and pinned her across the back seat with his body.
"Drive, Theseus,"
he shouted. Bullets smashed through the back windows as the car squealed out of the hotel car park.
"You really do make an impression on everyone you meet, don't you?"
Asterion said above her as he kept her pinned. "What makes you think they were there for me? You're the one they want dead, handsome," she replied, wriggling slightly to stop the seatbelt clips from digging into her hip. "They wouldn't have sent that many guys for little old me." Asterion made a disbelieving sound at the back of his throat.
"Little old you, my ass. I just watched you take down their snipers with headshots."
"Minos might find guns inelegant, but we were still trained to use them."
"I'm starting to see why you were his high priestess."
Careful. You're getting dangerously close to complimenting your captive. Ariadne's breath caught as his hand curled gently around the back of her neck and tangled in her hair.
Easy to do. You know it might soften me up if you start calling me master.
I think we both know I'm not into soft, she said before her common sense could catch up. Stop flirting with the man that's going to kill you. His grip on her hair tightened.
You saved my life tonight,
Asterion said. I don't suppose that makes us square enough for you to let me go? Asterion's deep chuckle rolled up his long body and through her core.
Not even close, little assassin.
You should think about it. I'm not your enemy. And as soon as Minos knows you have me, he'll make your life hell until you give me back. Asterion surprised her by brushing his lips, feather-light over hers.
Thank you for saving my life tonight, but I have no intention of giving you up.
Ariadne's hand went under the back of his shirt and touched his hot skin. You don't know what kind of war you're starting, she said sadly.
Asterion, they've stopped following us, Theseus interrupted. We are too close to Styx, that's why.
Asterion shifted, and they both managed to untangle themselves and sit up. The lights of the city were getting closer, and fear licked up Ariadne's spine. There was no way she'd be lucky enough to escape for a second time.
Are we going to the temple?
Asked Theseus, his blue eyes icy cold as he stared at Ariadne in the rearview mirror.
Head home. I haven't finished questioning her,
Asterion instructed.
Hope whatever intel she has is worth all this shit, complained Theseus.
Me too, Ariadne snapped as she searched around the back seat of the car.
What are you looking for?
Asked Asterion. A jacket or something to use as a cover, she replied.
Why?
Because Minos has access to traffic camera feeds and he'll be watching for you to return to the city. If he sees me and you don't take me to him, he'll burn the labyrinth to the ground or worse. Ariadne found a black blazer that had fallen to the floor and wedged under the driver's seat. Perfect. Ariadne reached down the side of the front passenger seat, lifted the lever, and slid the chair forward enough that she had room to sit on the floor behind it.
That looks uncomfortable,
Asterion commented. It is, but it'll be worth it. Ariadne pulled the blazer over her and kept her head down. A minute later, Asterion's foot moved to touch hers. A small sign of solidarity that she didn't want to think too hard about. She couldn't afford to get comfortable enough to hope her end wasn't going to be messy, even if Asterion's mouth said one thing and his actions said another. Trusting him would be trusting another man, and that was something she was too smart ever to do again. Once they were in the cover of the underground car park, Asterion lifted the blazer off his distressed damsel. Ariadne looked fragile and vulnerable, covered in blood and wild-haired. It was just another thing that made her so deadly. He had suspected, but tonight he'd seen firsthand that Ariadne was about as sweet and innocent as a switchblade.
Come, little assassin,
he said, offering her a hand up. She took it and wriggled out of the tiny space.
Vin recovered her bag. Said there's a laptop you might want to look at,
Theseus said, looking up from the message on his phone.
I can take her from here, boss. I'll put her in one of the holding cells under the arena.
Asterion made a point of not looking at Ariadne.
She'll stay in the apartment's guest room where I can keep an eye on her. Don't argue with me. From what I witnessed tonight, she'll be out of one of those cells within an hour and stolen my favorite car.
I wouldn't have taken the Maserati, I swear. The Ferrari would have been another matter, said Ariadne.
We wouldn't leave her without guards, Asterion, Theseus argued over her. Oh yeah? Like the 3 that she brought down tonight with a pair of girly shoes? I'm in half a mind to throw you all back into the pit for training because clearly you've let yourselves go."
Asterion took Ariadne by the arm, and they headed for the elevator.
"Tell Vin to put the laptop in the apartment, and I'll be there shortly."
"He really doesn't like me, does he?" Ariadne said, once the elevator doors had closed.
"You are intimidating and competent, and made them all look bad the night you almost killed me. I swear, I'm never going to get laid again because they'll be too worried about letting another woman near me."
"I suppose I should be sorry about that, too," Ariadne replied solemnly. It was a tone that didn't match the grin that said she wasn't sorry at all that he was now reduced to a life of celibacy. Asterion let go of her arm and leaned back against the cold steel wall, putting space between them.
"How did you know the Maserati was my favorite?"
"Are you kidding me? Even my dick gets hard when I look at that thing."
"Quite a feat, considering I'm intimately acquainted with your anatomy, and you lack the necessary equipment."
Ariadne tried to cover the color flaring up her neck as she pushed a hand through her tangled mane and grimaced. "Don't suppose you'll let this prisoner have a shower?"
"That's a given. I don't want to be smelling unwashed assassin all night."
The creature inside of him did. The combination of feminine sweat, blood, endorphins, and adrenaline made it want to roll in her like a clover patch.
"That's why you don't get a say when it comes to her."
Ariadne gave his dirty, blood-splattered appearance a long glance. "You're not smelling so hot either, big guy." The elevator doors opened to reveal Vin, arms folded and face like a thundercloud.
"You're seriously gonna let her stay here with you?" he demanded.
He was glaring at Ariadne like he would happily snap her neck. Asterion stepped between them.
"She's cooperating, and I don't trust any of you hotheads with guarding her. Where's the laptop?"
"On the table. She's put a password on it. Want me to get it out of her?" Ariadne's grin widened as she sized Vin up. It was a look that said, "I'd like to see you try." The woman wasn't the least bit bothered by the man twice her size in front of her. Asterion hadn't seen anyone she was afraid of. He didn't want to imagine what she and Hades would be like in the same room. "Asterion only needs to ask me nicely, and I'll give him whatever he wants," Ariadne said, fluttering her eyelashes. Vin's hands tightened into fists.
"That's enough, both of you. Vin, can you go up to the kitchen and get us some dinner? It's been a long night,"
Asterion ordered. Vin gave Ariadne another disgusted look before closing the door behind them. "Are all your men this bitchy and disobedient?"
"Only since you came along," Asterion muttered.
"Sounds like they need to learn to share."
"You should know that if you go anywhere without me, they will try to kill you, and I'm not going to tell them not to."
"That's fair. I don't suppose I can have that shower now."
"After you. You know where it is,"
Asterion said, following her to the bedroom. He couldn't help comparing the moment to 6 weeks ago when she dropped that killer red dress to the floor. He pushed the image away before it could cause too much havoc. Ariadne stepped into the bathroom connected to his bedroom and reached around her back to unzip her dress. "I wanted to try this shower out when I saw it last time. Funny how the fates work sometimes," she said. Asterion had made sure the bathroom could accommodate his minotaur form, and that included a massive shower with 2 heads, one down each end, and jets that hit at every angle. After centuries of living in dirt and stone, there wasn't much in the world he enjoyed more than being clean. "You know, I can't escape from here. You don't have to watch," Ariadne said.
"Who said I was here to watch? This is my shower, and I'm covered in crud,"
Asterion replied, pulling off his t-shirt. Ariadne shrugged. "Suit yourself." She turned her back to him and pulled off the rest of her clothes. He did his best to look away and got rid of his filthy boots and jeans. The shower turned on, and the sigh that came from the other side of the frosted glass was almost orgasmic. "I knew it was going to be good, but this is heaven," she said. He caught a glimpse of her bare back, her arms reaching above her head so the jets could hit her shoulders and wash the blood from the cuts and grazes that covered her.
"Yeah, it is,"
he agreed, as he stepped under the hot water. "It's so good it's making me regret trying to kill you on a whole new level. We could have had some great fun in here," Ariadne said, reaching past him to grab some of his shampoo.
"Trying to seduce me again isn't going to convince me to let you go,"
Asterion argued. "Who said I wanted to be let go? I have a choice between death by Minos or death by Pythos out there. I've only been telling you to kill me or hand me over to make your life easier."
"Why? You tried to kill me, remember?"
Asterion asked. Ariadne looked at him over a soapy shoulder. "If I didn't like you so much, I would have slit your throat as soon as you changed and made sure you were dead," she said viciously. "Don't worry, Asterion. I'm not stupid enough to think you'll ever forgive me. I'll tell you what I know about Pythos because I've got nothing to hide and nothing to lose. What you do after that is up to you."
"You aren't afraid of dying, are you? You aren't even afraid to be sharing a shower with a minotaur who could tear you apart with his bare hands?"
Asterion passed her the conditioner, and she began to work it into her dark hair. "I don't want to die, but I'm not afraid of it. I've been raised in it, reveled in it, been the cause of it. Death and I are old friends. Death is kinder than Minos, so I'd rather you kill me than go back to him. At least you won't have an erection as you watch me die." Asterion didn't know what to say to that. It confirmed about Minos what he already knew, and if anything, it reinforced his decision not to give her up. "Your minotaur doesn't scare me either, in case you are still wondering. Magical creatures are rare enough that you're kind of a miracle. I never thought I'd see one in my lifetime." Asterion was still processing someone associating the Minotaur with a miracle when Ariadne swore.
"What is it?"
"I think I've got something stuck in my side," she said, trying to push water over a cut across her ribs.
"Want me to have a look?"
"Sure, it's stinging like a bitch," Ariadne said, turning towards him and bracing her arm against the dark green tiles. The cut was an inch long and was bleeding steadily. He crouched down and gently prodded it. In the edge of the gash was a thin sliver of black metal.
"There's something in there. I can try and get it out now, or I can get some morphine to shoot you up and do it pain-free."
God save him. She smelled so damn good. Just do it. It's not big enough to waste painkillers on. 1 second of pain is worth saving time on the hassle. It's only a bit of shrapnel, not the end of the world. Just distract me, so I don't tense for it," Ariadne said, frustrated.
"Distract you? How?"
Asterion stroked a hand up the outside of her smooth leg, smiling when she trembled. "That's definitely working," she muttered.
"What have I told you? How much of a shame it was when you ran out so early the other night. I'd a whole night planned of making you scream and beg."
He added pressure to the strokes as he moved his hand to the inside of her thigh. The air between them hummed, and he knew that she'd been honest when she said she'd really wanted him the night at the labyrinth. "You had done enough already. I knew I wouldn't go through with it if I stayed in your bed any longer," Ariadne said, her voice not nearly as confident as it had been seconds before.
"Done enough? We'd barely blown off some initial steam. 6 weeks away from you, even wanting to kill you hasn't made me stop thinking about the taste of you and what a wasted opportunity it was.
He bit down on the curve of her hip, and he pulled the metal from her side at the same time. "Son of a bitch, fuck!" Ariadne hissed.
Got it.
He held out the 1-inch-long piece of metal to her, and she let out a shaky laugh. "Sneaky bastard. I told you it was too small to waste painkillers on," Ariadne said, catching his eyes through the steam. Whatever Ariadne saw in his glance made her stop laughing. 30 seconds passed, and then she slowly turned to face him, giving him a full view of her glistening body. Even with the grazes and blossoming bruises, she was stunningly put together. Logical parts of Asterion's brain shut down, replaced with screaming wants. "What's the matter, master? Never seen a naked girl before?" she teased as she ran her hands over her soapy breasts. Asterion stood up again, careful not to touch her.
Sweet hells, this was a bad idea.
He wasn't about to stop it, though. He might be annoyed she tried to kill him, but it didn't mean he was impervious to his attraction to her. "You know, you're not the only one who thought about that night as a wasted opportunity," Ariadne said, her hands moving in slow circles.
"Is that so? Haunted your dreams, have I, little assassin?"
"Yes. The first night you appeared in them, I woke up covered in sweat, and my hand was—"
"What?"
he asked, wanting to test just how far she'd let this game play out. He should have known better than to call her bluff. Without hesitation, she slipped her hand down between her legs and started touching herself. His dick went so hard at the sight he almost groaned. "I have to admit, having the real thing in front of me to draw inspiration from is better than the dreams," Ariadne said, her eyes moving over him as she slipped a finger inside herself. Blood roared in his ears, and it took all his shredded self-control not to reach for her. Ariadne moved closer to him, eyes heavy. "Can I touch you?"
"You still want to, even knowing what lies underneath this skin?"
Asterion had to ask. No one who knew of his true form had ever looked at him the way she did at that moment. "Yes," she said, and reached out for him. He caught her hand.
"I still don't trust you."
"I don't trust you either. Doesn't mean we can't get off after a stressful night." He let her go, a part of him hating that his self-control wasn't better. Ariadne took his dick in her other hand and stroked him. Asterion drew her closer, watching her work the both of them. He cupped her breasts, gently pinching and rolling her nipples between his fingers. Ariadne moaned, and he needed more. Asterion pushed her up against the wall, moving her hand away from herself.
"Let me, sweetness,"
he said, as he stroked her slit. Her leg came up around his hips, giving him more access to explore her. Ariadne gripped his dick tighter and set a maddening rhythm. She swore as he buried 2 fingers inside of her, bucking and thrusting against him.
"That's it. Take what you need,"
he said, holding her up as her body shook. She cried out, her nails raking down his back, the pain making him come in her hand. It was over embarrassingly quick, but there was something about her that made all common sense and control go out the window. "Asterion," Ariadne said breathlessly, resting her head against his chest as he kept her pinned, too afraid if he moved, they would end up in a collapsed heap on the tiles.
"Yes, Ariadne."
"From now on, you get to do all of my first aid."
First aid. First aid. First aid. First aid. First aid.
Chapter 12. When Ariadne had woken up in Isthmia that morning, she didn't imagine her day would end sitting in a plush men's nightrobe, covered in Band-Aids, and eating a meal with Asterion Dis. "You must have had some good intel to find out I was vegan," Ariadne said when a plate of pasta was placed in front of her.
"I didn't know you are vegan. They brought it to you because I am,"
Asterion replied, as he sat down at the table opposite her. "Huh. I guess the stories are full of shit after all." Ariadne stuck her fork into a piece of eggplant and ate it. It was as good as it looked, and she was suddenly so hungry she wanted to shovel as much in her mouth as she could.
"What stories are they?"
Asterion asked suspiciously. "You know, the old ones about how you used to eat people. You are that Minotaur, right?" Vin made a choking sound of horror on the other side of the room.
"It's okay, Vin. She knows,"
Asterion said, before turning back to Ariadne.
"And yes, I am that Minotaur, and no, I didn't used to eat people. I used to kill them."
"And then what?"
"Then my father used to let them rot at the bottom of the labyrinth where he kept me imprisoned,"
Asterion replied, his face emotionless. Ariadne swallowed hard and reached for her wine. "I'm sorry."
"Shit fathers. What are you gonna do?"
Asterion said, trying to shrug off the tenseness that had suddenly filled the room. "Fuck them," agreed Ariadne. Asterion opened the laptop and looked at her expectantly.
"What's the password?"
Ariadne drank some of her red wine and wondered how to get rid of the frown on his face. "Try Hot Minotaur 69.
"Fucking with me will get you nowhere, assassin,"
Asterion said, but there was a glimmer of a smile. "Oh, fine. It's password." He gave her a long, disbelieving look before typing it in.
"Unbelievable."
"You guys mustn't have tried very hard. This is the laptop Pithos gave me. That's the folder they sent me on you. Notice there is no mention of you being a badass mythical beast that could crush me with one hand. The other folder is a small part of what they got on Minos. You're welcome to do what you like with it. I know of other contracts. I can even tell you which ones I'm responsible for," Ariadne said, pointing out the folders.
"Your contracts are pretty noticeable. I've been wondering about that gold cat's cradle. Why do it?"
asked Asterion. "Why not?" Ariadne replied, the wine churning in her stomach as she heard her sister Leah's hushed whispers in the still dorm room. There was something about Asterion that made her drop her guard, but he wasn't going to get Leah. No one got Leah. Seeing that her answer wasn't going to satisfy him, she added, "You can have all my other secrets, but you won't get that one until we trust each other."
"It'll be a mystery forever, then,"
he sighed. "I guess." Ariadne went back to her food, and Asterion started to read through the files. No one paid her any attention as she curled up on the couch by the fire after she finished eating. It had been a long, strange day, made even more confusing by what happened in the shower. The stress of being caught and almost being killed must have given her brain damage. "You're so fucked up," a voice reminded her as she curled into a ball. This time, the voice sounded like Leah, and that made it so much worse. Ariadne woke the next day to find someone had tucked a soft gray blanket over her. There was a susurrus of voices trying to be quiet, and she lay still to listen.
"She took down Asterion? She's so little."
"He shouldn't have brought her here,"
Total babe, though. Can't blame him. Let's wake her up.
Ariadne opened her eyes and found 3 men in the room with her, one finger about to poke her in the shoulder. "Touch me and I'll bite that finger off," she warned. The owner of the hand smiled toothily. He had curly black hair and black eyes.
"Back off and let her breathe, Erebus,"
another said, pulling him away. He had straight silver blonde hair that hung to his shoulders.
"Don't let Asterion see you looming over her," the third added.
He was sitting on the opposite couch, an arm slung over the back and a gold coin flicking across his fingers tattooed with symbols. He had close-clipped hair at the sides and a longer top of straight black hair pushed back from his sharp face. Ariadne sat up as the other 2 men joined him on the couch. They all had the same black eyes and were dressed almost uniformly in well-cut dress shirts and waistcoats. Somehow, they still managed to look like thugs. "Who are you 3? More bodyguards? Don't worry, I don't plan on trying to kill your boss again," she said, trying to finger-comb the snarls out of her hair. All 3 of the men smirked.
"Asterion isn't our boss, little girl,"
the blonde one said, straightening the cuffs of his gray shirt.
"Although it's fortunate for you I was able to save him. Otherwise we wouldn't be so polite right now."
"Careful. She looks like she'd be able to take you in a fight," the black-haired one said.
"Excellent. You're awake,"
a 4th voice said, making Ariadne's stomach drop. Terror coursed through her as Hades Acheron sat down in the armchair near her. He looked in his early 40s with high cheekbones and was graying at the temples of his classic short back and sides haircut. Ariadne had met powerful men before, but Hades was the first that made her want to submit. His silver eyes were unnerving as they studied her just as carefully.
"You're the infamous Spindle. I wondered how long it would take Asterion to hunt you down. 6 weeks is probably the longest anyone has lasted,"
Hades continued, his voice as seductively rich as hot chocolate. The 3 men on the couch all sniggered. "I knew it was pretty pointless, but I had to try." "My lord," replied Ariadne, wondering if he was here to turn her into a bloody smear.
"You almost killed him, which leaves a unique impression on a man like Asterion. If Thanatos here hadn't pulled his shade back from the ether, you might have succeeded,"
said Hades, with a nod in the silver-haired man's direction. The penny dropped, and Ariadne realized precisely who the 3 men on the couch were. They were a part of the Court of Styx, and were seen as rarely by the public as Hades was. The rumor was that they were brothers and did all of Hades' darkest, dirty work. If the silver-haired one was Thanatos, and the curly-haired one was Erebus, then the one with the coin had to be Charon. "You are so dead, Ariadne." She licked her lips nervously. "You don't sound half as annoyed about me trying to kill him as I expected. Are you here to watch Asterion finish me off?"
"You won't be dying today, Ariadne. From what Asterion tells me, you saved his life last night,"
Hades said. "I felt like I owed it to him for hearing me out."
"You've made him feel vulnerable in more ways than one. Give him some time, and I believe he'll get over the strangulation and his admiration will return."
"I don't think his feelings towards me could have ever been described as admiration," Ariadne said. The Lord of Styx actually smiled at her. "Are you going to help us find this Pythos that's irritating us?" asked Erebus. Ariadne nodded. I said that I would, and I gave Asterion everything I had. It's up to you guys to decide whether or not to trust me that the information is any good.
Why would we do that? You did try to kill him. This could be a ruse to help Pithos take down the court, said Karen, his coin flicking over his fingers.
Do you honestly think I would have risked pissing you all off and crossing Minos for the sake of a cause like Pithos? I don't think so. Pithos only got me to agree by withholding information and giving me something I've wanted for the last 15 years, argued Ariadne. Where is Asterion?
Revenge on Minos, said Hades.
His silver eyes flashed unnervingly, and pain pierced through her brain.
For many things, but mostly for her.
Get out of my head, you prick, Ariadne hissed viciously.
Hit a nerve, did I, mortal? Perhaps that's what you need to discuss with Asterion if you want him to trust you. Right now, he thinks you did it for money.
I don't care what he thinks.
Yes, you do. Are you afraid Asterion won't ever love you if he knows what you did?
Hades mocked. Love? Who would have thought the god of the Underworld was such a comedian?
Hades' smile was infuriating. Why did you keep his shirt, Spindle?
Ariadne scowled. I didn't realize one of your businesses was matchmaking.
I find humans and their emotions messy and predictable, especially when it comes to sex. There's no point in denying it. I know his other, more interesting side decided to mark you during your first encounter. The bruise is gone, but anyone with a drop of magical blood can see the mark and know that to interfere with you would make an enemy of him. I do hope you know what you're doing, Ariadne. Asterion isn't someone who you'd want to play with.
What the actual fuck? A magical mark? Who did that to a person they only just met? No shit, I'm not an idiot, Hades. I'm telling him everything he wants to know, and that includes the matter of the mole in his ranks, said Ariadne.
You believe you can find out who it is?
Erebus asked curiously. I can try. Only a small group would have close access to him, so it'll be someone he trusts. Ariadne folded her arms. You know he's not going to be able to view them suspiciously. There's an overprotective bro code between them, and he won't believe that one of them can betray him.
Then you must find them,
insisted Hades. How? I can't even take a shower without Asterion following me into it, she said, and Erebus elbowed Karen with a wink. She ignored them and continued. None of them will answer questions or rat each other out. Even if I do find out who it is, Asterion's not going to trust me enough to believe my word over theirs.
Then you must earn his trust so he will believe you,
said Thanatos calmly. As I said, how? As everyone keeps pointing out, I almost killed him. If his guards had their way, I'd be under the arena in a cell right now.
You could always earn Asterion's respect the way the guards had to,
Hades suggested thoughtfully. You want me to do the labyrinth? A thrill of danger ran through her. The competitive side of her began to goad her at just the thought of it.
I have a feeling it won't be a challenge for a woman like you, but it's perhaps the fastest way to get them to back off and trust that you're on our side. If you die, then justice is served, I suppose,
Hades replied.
And we could get some good bets in at the same time,
said Erebus. Asterion's bedroom door opened, and he started when he saw who was sitting on his lounge.
Dear gods, what are you lot doing here? We didn't come to see you, said Erebus with a sly smile. We came to see the girl who killed you. I can see why you hunted her so obsessively these past weeks.
Asterion's eyes narrowed. It's because of my charming wit, Ariadne replied.
Ariadne was just telling me about how she's going to help us find Pythos and track down your mole,
Hades said smoothly. And giving unwanted relationship advice, Ariadne mentally added.
I read through the files on the laptop, but I don't know how to track their sources or their origin,
said Asterion, sitting on the couch beside her.
Send it to Medusa. If there's a trail to be followed, she'll find it,
Hades said as he stood. He gave Ariadne another thoughtful look.
I want this one to go into the labyrinth.
Asterion tensed.
Why? I want to know how good she is. When all this dirty business is settled, if she's still alive, then I want her on my payroll. I'm sure Medusa will take her off your hands if you still feel raw about the attempted murder. She always needs more women at Serpentine.
She has enough women, Erebus complained. We should keep at least one pretty one.
Ariadne is mine,
snapped Asterion before checking himself.
I don't think this is a good idea, Hades. Your judgment is clouded, and therefore irrelevant when it comes to her. I want her in the labyrinth tonight. We'll be back at 8 to watch,
Hades said, the sharp snap of the order making them all straighten. The Lord of Styx got to his feet, and the three brothers rose to follow him.
We look forward to betting on you tonight, said Karen.
For or against? Ariadne couldn't resist asking.
For,
Erebus said, as Thanatos pushed him out of the apartment, the doors shutting loudly behind them. Asterion swore under his breath.
What did you tell them?
Anything they asked me. They are the court of Styx, aren't they? Asterion nodded.
Them, Medusa, and me. I'm sorry that they ambushed you like that. They have problems with boundaries.
Ariadne adjusted her robe and got up. There was no way she'd be going back to sleep after that fucking visit. I'm going to need my clothes unless you're going to make me do the labyrinth naked.
They're in the top drawer in the wardrobe. I don't want you going in the fucking labyrinth at all,
Asterion said stubbornly, like he had any say in the decision. Why do you care? I've seen the quality of your bodyguards. If they can survive it, I'm sure I can. They weren't good enough to stop me, after all. I'll happily do the labyrinth if it means you all stop bitching at me for killing you. Oh, yeah. Hades told me about that, too. I did kill you, and Thanatos brought you back, so I guess that means I was good enough to beat you, too, Ariadne replied, and headed for the wardrobe so she didn't have to see his expression. She didn't know why she was provoking him, but she blamed waking up to a bunch of gods looming over her. She'd always wondered if they actually were gods. But if Thanatos could bring Asterion's shade back, what the hell else could they do? Why, oh, why didn't you tell Pythos where to stick their contract? In the top drawer of a beautifully built-in set of shelves, the clothes that she had kept stuffed into her backpack were now in neatly folded piles. Who the fuck actually folded underwear? A better question was, who the fuck had folded hers? She grabbed her gym clothes and locked the bathroom door behind her. She didn't need Asterion barging in and having his body making her flustered and distracted again. You just backtalked Hades fucking Acheron, met his monsters, and rubbed the Minotaur's nose in the fact you murdered him, Ariadne told her pale reflection. She really did have a death wish. No wonder Hades ordered Asterion to put her in the pit. If you live, you might get to work for Medusa. That wouldn't be so bad. It was a hell of a big if. By the time Ariadne emerged from the bathroom, Asterion was gone, leaving Vin to watch over her. How many hours do I have? Ariadne asked as she braided back her hair.
2, but I'm to take you to the back of the arena now to where the other contenders warm up. If you thought Asterion was going to give you special treatment because you are a girl, you're wrong," Vin replied.
"You seem to be forgetting who I am, bodyguard. I don't need anyone's special treatment, least of all from your master." Ariadne was already tired of their macho bullshit. She thought growing up in a house full of murderous girls was bad, but she was starting to think the boys' club was worse.
"We'll see if you're so cocky by the end of the night if you survive that long," Vin said, gesturing towards the door.
"Bet you 50 drachmae that I will be," Ariadne replied, and held out her hand.
Vin chuckled. "You're on, girl."
He shook it, and Ariadne thought he might be okay under the bullshit. The arena downstairs was eerie without the roar of the crowds. It was still lit up, with people cleaning and raking away the layer of sand to reveal the doors that would open up to the labyrinth. "Don't suppose I get a sneak peek at the setup before I'm thrown into it?" she asked.
"And ruin all the fun? I've seen grown men piss themselves at the very sight of it."
"That's not saying much. I've seen grown men piss themselves when they've seen a pair of tits."
"You talk a lot of shit for a woman," Vin said.
"You can take the girl out of Hellas, but you can't take Hellas out of the girl."
"Thought Minos would have taught you better. Smoothed out that accent and attitude a bit."
"He tried, but I guess he should have picked a younger orphan to manipulate."
"Huh. That explains it."
"Explains what?" Ariadne said.
Vin gave a lazy half shrug. "The boss has a soft spot for orphans."
"And you think he has a soft spot for me?" Ariadne laughed. Vin didn't.
"He had a soft spot for you since you crashed into him on the street. Can't quite figure out why. Since you're not the prettiest girl who's ever thrown herself at him, you even tried to kill him, and he's still not mad."
"Hunting me down in Isthmia and making me his prisoner until he decides how to kill me doesn't seem mad to you?"
Vin shook his head. "I've seen Asterion mad. I've seen his bull gore a traitor from his dick to his chin. That's how he usually deals with people who fuck with him. You strangled him, and he still doesn't know what to do with you. It's bad for his reputation."
"I suppose dumping me in the labyrinth will put the decision in the hands of the fates. You're all going to have to find someone else to hate if I survive."
"There's always plenty of people to hate."
Vin pushed open the doors to a large gym area where a few of the bouncers and bodyguards were working out. She recognized most of them from the reconnaissance she'd done on the club.
"Looks like the boss has finally come to his senses and decided to let you die,"
one said from the other side of the room.
"I'm going to enjoy watching the labyrinth rip you apart,"
said another. "Men," Ariadne muttered. Vin pushed open another door that seemed to be an antechamber to the arena. There was an assortment of weapons positioned in racks against the wall. They were well made, but not fancy. Ariadne figured those that were into weaponry would bring their own.
"Don't get any ideas. They aren't for you," said Vin.
"I get nothing? Not even a little baby sword?"
"Hades' orders."
What a fucker. He really was determined to make her work for it. Vin sat down and gestured at her to get on with it. Ariadne fell into her regular warm-up routine, letting her body go through the motions as she thought. Minos had never been one to let them use unnecessary equipment, believing that the weight of your own body was best for working out. Ariadne tried to go over all the information she knew surrounding the labyrinth. Asterion had called it a gauntlet. She'd done plenty of those. It was designed to kill people, so she knew that there would be traps. This is something Minos would enjoy. It made her wonder all over again why Minos hadn't used the arena as another way to test his priestesses. He had ensured that their entire lives were a constant test. Ariadne had been poisoned, Attacked in the shower, strangled in her sleep, the list went on, all to ensure she was tough enough to survive. Minos had a devious and violent mind, and his final trial before their graduation probably would have made the assholes in the gym next door blubber. Ariadne had only seen 12 out of 30 girls survive it in all the time she'd lived at the temple. A message tone knocked Ariadne out of her meditation. Vin checked his phone and frowned at her. "You're up in 10 minutes, girl. Pray to your god if you have one." "Whatever." Ariadne got off the mat and started a final round of stretching. Leah used to pray to Saint Spiridon, patron saint of orphans and other poor bastards, before a fight. It didn't matter how often Ariadne pointed out that if her saint were listening, they wouldn't have ended up in the hands of a prick like Minos. Leah still prayed. Ariadne didn't think prayers to anyone would help her tonight, not when the god of the Underworld had ordered her punishment. "I don't know, guys. I think she looks nervous. So much for being a badass assassin," Theseus said from behind her. Ariadne turned to face the group of bodyguards now watching her. "I'm sorry I'm such a disappointment to you menfolk," she said sarcastically. "At least you're going to make it up to us with an entertaining death," Theseus replied. "You hope. It's going to be fun to watch how much it burns your pride when I survive. Make sure you have my 50 drachmae ready, Vin." "I should have got you to pay up before we left the apartment," he grumbled as he gestured to the guards to get ready to open the doors. Ariadne rolled her neck and shoulders. There was nothing outside those doors that could be worse than dying on Minos's torture table. "You want a kiss for good luck?" Theseus asked. "You want to be punched in the dick?" she replied. His smile was cold and vicious. "I hope you die screaming, spindle. 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 Spindle." Chapter 13. As Tyrion stood in Hades' personal box, the Lord of Styx sitting casually to watch the show. Karen stood by the door with arms folded, and Erebus and Thanatos were leaning against the balcony railing. Asterion had never argued or rebelled against the god that freed him, but he'd argued futilely for the past 2 hours about letting Ariadne into the arena.
"Sit down and have a drink, Asterion. It's not as if you haven't seen this all before," said Hades, passing a glass of amber liquid to him. "Go on. I brought this one from home, and you need it."
"Why are you doing this?
It's not like you to interfere in this kind of matter,"
asked Asterion.
"Pythos is why I'm doing this. Monster killers, like Greece needs their kind rising again,"
Hades answered.
"You know you like the girl. You're too upset and stubborn to admit it. This will make it easier for you and your men to trust her. You weren't strong enough to make the decision to kill her, so I did it for you. Let the fates decide."
"Trust takes more than almost death in that arena," Asterion said.
"Did you ever stop to think why she gave all her information up to you so easily?"
asked Karen.
"She was scared I was going to torture it out of her."
Karen's chuckle was deep and thoroughly amused as he answered.
"You don't think Minos trained her to withstand torture? You could have been at her for days and not gotten a thing out of her. She's giving it up because she likes you and because she wants your help. I believe she's hoping you'll kill Minos, even if you kill her too."
"Karen has a point. She likes you," said Thanatos thoughtfully.
"I am going to kill Minos. What I read last night is a fraction of the filth he wallows in. That fuck is breathing his final breaths and doesn't even know it. As soon as Pythos is dealt with, I'm going to tear that bastard apart,
Asterion vowed. The bull in him strained, wanting to be free at the thought of violence.
You see? You've ignored Minos for years, and now you're going to kill him because of what he did to her. Just admit you like the girl, sighed Hades. So what if I do? It still doesn't explain to me why you want her down there.
Hades gave him a knowing smile.
Don't you want to know how good she really is?
I do. I've got 100 drachmae riding on it, too,
said Erebus eagerly. Asterion didn't reply as the drummers began to pound out the steady beat. There were no punters tonight. He wouldn't make a spectacle out of Ariadne any more than what he had to. The floor opened to reveal the death trap. Only one way in and out. The labyrinth had been laid with pressure and time-sensitive traps, and even if Ariadne made it to the middle, she would find 3 well-trained opponents to kill before she could even begin the second half. Hades had insisted on the fatality clause that night, and Asterion didn't recognize the 3 gladiators that now waited in the center. His guard shouted insults down at Ariadne, gripping the metal mesh that covered the labyrinth and shaking it, trying to frighten her. Asterion's heart was in his throat as Ariadne looked at the first trial of time-sensitive spears that were thrusting from the walls intermittently. Her expression, that had a grave seriousness when she'd first entered, now changed.
Is she fucking smiling right now?
Asterion said incredulously, leaning over the edge of the balcony for a better look. She was. A big fuck-you grin now stretched from ear to ear. This woman is fucking insane. The way she handled herself in the firefight and their hurried orgasms in the shower afterward had him wondering if she even knew how to act like a normal person. Now he had proof Ariadne was nuts, as she faced certain death and was smiling. Erebus laughed.
You expected her to start crying? Sit back, Asterion. This is going to be quite the show.
Asterion didn't sit down. He watched with terror seeping through every part of his being. Even his bull was silent, as if holding its breath. Ariadne didn't bolt through the javelin walls like he'd seen other successful contenders do. That would be too easy. She crouched into a runner's lunge and then launched herself through them in an almost balletic, perfectly timed dive and a graceful roll to clear them. The men in the lower seats stopped jeering at her.
Fuck me, that was perfect,
Karen whistled as he joined them at the balcony. Ariadne didn't even look up, all her concentration on the obstacles before her. She didn't race through the second section either. Instead, she picked up a handful of stones from the gravel path and flung them. Jets of fire shot up where they landed. Ariadne spat on her hands, wiped the excess on the soles of her dusty bare feet, and ran up the side of the slick wall, grabbed the metal mesh covering her, and used it to swing up and over the pressure plates and onto the next safe space. Hades' phone binged.
Medusa is offering 2 million drachmae for her.
Asterion glared at the Serpent Queen's cameras above him and lifted his middle finger.
Not for sale, you red-haired witch,
he said. He knew Medusa would have been roaring with laughter, but it didn't matter. He wasn't going to let them haggle over Ariadne like she was a slab of meat.
You're missing it,
Hades said. Asterion swore. He'd missed 2 trials by the distraction.
What happened? Why is she bleeding?
One of the darts grazed her. Ah, let's see how she does at the center, Hades said, his silver eyes gleaming with interest.
You're a real bastard,
said Asterion.
As if I care.
Hades was unyielding when he made a decision, and Asterion could swear and threaten as much as he liked, and it would get him nowhere. Ariadne was moving, ducking quickly under the first gladiator's spear, rolling before tossing a handful of sandy grit into the eyes of the second as she got to her feet. She took advantage of the distraction to grip him by the arm and twist him around as a human shield, the hatchet the third gladiator threw hitting him in the chest. She shoved the body away and took the dead man's sword.
I told you she didn't need a weapon, though I'm starting to question the abilities of my men,
said Hades. Asterion didn't reply. He couldn't look away as Ariadne tumbled and sliced, weakening both of her oversized and heavily armored opponents. The hatchet-wielder went down with one of his own blades embedded in his face. The first gladiator swung his spear too wide, and Ariadne charged in and swung up him in a viciously elegant move that had her on his shoulders and snapping his neck in a forceful jerk. Asterion cringed as she sank to the ground, still riding on the dead man's shoulder. She calmly retrieved the hatchet from the dead gladiator's face and slid the handle down the side of her tights before lifting the dropped spear. Ariadne walked out of the center arena, and the curved blades of the pendulums dropped. After watching them for a few thoughtful seconds, Ariadne took a few steps backward, hefted the spear up in her right hand, ran and threw it with a shout that echoed through the silent arena. The sharp point of the blade sliced through the first two ropes and shaved the edges of the last two so that the pendulums flopped out of rhythm and fell to the ground as the weave of the rope unraveled. Ariadne stepped quickly around the fallen blades and came to the last 10 meters of a fire pit. A chaotic laugh came from her, and she did a series of sun salutations as if she had all the time in the world.
"What the fuck is she doing?" Erebus asked, leaning back over the balcony. "Working herself up. She's been trained to firewalk."
Hades stood up and joined him. Asterion could hear Ariadne's breathing patterns change as she rolled her shoulders back. Gripping the railings of the balcony, Asterion watched as she calmly strode across the fire pit, eyes forward, delicious hips swaying like it was a catwalk. As she reached the exit to the labyrinth, she hefted the hatchet and threw it towards the group of ogling guards so quickly that they fell back with a shout, even though the weapon couldn't get through the mesh.
"I am so aroused right now," Erebus said. "Are you sure I can't convince you to let me have her?"
"Fuck you," Asterion said, without any real venom. The triplets only laughed at him. Asterion watched as Ariadne disappeared into the anteroom, and his bull roared inside of him.
"I need to go." "You'd better hurry. My guess is Ariadne has about 15 more good minutes before the poison from that dart kicks in,"
Hades said, looking at his phone.
"Medusa says if you kill her, I'll turn you into the world's ugliest birdbath and what looks like a smiling poop emoji."
"I hate you all," Asterion replied before hurrying down the stairs to the elevator. He'd taken 2 steps into his apartment when he heard the shouting. "A deal is a deal! Pay up, you ape!" Ariadne shouted.
"You cheated, woman! You cut down those pendulums instead of navigating them, and don't even get me started on the fire jets," Vin argued back.
"Don't blame me because you were too dumb to think of a smarter way to do it. Now you'll pay me my drachmae, or I'm going to beat you like I used to beat up fat rich kids with too much money."
"Bring it on, you mouthy little—"
Vin stopped as soon as he noticed Asterion. Ariadne was in the big man's red face, ready to carry out her threats.
"If you are dumb enough to bet against the High Priestess, you pay up,"
Asterion said firmly. Vin muttered and handed over the handful of bills before heading for the door.
"Good luck to you, boss. I don't know what you see in that harpy,"
Vin said, but gave him a wink where Ariadne couldn't see. Vin knew precisely what he saw in her.
Asterion would be surprised if all his men weren't a little in love with her now, not to mention Erebus.
Like he needed that headache.
Decided to finally come back, did you? Enjoy the show from your little balcony with your buddies? Ariadne demanded.
The show? You mean watching you break my property and kill Hades' men and almost yourself in the process? No, I didn't fucking enjoy the show, he said, as he closed the space between them.
You were the one dumb enough to put me in there. Don't pout that I didn't die when you've only got yourself to blame. Ariadne's rant cut off as Asterion lifted the filthy, angry assassin up off her feet and kissed her roughly. It was filled with all his fear and frustration, and she met him head-on with an almost violent intensity, just like she always did.
Stop talking. Your body is laced with poison, and we need to treat it before you start hallucinating,
Asterion said when they broke apart. Ariadne touched her reddened lips. I think I already am, she said, as she slumped in his arms. Asterion placed her on the couch, uncaring how bloody and filthy she was.
You're in for a rough night, sweetness, but don't worry. It won't kill you, and neither will I.
Despite Asterion's reassurances, Ariadne was sure she was dying. Fire raced through her veins, and she couldn't stop screaming. Through bleary eyes, she could see Asterion injecting her with something and laying cool, wet cloths on her burning skin. In one eye, she could see the man, and in the other, she could see the Minotaur. He had kissed her, and she didn't know why, but she'd liked it, and didn't know what that meant either. You need to stop making me so confused, she said, her tongue heavy in her mouth.
I'll stop if you do,
Asterion replied, cleaning the bloody wound on her bicep where the dart had gotten her.
Sloppy!
An apparition of Minos shouting at her made her jump backward. Don't give me back to him, she begged.
I'm not letting Minos anywhere near you, Ariadne,
Asterion replied, as if knowing who haunted her waking nightmares. Can you trust a creature like him not to betray you? Minos had disappeared, and a beautiful, willowy girl with straight brown hair stood in his place. Leah. Ariadne curled into a ball and moaned. No, not you. Go away, Leah. I can't see you. Why? Because of what you did to me? You were closer to me than blood. Look at me, Ariadne. Look at what you did. Warm hands lifted her, and Ariadne cried out when she was lowered into a bath. Her heart was racing as Asterion pulled the clothes from her body. Look at how he's caring for you. I cared for you like that once. I chased your nightmares away and kept Minos's probing hands from you. I protected you, and you betrayed me, Leah said, refusing to leave her alone. I didn't betray you. I didn't know. Ariadne shouted at the shade.
Shh. Easy, Ariadne. It's just the poison. There's no one here but me,
Asterion said, wiping the sweat and dirt away from her face. Leah's here. Leah's watching. She's always watching because I failed her.
You want to tell me about it?
He asked gently. That's it. Tell him of your great shame, Spindle. Tell him all about how you buried my memory and never honored your promise, Leah goaded. She was taken from the orphanage in Hellas, same as me. Ariadne's hands began to move, and she hallucinated a cat's cradle of golden light moving between her shaking fingers. We did everything together, protected each other. We even had a secret language and used the cat's cradles like sign language so Minos wouldn't know. She was kind, too kind for Minos. He said that she was being sent to a special school to make her tougher. I believed him. She was always so soft. I thought a special school would help her. Asterion brushed her wet hair back with his fingers.
and she curled her head into his palm like a cat that had been denied too many pats.
You don't have to tell me anymore if you don't want to.
Leah's shade gave her a cruel smile.
Here's your chance to stop while he still is pitying you, Spindle. Why don't you take advantage of it and suck his cock to keep him from knowing what kind of person you are? Go on. Madame Zira always used to boast how good you were at it.
Just go away, Leah. Ariadne heaved, tears streaming down her face.
It's okay, Ariadne. Just breathe. It won't last long. It's not real,
Asterion said. Ariadne brought her knees up to her chest, trying to force her head to clear. She needed to tell him. If she didn't, he might let Minos go, and she needed to kill him. She needed it more than the air that burned in her lungs. Minos has a final trial that all the priestesses must face. Part of it is like your labyrinth, an obstacle course to test our skills, but much harder than what you threw at me today. I was his best student, so he put a lot of effort into it. I have the scars on my back to prove it, but I made it through. I thought it was over. But then a person, hooded and cloaked, was brought forward and forced to their knees. Minos gave me the golden braid, knowing that I picked strangulation as my form of kill. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't even care. I only wanted to prove myself to be the best. I killed them easily. They didn't even struggle. When it was over, Minos removed the hood, and it was my Leah. There was no fucking school. But there was a lesson, and one that Minos had repeated over and over. Kill the thing that you love most, because it's always going to make you weak. If you love nothing, care about nothing, you never fear to lose it. No fear, no emotion, only duty, and a job done well. Ariadne looked up to see Leah gone, and she buried her face in her hands and sobbed. She didn't know how much time passed, but when she stopped crying, Asterion helped her out of the bath and wrapped her in a robe. He carried her gently and placed her in his bed. I promised Leah I'd kill him, Asterion. I'll do whatever you want. I'll kill all of Pythos and your mole and everyone you ask. Just let me kill Minos. You can even kill me after it if that's what you want. Just let me do it, please, Ariadne begged. Asterion lay down beside her and drew her close, his large body enclosing hers completely.
I won't be killing you, Ariadne. If anyone tries to hurt you, I'll make sure they don't live long. We're going to get Pythos together.
You forgive me for killing you? She sniffed.
I forgive you. And I'm pretty sure Leah would have too. She would have known you loved her.
I hope she did. So, we have a truce?
Yeah, sweetness. We have a truce.
Ariadne curled her fingers into his shirt. And Minos?
Don't worry, little assassin. Minos is going to die. By my hand or yours. He'll die.
Asterion promised. And Ariadne finally fell asleep. Fell asleep. Fell asleep. Fell asleep. Fell asleep. Chapter 14. Asterion and anger were old friends. It had been a part of him for so long that the new strain of pure fury that was now growing in him was something strange and frightening. It was tied up with other, more complicated feelings, like overprotectiveness, that made him question if he was in his right mind. Looking down at Ariadne, fast asleep with limbs askew, he was filled with a driving need to slay everyone who had ever upset her. Ariadne could do her own slaying, he knew it, but it still didn't make the feeling go away.
Stop staring at her, you creepy bastard.
Asterion left a glass of water on her bedside. His bedside, damn it, and went back to his kitchen to make coffee. The poison had run its course, and she was sleeping peacefully. There was no need to loom over her to make sure she was still breathing. He needed to take his mind off her, so he poured a coffee and sent a text to Medusa.
Any luck with the laptop?
He didn't have long to wait. A minute later, his Skype was calling, and Medusa's face appeared on his flat screen. It mustn't have been a filming day because her bouncy red hair was tied up on top of her head, and she was wearing a pair of Doctor Who pajamas. "Well, look who's finally awake," she said irritably.
"Good morning to you, too,"
Asterion replied, sitting down in his lounge chair. Medusa's wide mouth broke into a grin as she lowered the pair of black-framed hipster glasses from her startling green eyes. "You don't look nearly as sexed up as I thought you would be. Did our glorious assassin turn you down?"
"It's not like that. Ariadne caught a dart, so she's been working the poison out of her system."
"She got grazed by a dart, and only just." "Oh, honey, look at you. You have a crush on a girl. It only took you being strangled to death to notice they exist," teased Medusa.
"I'm hardly a virgin, Sousa."
"Sex wasn't what I was referring to, and you know it. When do I get to meet her?"
"Never, if you are going to bombard her like this. The triplets were bad enough yesterday,"
said Asterion. "Don't be a bitch. I want her for Serpentine when this is all over. You can't keep a woman like her locked up. She's going to need a job," Medusa said.
"If she works for you, she'll pick up all sorts of bad habits, like back-talking me."
"From what Hades has told me, she already does backtalk. Big ovaries on her to sass the boss, but she did. I'm so in love with her. We are going to be besties in no time. Though I think I'm going to have to fight Erebus for her. The boys are all quite impressed with her."
"Stop trying to get a rise out of me. You know it won't work."
"Look upon me and despair, mortal!" Medusa shouted theatrically, making Asterion jump in surprise.
"Can I despair after I have coffee?" Ariadne murmured sleepily from behind him. "Is there more?" "Fresh pot in the kitchen," Asterion said, trying not to laugh. "Thanks. I'll be back to despairing in a minute," she said, and shuffled off with a yawn.
"Wow! Not even a nibble! No wonder Hades was pouting that his supreme awesomeness didn't affect her," Medusa chuckled.
"Believe it or not, we aren't the scariest monsters she's ever met," said Asterion, the furious sucker punch feeling back under his ribs.
"Oh, I know that look. If you're about to make a big mess of someone high profile, you better warn me so I can make sure it doesn't turn into a media shitstorm," Medusa said with a sigh. Ariadne came back with a steaming mug and sat on the couch beside him, tucking her feet underneath her. "Did I miss anything important? Any leads on Pythos?" she asked. "Look at her, jumping right into it. Well done, and the labyrinth last night, my dear. I don't think I've seen the blockheads so worked up after a contender got through. You made them all look so average, I thought their little male egos were going to make them stroke out." Ariadne laughed, a full belly laugh that Asterion hadn't heard before. "You should have seen Vin trying to get out of paying the 50 drachmae he bet me. Hopefully Asterion won't give you half as much trouble with the prize money." "I thought my prize was a truce," Ariadne said. "Asterion, if you cheat this woman out of her prize money, I'll come around there and geld you," Medusa hissed.
"I never said I wasn't going to give her the prize money. Why are you putting words in my mouth?" said Asterion.
Ariadne grinned over the top of her mug. "I like you, Medusa. Better than Asterion, because you know I'd love you to come over and work with me at Serpentine," she offered. Asterion tensed, not wanting to be petty enough to start a bidding match. "Maybe once I'm done with Asterion, or if he gets annoying and overbearing," answered Ariadne. "So I'll see you next week?"
Enough! Ariadne isn't going anywhere until I say so,
snapped Asterion. Ariadne's eyes narrowed. Is that what you think? Medusa laughed gleefully. Whatever. I did look at the laptop, and they used VPNs and bounced things around, wiped serial numbers and what have you, but they did connect it to an internet service in the Lethe district. The seedy end, not the nice end, she clarified. I looked up who owned the building, but it's leased under a shell company of a shell company, and it might be easier just to go around and have a look. I'll email you an address.
Thanks, Sousa. I appreciate it,
Asterion said, his temper cooling. Yeah, I'm brilliant, I know. I have another question, said Ariadne. Shoot, cutie. You're a magical creature too, like Asterion. Can you see a mark? Ariadne said, pulling down the collar of her robe. You mean where our Minotaur here got excited and bit you? Even if I hadn't heard about it from the triplets, you could see that thing from space, and Asterion hasn't told you about that. No, Hades had to. I need you to tell me how to get rid of it, Ariadne said, folding her arms stubbornly. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. You're breaking up, lied Medusa, and turned off the call. Asterion was plunged into the electric silence of female fury.
I don't suppose you'll believe me when I tell you that it wasn't my intention, he said lamely.
Was he ever going to get on a good footing with this woman? Is that how you found me in Isthmia? Ariadne's eyes were like storm clouds.
No, I didn't realize I had done it until Hades mentioned it. I tracked you down because you were wearing my shirt, and I could smell it.
Smell it? Oh. The bull could. Hades said that it was your bull that marked me, and not you. As such. Are you guys one and the same, or separate? She demanded.
Fuck. How are you going to tell her without freaking her out?
He'd never tried to explain it to anyone except Hades when he'd first released him from the labyrinth. He'd been a half-mad, wild thing that Hades had to tame to even be able to function above ground.
I see us as being different sides of the same coin. When I'm the Minotaur, I act more impulsively, and more primal instincts come into play. When I'm a man, I can think clearer, control myself better. But sometimes we leak into each other during moments of stress or heightened emotion, Asterion said. Heightened emotion like sex with a mysterious and beautiful woman? Ariadne asked. He managed a small smile. Ariadne wasn't running, so that was a plus. Something like that.
And this stupid mark means that I belong to you or something?
Yes, the bull said, but Asterion shook his head. No, it means you're under my protection, and warns off supernatural beings like Medusa and the boys. That's all. It's not some magical binding spell. You're not my slave or my prisoner. After last night, you won't even have anyone guarding you unless you want the extra protection.
So, I could walk out of here right now and you wouldn't try to stop me? There was a challenging glint in her eye that he was starting to become intimately acquainted with.
You think you have a better chance out there on your own than here with me?
That's not what I asked. Asterion's teeth ground together, but he managed to take a calming breath before he answered.
You're free to leave whenever you like. You'll be safer here, but I can't make you stay.
But you want me to? Even after what I told you last night about killing the only other person I've ever been close to? She sounded pissed, but Asterion could hear the unease underneath it.
Is she nervous? We've all done shitty things, Ariadne. I'm not about to judge you on what you've done to survive.
Okay, then. I'll stay, she said, and she got up and walked back to the kitchen for more coffee, leaving Asterion confused, which was becoming the norm whenever she was around.
"You'll stay? Just like that, no kicking and screaming?"
he asked as he followed her. She was bending over, rummaging in his fridge. "Do you want me to kick and scream?" Ariadne asked, as she put a tub of almond yogurt on the counter.
"No, I like it when you're not going for my throat,"
Asterion replied honestly. "Then quit your bitching." Ariadne opened the tub and passed him a spoon before she sat up on the counter and dug her own into it. She was already more at home in his kitchen than he'd ever been. Not wanting to say something stupid, he ate a spoonful of yogurt. "We need to set up some surveillance at that property. Maybe get some cameras in place so we can monitor it for 24 hours, Ariadne said thoughtfully.
"Why wait? I could send a group of guys in right now,"
Asterion argued. Ariadne shook her head as she scooped out more yogurt. "Because we can't trust them. You're forgetting about your mole. In fact, we shouldn't let them know about the location at all. At least, not yet. I'll do it. That way, if the mole turns up, we'll catch them on camera."
"You're not going over there by yourself,"
Asterion said a little too quickly. "It's the best plan, and you know it. Besides, you told me I was free to go whenever I wanted."
"I don't want you risking your life just to plant a few stupid cameras,"
Asterion said. "I'm not risking anything. It's an easy job. And unlike you, I can blend into a crowd." Asterion's phone pinged, and he was grateful for the distraction.
"I'm needed upstairs in the club for about an hour. Can we talk about this idea of yours after that?"
"Only if you bring down a really fancy bottle of wine to make it worth the wait," she said as she sucked the yogurt off her spoon. "I'm sure I can kill an hour in your shower with all of those interesting jets." Asterion had an internal debate of the merits of not going upstairs, but knew he couldn't drop his whole life to entertain her, even if he sorely wanted to. He moved past her and put his spoon in the dishwasher.
"It's only a staff meeting. I shouldn't take too long,"
Asterion mumbled. One of Ariadne's long legs shot out, blocking his exit. "Before you go, I wanted to say thanks for last night. I was a mess in more ways than one, and you were cool about it. I appreciate it."
"I didn't hear an actual thank you in all of that,"
he teased. Quick as a flash, she had him by his shirt front and pulled him in between her legs. She gave him a few seconds to back out if he wanted to, and when he didn't, she gave him a long, lingering kiss, her tongue doing wicked things that sent a bolt of excitement straight to his dick. Her hand slid down his back and gave his ass a surprising squeeze. "Thank you," Ariadne said huskily, letting him go with a gentle shove.
"Enjoy that shower,"
he replied as he straightened his shirt. "You know I will," she replied with a wide smile. "Work hard."
"You're such a terror."
Asterion made a quick retreat from the kitchen. It was going to be the fastest staff meeting in history. 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 Chapter 15. Ariadne waited until Asterion had left the apartment before she took out the phone she had swiped from his back pocket. She found Medusa's phone number and sent her a text. "Going to need some cameras to set up around Pithos's building. Help a sister out? Ariadne." "Does the bull know you have his phone?" "Does it matter? It needs to be done, and we can't trust the blockheads." "Goodie Pack will be waiting at reception for you. Leave his phone behind." Medusa signed off with a snake emoji, and Ariadne went to get dressed. Her brush with poisoning the previous night had left her hollow-eyed, but it was nothing that a bit of makeup and a decent ponytail couldn't disguise. Lethe was a more middle-class district, so she made sure her clothes didn't have any holes in them when she dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Everything in Asterion's apartment was neat in its perfect place, but his wardrobe was insane. You're not half OCD, Asterion, Ariadne said, opening his drawers and looking at all his folded clothes. After a bit of searching, she found a drawer of expensive watches and sunglasses in neat rows. She helped herself to a pair of designer aviators and a watch that probably cost the same amount as the nicest house in Hellas. As promised, there were no bodyguards outside the apartment doors when Ariadne slipped out 10 minutes later. The club wasn't open, so the elevators weren't locked down to swipe cards only, and the kitchens were empty of staff. Clearly, staff meeting meant everyone. Perfect. Ariadne made it out of the building without being seen and walked the 2 city blocks to Serpentine Tower. The foyer was the combination of a green marble temple and a technological haven. Screens projected a news stream of Medusa in a stunning emerald green velvet suit, scathingly criticizing the current foreign policy. She seemed the complete opposite of the woman in Doctor Who pajamas Ariadne had talked to less than an hour ago. "Miss Ariadne?" a cool, polished voice asked. A woman in a tailored black dress held out a heavy envelope to her. "Miss Medusa would like you to have this, with her compliments. Also, she's instructed me to take you to your car, if you'll follow me." "Sure thing," Ariadne said, like she knew what was going on. What car? In the underground car park, the woman gave her a set of keys to a small white Renault and left her to it. The package in her arms buzzed, and Ariadne retrieved a smartphone. "Snake Queen" flashed on the screen, and she fumbled to answer it. "You are either insane or brilliant, but I can't make up my mind which," Medusa said. "Can it be both? Should I ask why I'm being loaned a car? Because you need to do this quickly and get back to the labyrinth before Asterion finds you're gone. This was the least flashy car I could organize in such short notice. I trust you know how to drive?" "Of course I know how to drive. I couldn't take any of Asterion's cars. He would have known I left. And would have killed you for taking one of his babies. Okay, in the package is a hands-free headset, so put it on," Medusa instructed as Ariadne got into the car. "Why?" "Because I'm giving you remote and emotional support." "You think I need it?" "No, but it means I'll be able to configure the cameras you set and also reassure Asterion you're okay when he loses his shit because you left the club without telling him." "He said I wasn't a prisoner, so he'll have to deal with it," argued Ariadne. "And you think he'll see it that way? Bless." Ariadne plugged in her hands-free and wondered if having Medusa involved and running commentary in her head was going to be a good thing. The building in Lethe was on the edge of an industrial estate that backed onto the Styx port. Ariadne had to admit, if Pythos was into smuggling, it would be the perfect spot to do it. She parked 2 blocks from the building, bought a coffee from a local cafe, and people-watched as she waited 20 minutes for the sun to go down. "Better move that perky ass of yours. You have about another 15 minutes before Asterion's meeting is finished. He would know he left his phone behind by now, so he'll be heading straight back to the apartment," warned Medusa. "He'll get over it. You hope. Honestly, you could have given him 1 day to honor that truce of yours." "Truce and not a prisoner imply I can leave whenever I want. If he doesn't like it, I'll leave permanently." "Oh, to be a fly on the wall when that conversation goes down," Medusa hooted with laughter. Ariadne ignored her as she found the fire escape to the nearest building and scaled it soundlessly. There was a tall building facing where the Pythos signal had come from, so Ariadne made a point of checking the roof for any existing CCTV. There wasn't any, which made both Ariadne and Medusa suspicious. "Doesn't seem right in that part of Styx," said Medusa thoughtfully. "Unless they know that a certain Snake Queen could hack into them," Ariadne replied. She took out the tiny cameras and began to stick them behind downpipes and under windowsills so that they wouldn't be seen from the street. "Let me know when we are up and running so I can get out of here," she said. There was a tapping in the background as Medusa hummed away to herself. "These are new prototypes I've been playing with, so the usual camera scanners and signal blockers won't work, even if they are clever enough to use them," Medusa explained. "Shit. Looks like there is company headed your way. I've picked them up on traffic cams about a block from you." Ariadne set the last of the cameras, scaled the building, and crouched down in the shadows on the roof. A plain white van pulled up in front of the Pythos building, and 3 men got out. They were the over-muscled type that Ariadne usually associated with bodyguards who were hired for bulk and not skill. "Time to get out of there. The cameras are up and running. Don't try to engage them. You don't know who else is in the building, so don't risk it," Medusa said, as if knowing what Ariadne was thinking. She contemplated arguing on principle before relenting to common sense. "Okay, I'll head back to the club. Don't dawdle or detour on your way. Asterion's onto you." Ariadne let out a long groan. Shit. Asterion felt the change in the apartment as soon as he stepped into it. It was too quiet, too cold. He checked the bedroom, knowing he'd find nothing, but was still disappointed when he did. "What the hell, Ariadne?" he said, when he found his phone on the kitchen counter. She must have picked his pocket when she'd kissed him. He'd been so distracted by her mouth, he hadn't even felt what her hands were doing. Why not take it with her if she planned on bailing? He scrolled through his messages, found the exchange with Medusa, and saw red before hitting the call button. "2 calls in 1 day. I feel so special," Medusa answered. "Where is she?" he asked, trying to keep his voice from rising. "Don't worry, I'm on the other line with her. I've stuck with her the whole time." "What the actual fuck, Susa? You shouldn't have let her leave at all, let alone encourage her to go by herself into the enemy's camp." "You need to get something into that bullhead of yours. Ariadne is a capable, kick-ass woman. She's not like one of the ditzy club girls you usually sleep with. She has more experience wading through the filthy underbelly of Styx than the majority of your men. She was born into it and has lived through the worst of it. You can't treat her like a damsel and expect to keep her." "I haven't kept her at all. She's fucking gone again, and it took me 6 weeks to find her last time. I can't keep her here if she doesn't want to stay, but I would have at least liked a goodbye," Asterion said, hating the truth of it. "That's right. You can't keep her. You can't treat her like a princess when she's an assassin." "So what am I meant to do? Twiddle my thumbs and hope she decides not to run?" "You can stop acting like a big baby for a start. Suck it up and wait for her to return. Go to the gym. Work off all that sexual frustration. I'll keep an eye on our girl." "If Ariadne looks like she's about to leave the city, will you tell me?" Asterion asked. Medusa's laugh was delightful. "Absolutely not," she replied, and hung up. Asterion took her advice and went downstairs to the gym. He had been alone for a long time, and all Ariadne had been was a pain in his ass from the day they met. "Get a grip, man. 3 days ago you were going to kill her, and now you're sulking like a spurned lover." A few kisses and whatever happened in the shower didn't mean they were lovers. Her debt with him had been cleared with all the information she'd given and by her surviving the labyrinth. She owed him nothing. She had no reason to stay, especially not for him. "What, no spindle?" Vin asked as Asterion entered the gym. "She's running an errand," Asterion said. He took off his shirt and stretched his shoulders before pulling himself up the climbing wall. "Run an errand or run off?" Theseus asked skeptically. Asterion gave him a pissed-off glare over his shoulder. "She's coming back," he snapped. Theseus gave a lazy shrug. "Maybe it would be better if she didn't. She's caused enough disruption in our lives." "You're just annoyed that she didn't take you up on that good luck kiss. Poor, pretty Theseus," teased Vin. High up on the wall, Asterion stopped climbing, his whole body tensing with anger. You tried to kiss her? He asked. There was so much threat in his voice that Vin stopped laughing. Just as a joke, I wouldn't have gone through with it. Don't worry, boss, she offered to punch him in the dick instead, said Vin, trying to smooth the situation. That's my assassin, Asterion said with a grin. Your assassin? Are you fucking serious? Did you not learn from your last round in the sack that she's nothing but a manipulative little bitch and you can't trust her? Theseus demanded. Vin inhaled sharply and stepped away from Theseus. Asterion bounded off the wall and landed on top of Theseus, pinning him to the ground with one move. Kill him, the bull urged. Asterion, don't, he didn't mean it, said Vin urgently. Theseus's expression was incredulous. You would kill me? Over her? I've been your friend for 3 years, and I only want you to recognize the truth in front of your face. She's not good for you, Asterion. You deserve better than a woman who would be willing to kill you for money. You don't get to decide what I deserve, boy. She might not be my lover, but she is still under my protection, and I won't have you or anyone else speak about women in that way. Are we clear? Demanded Asterion, his hands tightening around Theseus's neck. We're clear. I won't speak against her, just like I won't say I told you so when she breaks your fucking heart. The shift to the bull was swift and painful. I am the Minotaur, he snarled in Theseus's pale face. I don't have a fucking heart. 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 Chapter 16. Ariadne managed to get to the doors of the apartment before she ran into any guards. Vin was standing in front of them with his arms folded. Something in his demeanor relaxed when he saw her, and he sagged against the double doors in relief. I'm glad you came back, assassin. I wouldn't have liked to hunt you down again, he said gruffly. I'm starting to think you like me, Vin. It doesn't matter what I like. The boss likes you. That's what counts. Ariadne bit her lip. How pissed is he? Very, and keeping it together poorly, replied Vin, as Ariadne winced. Damn. You thought he wouldn't be? Listen, girlie, from the moment I saw his reaction to you on the street, I knew you were special. He's not been himself since he met you. Don't know what that means, but he's softer than he seems. He trusts you. Even after all the shit you've put him through, don't make him regret it. All I did was go out for a little while. He can't keep me locked up. He knows that, which is why he didn't come after you. He's not doing it to be a controlling dick. He's trying to protect you. Despite what he says when he's angry, the Minotaur does have a heart. Ariadne waved him aside. Move. I need to go grab a bull by the horns. I don't want to know if that's a euphemism, he complained. Inside the apartment was tense with heat and expectation. The air seemed to hum with Asterion's mood, and for the first time, Ariadne felt a flicker of unease lick at her spine. You came back, a voice said from the shadows. It sounded like Asterion, but deeper and huskier. You didn't think I would? She stayed perfectly still, not wanting to make any sudden movements. There was something behind her, and her heart began to race as her brain tried to warn her of the danger and make her run and hide. You had no reason to come back. Maybe I like you when you're not trying to scare me. Maybe a little then, too. Ariadne slowly turned to face the Minotaur looming over her. Hey, big guy. She couldn't turn away from him. He was so mesmerizing. Huge golden eyes stared down at her with an intensity that made her know that she was prey. Why are you so defiant? He demanded. You're not the boss of me, Ariadne reminded him. Maybe if she could get that through to the bull, the man would follow. I might not be your boss, but you are still mine, Asterion growled.
I'm not one of your cars, asshole. I don't care how much you think this Minotaur act is going to scare me into submission, Ariadne said, giving him a hard poke in the shoulder. He grabbed her hand and pulled her up against him, so her body was flush against his. His head bent down to nuzzle at her shoulder.
You came back,
he repeated, breathing in her scent. You can be an overbearing ass, but I still like you.
I know. I can smell it on your skin.
Ariadne stroked her fingers down the soft fur of his neck before she placed her cheek against his. I had no reason not to return, she said. And then very slowly, she put her arms around his neck.
Even if this is what I really am?
Even like this. You're still the best man I've ever known. You could have killed me, but you didn't. I knew the first time I saw you that you didn't deserve the death I was charged to give you. Why do you think I said sorry so many times? I kept the shirt to remind myself that despite the horror, there is some decency left, even in those that others call a monster, she admitted honestly. It was easier to say those things to the Minotaur instead of the man. Ariadne stroked the thick black mane at the back of his neck and softened further into him, silently trying to reassure him. His arms enclosed her, making her feel like a doll beside him. He made her soft and vulnerable, two things she'd never felt in her life. It didn't cause her to panic, as she thought it would. Heat shivered over him, and he shifted until he was a man once more. Are you okay? Ariadne asked uncertainly. Asterion's hands stroked down her back.
I am now. You can calm him down.
You mean I can calm you down? I still see him when I look at you, and you when I look at him, Ariadne said, leaning back so she could run her thumbs along his cheek. Here, in the eyes. Oh, look, they're still pissed off around the edges.
Can you blame me? I was worried all bloody day. I believe the gods designed you as my great test, he said, kissing her cheek.
Do you think that despite the glorious fuck-ups on my behalf, that we could one day be lovers, Asterion? Ariadne asked, before she could talk herself out of it. Asterion rested his forehead against hers.
I think that is inevitable as the sunrise, sweetness. I've tried and failed to fight it, but I can't help but I adore your crazy, violent, smart-ass self, he said with a sigh. You do? Even after I picked your pocket this morning? She asked, biting her lip. I wish you didn't have ulterior motives when you kissed me, but yeah. Even when you do.
To be fair, I thought of picking your pocket after I was already kissing you.
Makes me wonder what I'm about to lose right now,
he said, as he lifted her chin and kissed her slow and sweet enough to cause a flutter in her chest. Oh, shit. Hades was right. You are falling in love with him. Ariadne buried the thought, unwilling to give it room to grow. She unbuttoned his shirt and traced the grooves of his muscles, loving the solid strength of him. Gods save her, he was beautifully put together.
I hope you have something to show for your little rebellion today,
he mused, before gently biting her bottom lip. I didn't engage them, only set cameras on the building opposite and got out of there, Ariadne replied. She gasped as he slid a hand under her shirt and stroked her spine.
You still should have waited for me to go with you. I can't lock you up, so maybe I need to work on making the thought of you leaving me unbearable.
Work away. I still won't sit around and wait for the menfolk to do everything, Ariadne said sarcastically.
Asterion nibbled at her neck, making her jump.
I know. I hate that the thing that stresses me out the most is also one of the things I admire about you.
Are you saying you like how rebellious I am? She asked with mock horror.
Don't push your luck, assassin.
Using your growly voice to frighten me doesn't work. It only turns me on, Ariadne said.
I know.
He chuckled darkly. Goosebumps rose along her arms as his roaming hands rested on her hips. You want to see what your clever assassin did today? She asked, and then paused over her choice of words. Asterion's grin widened. Damn it. She reached into a satchel bag and pulled out an iPad that Medusa had given her. This links up to the cameras I set up and also the CCTV in the surrounding block. Ariadne moved out of the circle of his arm so she could try to concentrate. She set up the iPad on the dining table, but Asterion walked over and knocked the screen over. What are you... Asterion picked her up and put her on the table, trapping her between his knees and placing his hands on either side of her.
We haven't finished our conversation,
he said. His eyes glowed with heat, and her heart began to race. But the surveillance on Pythos...
I don't care about the fucking Pythos. I care that I thought I'd lost you today, and I didn't, and I want to prove that you haven't made the wrong choice by picking me.
And how are you planning to do that? Ariadne moved her hands into his open shirt, nails digging into his sides as she pulled him closer. She wrapped her legs around his hips and locked his hardness right where she wanted it. He grabbed her hair and fisted it firmly, exposing her neck to his ravaging mouth. Ariadne groaned against the easy dominance of the position, feeling like she'd agree to just about anything when he turned the intensity of his desire onto her. She had to put up with men who liked to be in charge in the bedroom before, but unlike them, Asterion was always gentle with her, and she knew if she didn't like something, he would respect it and stop. Knowing that made her want him even more. She needed more of him, to feel that hot skin against her. She pushed the shirt from his shoulders, sighing against his mouth as she explored his powerful body. Asterion moved his hands down to her jeans, and Ariadne lifted her hips so he could unbutton them and rip them off with her underwear. Ariadne struggled to pull off her shirt and bra between kisses until she was completely naked on the dining room table. Asterion pushed the iPad and decorative centerpieces out of the way so she could lie back. His gaze was hot enough to burn as he looked at her bare and vulnerable before him.
You are perfection, Ariadne. No wonder you've turned me into your creature. This is all I've been able to think about for weeks. You stretched out naked and so edible, Asterion murmured. Her eyes fluttered closed as his mouth moved along her collarbone. Ariadne arched into him, whimpering as his strong hands played with her breasts. I didn't get the chance to spend adequate time worshipping your breasts during our last encounter, something I mean to rectify,
Asterion said before sucking on her nipple. She was helpless to fight against the sensations bombarding her, teeth and tongue and hands making her burn. Ariadne's hand slipped from his shoulders as he moved down her body, nipping and kissing as he went. Asterion, she whimpered, burning to feel him inside of her.
Yes, assassin,
he asked, hands trailing down her thighs. Stop being such a tease and get inside me already.
No,
he said, moving her legs over his shoulders. Ariadne groaned as his mouth lowered onto her. A growl of satisfaction at her reaction came out of him, and he tasted her again. She whispered his name, and whatever was holding his self-control back vanished. Asterion devoured her greedily until she saw stars and screamed beneath him. He didn't stop as he slid his fingers inside of her, teeth scraping gently against her clit. Her orgasm was so powerful that she had to grip the edge of the table to stop herself from falling off it. Mind and body broken entirely, Ariadne didn't think she could take much more until she opened her eyes and saw him naked and hard. A satisfied smile as he looked down at the mess he'd made of her. "Please," she begged, as he rubbed his dick against her sensitive entrance.
"Promise me that you won't ever leave without telling me first,"
Asterion said. He eased inside her just enough for her to hiss at him with frustration. "You're not the boss," she managed, wriggling in an attempt to push more of him inside her. He placed a hand on her stomach, pinning her down.
"It's not about being the boss or stopping you from having freedom. I only want to know when you're leaving. It's not too much to ask, is it?"
He eased inside of her a little further, and she reached out for him. Asterion was quicker, catching her by the wrists and pinning her arms above her head. "Holy gods, you can be a bastard," she groaned as he thrust slowly, teasing, pushing her self-control.
"Promise me, and I'll give you whatever you want. I'll burn the world to the ground, or I'll lay it at your feet. Just promise me you won't run away and scare me again."
"Asterion," Ariadne cried, her body screaming at his ruthlessness. He leaned over her, kissed the tear of pleasure that had slipped from the corner of her eye.
"Yes, Ariadne."
"I promise."
"You better not be lying,"
he said, moving further into her, making her arch up against him. "I'm not, I promise." Ariadne fixed her eyes on his, holding the intensity of his gaze as she said the words that there was no coming back from. "Whatever I am, I'm yours, for as long as you want me." He kissed her roughly and whispered in a voice that was all Minotaur.
"What if I wanted you for a very long time? Would you stay?"
"Yes," she admitted. Asterion was done with games. He slammed into her, and Ariadne cried out. She had dreamed about him all those nights they had been apart, haunted by the feeling of him inside of her, nothing satisfying her craving for him. He let her wrists go, gripping her hips, dragging her into him with every thrust. She sat up, mouth devouring his, pulling him closer, needing more of him against her. Asterion snarled and lifted her into the air as she moved up and down him. Pictures fell from the wall as they slammed into it, Asterion holding her tightly against it until she screamed his name. She could see flickers of the Minotaur in one eye, the man in the other, and both lost in her. She scraped her nails down his back, tightening her thighs around this powerful creature that couldn't get enough of her. She snarled her disapproval when he stopped.
"Don't worry. I'm nowhere near done with you."
Asterion carried her to his room, and she gasped as he lay back on the bed, holding her on top of him. She adjusted to the sensation of him so hard and huge inside of her, she thought she wouldn't be able to contain him.
"I know how you like being in control,"
Asterion teased, folding his arms behind his head. The thought of someone like him submitting to her sent her desire spiraling. She gripped his chest to steady herself and began to rock against him, pulling up so he was almost out of her before pushing him back in, slow and hard.
"Fucking hell,"
he moaned. I wonder what promises I should squeeze out of you like you did me," she mused as she pulled up again.
"What could you possibly want that I haven't already offered to give you?"
Asterion sat up slowly, taking her face tenderly in her hands.
"You've ruined me, Ariadne. I don't want to live without you, and I'll kill anyone who tries to get in our way."
Ariadne kissed him, moving slowly against him until he was at his hilt, their arms and legs gripping tightly to each other until they couldn't get any closer. "Come for me, Asterion, and then we'll destroy our enemies together." She was on her back in a blink, whimpering as her orgasm broke her. He cried out her name, his own release leaving him trembling in her arms. "All the gods helpeth us if you fight the way you fuck," Ariadne said, laying her head against his chest. Asterion laughed, pulling her closer. "For you, sweetness, I'll make their very shades tremble, 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 tremble." Chapter 17. The next morning, Asterion woke to a steaming cup of coffee delivered by a very tousled woman. "Morning," Ariadne said, color staining her cheeks with a self-conscious blush. Asterion took the coffee and kissed her.
"Thanks, sweetness. You're up early?"
"I wanted to download the footage from our cameras last night and see if anything exciting happened. You get coffee because I'm nice that way."
"Should I be worried you've put poison in it? Sedatives?"
Asterion asked, yelping when she pinched him. "Don't be a smartass or I'll never make you coffee again."
"I apologize,"
he said, drinking a large mouthful to prove he trusted her not to spike him.
"I'll find some clothes and go see the kitchen about breakfast. You want to start on the footage?"
"Good idea. I'm starving. Someone made me have sex all night and I missed dinner," she said with a wicked grin.
"You are so full of it. I can't make you do anything,"
Asterion said, laughing. "Very true." Ariadne kissed him and got out of his reach before they didn't end up getting out of bed at all. Asterion was showered and dressed in record time and headed upstairs. There was no one watching his apartment doors, but he found Vin in the kitchen devouring a plate of bacon.
"Sort that disobedient assassin out?"
Vin asked, a knowing smile on his face.
"Ariadne has agreed not to leave without telling someone first. I expected you two would have a screaming match, just not that kind of screaming match. It's the only time I've left my post from sheer embarrassment. Shut up and find someone to put together some breakfast for us,"
Asterion said, and laughed awkwardly.
"Sure thing, boss. I'll make sure it's a big one. Lots of carbs and maybe a few energy drinks on the side."
Asterion lifted his middle finger at him.
"Have you seen Theseus this morning?" "Upstairs, going over last month's takings. He's been snarling at everyone."
Vin shook his head.
"The kid is good, but he needs to learn when to back off and keep his mouth shut." "I'll fix it. I didn't mean to snap so hard at him yesterday. Ariadne makes your brain all fuzzy with pheromones. I get it. You're lucky you found her before me, boss. I like fiery women." "She's too much woman for you to handle,"
retorted Asterion as he headed for the lifts.
"Too much for you too, stud,"
Vin called back. Asterion was inclined to agree with him. It didn't stop the smile on his face. He caught his reflection in the mirrored sides of the elevator and tried to change it back to his habitual scowl.
"You're an idiot. Anyone would think you've never been laid before."
Theseus was sitting at the bar, staring at a laptop screen. Asterion pulled up a chair beside him.
"I'm sorry about yesterday. I was out of line,"
he apologized before the other man could speak.
"We both were,"
Theseus said, swiveling his chair to face him.
"You've been a good friend, and if our positions were reversed, I'd probably feel the same. Ariadne is not what you think she is, Theseus." "Maybe not. I know you don't trust easily, and yet you trust her. Why? Don't say the labyrinth, because that's a test of skill, not integrity," said Theseus. "I can sense when someone is lying to me. I can smell it. She's been honest since we caught up with her and has given us everything she knows about Pythos. As for her trying to kill me, Ariadne was put in a tough position. You have no idea what that bastard Minos has put her through. If it meant freedom from him, from that life, I would have killed me too.
Asterion rubbed his neck, unable to keep the grin off his face.
I like her, Theseus. I've liked her since I met her on the street. She's a survivor, and she's not worried about what I am or what I've done.
Theseus let out a huff of laughter. You've got it so bad, Dis. I knew the day would come eventually. She seems like a good fit for the place. Maybe it's time for a feminine touch.
Asterion gave him a heavy pat on the back.
Good man.
Tell me about Pythos. Found out anything yet?
He asked curiously.
We might have found where the rats are hiding. I'll let you know when we're ready to make a move on them.
Theseus cracked his knuckles.
Excellent. I'm ready to take the fight to them after that attack in Isthmia.
You and me both. I would have been carving bullets out of my hide for a week if it wasn't for Ariadne.
You've got to love a girl who only does headshots.
Theseus smiled widely.
Pythos doesn't stand a chance.
By the time Asterion made it back to the apartment with a tray of breakfast, Ariadne had managed to sync the iPad to the television and was scanning through footage.
My hero,
she exclaimed when he placed a tray on the coffee table in front of her.
Anything of interest yet?
He asked, sitting down beside her. Ariadne shook her head, her mouth too full of her vegan croissant to speak.
I've only skimmed through the first hour, and after the van load turned up, no one else has gone in or out of the building, she replied, sinking back on the couch.
How many hours have we got to go through?
7, though you can hardly tell in this apartment. This building is 10 stories high. Why not put a penthouse at the top? Easier to get out of than underground if something goes wrong.
Food caught in Asterion's throat, and he swallowed it painfully.
I had plans to do it. I have space up there. When it came to moving in, I panicked.
Ariadne's face turned from the TV and back to him. Why?
Up until Hades found me, I'd spent my entire life in the labyrinth on Knossos. I was a feral thing when he freed me, and even though I've come a long way since then, thanks to Hades' infinite patience and a good routine, I find it hard to sleep above the surface,
admitted Asterion. How did he find you? I heard the palace at Knossos is nothing but rubble.
Our blood recognizes each other. My father, Minos, was the product of one of Zeus's many affairs. After the economic crash, when Hades decided that he was going to be in the light once more, he went looking for others like him. The forgotten ones. The monsters. He knew I was trapped from the moment he got to Knossos. He's a tough bastard, but he saved me and Medusa and the triplets. That's why we would do anything for him. Back him in war and peace.
He's family. That explains why he thinks it is okay to give me relationship advice, huffed Ariadne. Asterion choked on his fruit salad.
He did what now?
Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore because everything is worked out. We have a truce and everything.
What's and everything?
He asked suspiciously. Hot sex with the demigod, vegan croissants, fancy coffee, a cult to track down and kill. What more could a girl ask for? She said, leaning across to kiss him. A happy growl came out of Asterion's throat, and she pulled back. Oh, don't start that. We have important work to do, so don't distract me with your dick.
I haven't done anything, and neither has my dick,
he protested. But Ariadne wasn't listening. Whoa, look out. We have an SUV turning up, she said. The cameras from the traffic lights followed it and cut out before reappearing on the cameras Ariadne had set. 4 men climbed out, guns over their shoulders, and in the same protective gear that their attackers in Isthmia wore.
They must be funded because that kind of gear doesn't come cheap,
Asterion commented.
And who might this be? Ariadne zoomed in on a fifth person coming out of the car. They wore dark robes with a deep hood, their face covered in a white mask. Very theatrical. There's no way to tell if it's a man or woman. She paused it and took a screenshot before zooming in further.
"What's that painted on it?"
Asterion asked, trying to make it out. They look like black tears. That must be the boss. Look at how tense those guys are. The figure waited until the doors to the building were opened for them, and they all disappeared inside.
"That makes potentially 9 guys, and whoever is in the mask in that building at any one time. Light in numbers, but they will be trained, like in Ismia,"
said Asterion. Do you have enough guys with experience? The ones you brought with you seemed to take off when the shooting started, Ariadne replied.
"We expected a single woman, not guys with guns. I'll get Theseus to put together some men and make sure they have been in a firefight before."
"Including you and me. We should make a good enough challenge for them," Ariadne said, skimming through the footage, looking for any other arrivals.
"And if I asked you not to come?"
Asterion was torn, knowing she could handle Pythos and wanting her to be safe. "You're not dumb enough to ask such a thing," Ariadne replied. She moved so she could curl into his side. "If you go, I go, big guy. Get used to it. We are a team. And while we still don't know who the mole is, I don't trust anyone to watch that gorgeous back of yours except me, understand?"
"She's protecting us?"
"Us?" the bull demanded. Asterion didn't have the words for what welled up inside of him. Instead, he placed his arm around her and kissed the top of her head.
"Okay, Ariadne."
"No arguing?"
He shrugged. "No point. I know I'd lose anyway."
"Damn straight," she said, pressing her lips into his shoulder.
"Let's hit them tonight. I want this over with, and so does Hades. Monster hunters are bad for business."
Ariadne's expression turned dark. "And then we go after minus. Chapter 18. The night was uncomfortably hot and sticky with humidity and nervous anticipation. This is why it's better to work alone, Ariadne thought, shifting the blade strapped to her hip. She looked at the group of 10 men that Theseus and Asterion had gathered. They were all labyrinth survivors and comfortable around weapons. Despite that, they didn't have the same calm confidence that the assassins had. Ariadne had never had to worry about the variables involving other people and their actions. She could plan a job, slip in and out, have all her bases covered. Having to work with others made that job so much harder. She didn't dare risk looking too long at Asterion. She didn't want him being anywhere near Pythos, who were so keen on killing his kind off. Fuck. What are you doing? Bringing someone you care about into this shit with you. She knew his past, knew it involved abuse and murder as much as hers did, but it was a different kind of horror. He'd escaped from it. Ariadne could only just see a chink of light on her horizon. She hated that he was there because of her, and that she had been the one to bring this to his door. "You know Pythos would have found someone else to kill him," Leah's voice said at the back of her head. For the first time since her death, Leah sounded like her old self, like when she used to try to talk Ariadne out of doing something stupid. "Sorry, Leah. I never did learn."
"You 5 are with me. We'll go through the front,"
Asterion instructed, before looking at Ariadne, Theseus, and Vin.
"You 3 will guard the back door and make sure no one escapes. Give it a few minutes after we make the initial assault and meet us in there, okay?"
Ariadne kept her mouth closed. Asterion was fine with her coming, but he wasn't about to throw her into the immediate crossfire.
I can heal my body with magic, Sweetness. You can't. I don't want to risk you getting hurt,
he said so gently that Ariadne couldn't argue with him. She had agreed, even though she hated being separated from him. She had fought with him by her side in Isthmia, so she knew they made a good team, something that she couldn't say of Theseus or Vin.
Stay close and I'll protect you, princess,
Theseus said once they got into position minutes later. Do you think I'm the one that needs protecting? You're cute, said Ariadne, not taking her eyes off the back door of the building.
It's not about capabilities. It's about you getting out in one piece. The boss cares for you, which means I'll protect you if you need it or not, he replied.
Please tell me you aren't going to get soppy on me too, Vin, she said, turning to him.
You wish. I saw you tear about the labyrinth. When the shooting starts, I expect you to protect me, not the other way around,
Vin answered.
Don't listen to him, assassin. When things get hot, Vin will jump in and shield you, same as me.
Theseus moved his rifle off his shoulder and got into position. You both should be more concerned with protecting Asterion. He's the one Pythos wants dead. He shouldn't be here at all, Ariadne muttered. Vin rested a hand on her shoulder.
Trust me, Ariadne. He'll be okay. He always is.
Ariadne didn't get a chance to argue with him. A loud explosion came from the front of the building, and the sounds of gunfire peppered the night. 2 men exited the building, and she rushed to take them down before they could reach the cars. She was aware of Vin calling out to her, but his voice drowned out from the rush of adrenaline. Ariadne pulled the knife from its sheath and had it in the first man's jugular before he knew she was there. The second man swung his gun around, but Ariadne's blade was suddenly digging straight through the muscle of his forearm and forcing him to drop it. Before she could finish him off, Theseus grabbed him from behind in a headlock and held on until he'd passed out. I had him, Ariadne snapped as she pulled the knife from the unconscious man's forearm.
There is no I in team.
Ariadne adjusted her bulletproof vest before crouching low and opening the door.
I got your 6, assassin,
said Vin from behind her. Ariadne crept inside and knew at once they had been set up. There were more men in the building than the surveillance had shown them. Where the hell had they come from? A supernatural bellow shook the building, and she hurried, staying low as she climbed over dead bodies in the darkness.
They knew we were coming and were waiting,
Vin whispered. Ariadne didn't care. A fight was a fight, and they were in it now. They found a set of stairs, and Ariadne headed up them. She wanted to find the masked figure that was commanding all the men downstairs to die for them. A part of her wanted to rush to find Asterion and haul him out of there. She told that part to shut the hell up. Asterion could take care of himself. She didn't have to show up like his white knight. Ariadne found an office and kicked in the door. Gods damn them, she cursed. It was a viewing room, filled with screens showing loops of footage from the labyrinth, the car park, and surrounding streets. They had been watching their every move.
There's no one here. Let's keep moving,
Theseus said, and shot at the screens, destroying the workstation. Stop! What are you doing? Ariadne shouted.
I'm making sure no one can use that footage again.
You fucking idiot! We could have taken that back to Medusa.
Stop arguing, you two. We need to get back downstairs and find Asterion and the others,
Vin said, getting between them. Ariadne shoved past them and pulled out her other knife. This was precisely the reason she didn't work with anyone. Ariadne didn't wait to see if they were following as she went back downstairs, searching for the enemy. She counted 7 men, using furniture and shipping crates to hide behind. Like a slice of shadow, she moved behind them, cutting them down silently one by one. She thought she heard Vin praying behind her, but he didn't interfere. and he didn't try to stop her as she slid into the killing calm that was her first nature. The gunfire died off around her as she picked off Pithos's men that had Asterion and what remained of his crew pinned down.
"I think that's all of them,"
Vin said. Ariadne risked a glance over her shoulder. "Where's Theseus?"
"Gone to check the perimeter so nothing sneaks in to surround us."
The silhouette of a set of horns cut through the smoke and gloom. Ariadne's heart pounded as she approached him. The Minotaur was covered in gore and looked like he'd climbed out from the Underworld itself. "Are you hurt?" Ariadne asked, looking him over, unable to tell if any of the blood was his.
"No. They got 4 of my men when they ambushed us. There was no sign of the masked man,"
he grumbled. "Not upstairs either. They must have gotten out before the fighting started. They knew where our cameras were placed, so they would have known how to hide in the blind spots."
"We can talk about this after we get the fuck out of here. Theseus has the back secured. Let's go that way,"
Vin said. Asterion placed a hand on the small of Ariadne's back, a reassurance they both needed as they followed Vin through the blood-splattered hallways. A chill swept up Ariadne's spine as they moved through the car park. She paused, her hands drawing her knives.
"What is it?"
Asterion asked. Ariadne stared up at the figures on the roof above them. Assassins. People moved out from the side streets, and Ariadne was thrown aside as a machine gun fired at them. Asterion and Vin went down, followed by the men behind them. Ariadne crawled to the safety of the cars as a lithe woman dropped in front of her. "Spindle, you fucking traitor," Lynx spat. Ariadne didn't hesitate. She attacked the other assassin with everything she had. Lynx's clawed gloves caught her vest, tearing the material with a single swipe. Ariadne blocked the follow-up blow with her knives, the claws narrowly missing her eyes. "You don't have to do this, Lynx," said Ariadne as they squared off against each other again. "Yes, I do, because I'm loyal to my father, unlike you. You are his favorite, and you betrayed him for the chance at some monster dick? Fuck, you are weak." Ariadne threw her knife as Lynx dodged. She was about to make another attack when a black plastic casing dropped from the roof above them. Ariadne leaped out of the way, but it was too late. The casing exploded in gray mist, and Ariadne struggled back through the cars as the cloying paralytic smoke did its work on her. Asterion was lying in a puddle of blood, with Theseus standing over him, his gun trained on Asterion's head. "You fucking traitorous bastard, you were his friend!" Ariadne screamed as her legs gave way.
"Actually, I'm a loyal bastard, just not to him,"
Theseus said calmly. "Why? What did they offer you?"
"They didn't have to offer me anything. Humankind got rid of these creatures once, and nothing is stopping us from doing it again."
Theseus sneered as she crawled towards them.
"What's the matter, Spindle? Had your strings cut?"
Ariadne ignored him, her intention focused on getting to Asterion. "Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead." She placed her hands over a gushing bullet wound in his chest, biting down a sob.
"Save your tears, Spindle,"
a new voice said. A masked figure stood behind her, their voice disguised with a scrambler. It was the same voice she'd heard over the phone when they offered her the contract. "I'm going to kill you," she swore.
"I'm sure you like to think so. It's such a shame, Ariadne. Pithos would have welcomed a woman of your talents. I could never have anticipated your attachment to this monster."
"You're the fucking monster." Ariadne was shaking with fury and helplessness. Asterion coughed under her as she reached for his face.
"Run,"
he gasped.
"She's not going anywhere except with us,"
Theseus said, his gun pressing into the back of her head. Don't fret, Ariadne. The great bull has recovered from worse wounds than this, the masked figure said as they loomed over them. I'm not going to kill you tonight, Minotaur of Gnosis. I will put you back in the darkness where you belong. Theseus, take the girl. Ariadne threw herself over Asterion, cradling his head in her arms. His golden eyes were wild with anger and fear. He groaned, struggling to move. Listen to me, Asterion. You need to get better, and then you need to come and find me. You did it once, so I know you can do it again. Don't make me wait too long, because I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you. Do you hear me? She whispered, too low for anyone to hear but him. Ari, he managed. She thrashed as she was torn back from him. An assassin stepped forward, and Ariadne recognized her as the owner of the black casing. Belladonna, you bitch! Ariadne wheezed. The assassin's smile was cold as Theseus picked Ariadne up and slung her over his shoulder. Father sends his regards, Belladonna purred, before a mist hit Ariadne's face. Her vision blurred and turned black before she was thrown into a van. Asterion's body burned with pain and heat. A pretty nurse with brunette hair hovered over him, scalpel in hand. Are you still with us, Asterion? Selene asked. He managed to grunt in reply, and she went back to work. Asterion hadn't ever thought she'd have to work on him one day, but Medusa had sent her with a van to retrieve them from Lethe. His wounded men, including Vin, had been raced to the best hospital in Styx. There was no way that Asterion was going to trust humankind with his medical information, so he got a bottle of whiskey and a woman with a scalpel to dig out his bullets. Why is it that whenever I see you lately you're always wounded? Hades asked. Selene didn't pay the Lord of Styx any attention as she began to stitch Asterion back together. They took her, Asterion managed through his teeth. I know. Medusa told me. She watched the whole thing. We sent the triplets, but Pythos was gone by the time they arrived. Hades sat down on a chair beside him. I don't believe they will kill Ariadne. Deadbait is no use, and they want you to go after them. What I can't figure out is why. Why not chop your head off while you were lying riddled with bullets? It seems impractical. They said they wanted to put me back into the darkness, said Asterion, taking another mouthful of whiskey. Hades tutted. And make a show of it so it will be remembered. Fucking humans and their egos. No wonder they are disguising themselves with theater masks, the dramatic bastards. It was Theseus. 3 fucking years. Now my men are dead and Vin is struggling for his life, all for what? Some long game grudge match? He took her, Hades. Minos is in on it. The assassins were there helping them. I'm going to gut that fucking prick, shouted Asterion. Calm down, Asterion. We'll deal with Minos once we have Ariadne back. You can't rob her of her revenge. Selene made a clicking sound with her tongue. I've done what I can, Asterion. Try to rest so your body can heal. Thank you, Selene. Karen will drive you home. She packed up her old-fashioned doctor's case and, with a polite nod to Hades, hurried out the door. 4 bullets, fuckers. Asterion struggled to sit up and rest against the headboard of his bed. There's something else you're not telling me, Hades said, his silver eyes missing nothing. Not everything is your business, Uncle. It is when my family is under attack. Who knows how many people they have recruited into this ridiculous cult. They want to make a spectacle of us, my court.
I will not allow that to happen. I won't risk it for a girl. I don't care how valuable she is to you. I love her, Hades," admitted Asterion.
The words Ariadne had whispered to him would be burned in his brain forever. He'd never been in love, but it would explain his need of her, his constant desire to protect her.
"Mine," the Minotaur said, and he felt the truth of it settle deep inside of him. "You barely know her, nephew. Don't fall into the trap of human emotions," Hades said, shaking his head. Asterion took another 2 large mouthfuls from his bottle. "Doesn't matter. I do. She loves me back, she said so, right before they dragged her off. Now they've taken her gods know where, and I'm too weak to go after them. You need to sleep. Your strength will return as it always does. Perhaps a bit of space from the woman's many appeals will help you think things through clearly. As soon as I'm able, I'm going after them. You can't stop me," said Asterion. Hades smiled coldly. "Why would I want to stop you? We will find where they are hiding, and then I fully intend on setting you and the triplets loose on them."
Once Hades was gone, Asterion rolled onto his least wounded side and buried his face into the pillow. It still smelled of Ariadne, and even with the dull ache inside of him, it soothed him enough to sleep, to sleep, to sleep, to sleep, to sleep. Chapter 19. Ariadne didn't know if it was day or night inside the dark concrete room where she had been placed. The room was bare, except for a bucket in the corner and a bottle of water. She didn't know how many days had passed. She didn't know if they were in Styx or even Greece. Ariadne had passed out inside the dark, rocking van the night of the attack, and woke up in the room with her head pounding and mouth dry thanks to whatever concoction Belladonna had dosed her with. She knew from experience that Minos's favorite poisoner could keep her paralyzed for a week or a month, depending on how vindictive she felt. Minos let them work with Pythos. Maybe he's been a member all along. But if that was true, why would they work against him and offer her a freelance contract to kill Asterion? Another test of loyalty? It wouldn't surprise her. Minos only ever looked after his interests, and if becoming a member of a shady monster-hunting cult would give him power, then he'd sign up for it. Ariadne drank the water, figuring if they wanted to kill her, she'd already be dead. No, some other game was at play, something linked to Asterion. They knew he would hunt her, and in doing so, he would fall right into whatever trap they set for him. Please, Hades, don't let him be that stupid. Ariadne didn't know if the Lord of Styx could hear the prayers of mortals. He didn't strike her as a boon-granting kind of god, but she still did it, in the hopes he would be powerful enough to stop Asterion from rushing in to try and save her. Ariadne's head was ringing as she sat back down and rested her sore back against the dirty concrete wall. She'd been shell-shocked to see the assassins at the building in Lethe and Theseus's betrayal, but the sight of Asterion gunned down had broken something inside of her that she hadn't known still existed. She couldn't bear to think that he was dead. Thanatos had saved him once. He could do it again, surely. It took him dying in a pool of blood for you to tell him how you feel. The truth was, she hadn't even been able to quantify what she'd been feeling until that moment, when it was too late. Asterion had always seemed worried and confused that she could want him, knowing that he was the Minotaur. She felt the same way about him wanting her, knowing her reputation and how many people she'd killed. And how many more she would kill to get out of wherever Pythos had stashed her. Feelings of revenge were old friends to Ariadne. They were easier to understand than the churning worry and longing she felt for Asterion. She drank more water and sank down into the dark place in her mind while she waited for Pythos to come. It didn't surprise Ariadne that Theseus would be the one to come in and have a gloat. She didn't know how much time had passed, since there was no way to tell in the concrete hell box where she was kept. She'd rationed her water and tried to sleep. Whatever came next, she'd need all her energy. She tried not to think about Asterion's body being covered in bullet wounds.
You look like shit. That mixture of belladonnas must pack more of a punch than we thought,
Theseus said. He was heavily armed, and although Ariadne was tempted to beat the ever-living shit out of him, she wasn't sure who else was in the building she was staying. She was still alive, which meant they wanted something.
Bella's a professional, even if she's a bitch, Ariadne acknowledged.
A part of me wishes we were able to turn you to our side, Theseus laughed. I don't think any one of us could have predicted that you'd fall in love with the great beast.
The great beast? The guy you were friends with for years, and who you were meant to protect? I thought you were a piece of shit when we met, but I hate that you proved me right, said Ariadne.
She was trying to remain calm. Asterion had trusted Theseus, which made Ariadne vow she would make sure that Theseus never had the chance to betray anyone else.
Wow, you really have hatred burning in those pretty eyes. Were you falling in love with him? You have no idea what that monster is capable of, the blood that's on his hands. That you lowered yourself to have fucked him makes me want to vomit.
Theseus pointed his gun at her.
Get up. The boss wants to talk to you. I'd ask if you are going to behave yourself, but I know you won't, so I'm going to give you a warning instead. If you try to run, if you try to attack me, or if you even think of looking at me funny, I will put a bullet in your leg. Understand?
Sure. Don't worry, Theseus. You've got nothing to fear from me. I'm going to let Asterion have the pleasure of killing you. Besides, I'm interested in meeting this boss of yours,
Ariadne said and stood up.
Theseus waved the barrel of his gun at her, and Ariadne walked from the room.
Her training kicked in, and she counted the iron doors that she assumed led to more cells, 10 in all. She saw a room full of monitors and black and white camera footage in one room. There weren't any windows around them. As Ariadne walked up a set of concrete stairs, she knew that she'd been locked underground. The concrete stairs became an older stone with the grouting repaired, and the light grew.
I'm curious to know what you stand to gain out of all of this, Theseus. I mean, Asterion paid you well. He probably would have helped you out of any trouble. I don't get it.
No, I don't suppose an orphan would understand obligations to family and country.
From what I've seen of it, it's overrated. Did Asterion break your sister's heart or something?
No, but his kind heard all of Greece when they returned and just took what they wanted. Haven't you read any of the stories? The gods always just took and took. Humankind fought them back into the shadows and will do it again.
Greece was burning, so you can't blame the beings that came to put out the fire, argued Ariadne. She had been 8 years old at the time and freshly orphaned because of the rioting in Corinth. The years leading up to the crash weren't exactly the golden age.
Greece should have been kept in the hands of humankind. The country would have bounced back and the government would have settled,
said Theseus.
They weren't doing a good job. Otherwise it wouldn't have gone to hell. Lots of rich people were standing on top of the poor people. My parents were both working 2 jobs to keep us fed and sheltered, so don't preach at me about the good old days, Ariadne said.
My family lost everything the day the gods returned, so don't think I'm ever going to see the gods as my saviors," Theseus hissed, the barrel of his gun pressing her forward. "If you still had something to lose by that stage, you were on top of the pile. And so now you've seen how the other 90% live, you are going to try to overthrow the gods that made sure we didn't all fucking kill each other?" Ariadne shook her head. "Fucking spoiled rich kid pouting because he's got to work like the rest of us." Ariadne expected the blow, but her teeth still rattled as she was slammed against a wall. Theseus's hand was around her throat in seconds. "That is enough," a stern voice commanded from the top of the stairs. "I did not recruit you to brawl with prisoners like a street mutt." Theseus let Ariadne go with a shove, and she turned to look at the newcomer. The man was dressed in tactical gear, and everything about him screamed ex-military. Ariadne walked the rest of the way towards the soldier, trying to contain the part of her ego that wanted to smirk at them, until they were so enraged by her attitude that they did something stupid. She wanted to meet the boss under the mask. The sun was setting, and Ariadne blinked rapidly at the light. They were in a ruined palace, parts of the walls and roof missing at intervals. From the gaps, she saw they were on a hill, scrubby brush surrounding them. Not great vegetation to hide in if she had to make a run for it. A camp had been set up amongst the ruins of the palace, and everywhere she looked, there were men and women in black tactical gear carrying big guns. Pythos has its own army. Fucking perfect. Guards opened a wooden door, and Ariadne stepped into a throne room. The walls were ochre red with frescoes of strange bird-headed lions painted with their heads tilted to the sky. A deep stone basin filled with water had been built into the middle of the room. Sitting on a stone throne in front of it was the figure in the mask. Black silk robes covered them, but Ariadne saw the slope of a breast. She wore a porcelain mask of a woman with an exaggerated smile and features, the eyes painted with trails of black tears. Theseus pushed Ariadne to her knees in front of the bowl. "Hello again, daughter of Minos," the woman said, her voice disguiser still in use. "Hi. Sorry, what was your name again?" Ariadne asked. "Still have your sense of humor, I see. I thought a few days beneath the earth would have dampened some of your fire, so you could think clearly about your situation." Ariadne laughed. "My situation? You hired me to kill Hades' nephew, and then you blamed me when everything went to shit. You should have just paid me, and we wouldn't be stuck in this situation." "Paid you? The beast lived." "Oh, no, I killed him, but Thanatos brought him back to life, so yes, technically, I fulfilled your stupid contract." "And then you fell in love with the creature. Pathetic." "He's pretty great if you bothered to get to know him," Ariadne said sweetly. "He's an abomination born of parents cursed by the gods. He should have been killed at birth, not kept in a labyrinth to act as an executioner. This palace was built on the sacrifices King Minos claimed from the rest of Greece, and once Asterion is dealt with, it will be bulldozed to the ground." Ariadne looked around with fresh eyes. "We are on Crete?" "We are, assassin. Now, I'm going to give you a choice. You can join us willingly and be spared from the horrors that your father is eager to punish you with, or you can watch Asterion die before Minos cuts you to pieces. Those are your options. Be useful Or die. Like a dog.
My usefulness. You mean as bait for Asterion? Ariadne burst out laughing. You seriously think he's dumb enough to come looking for the woman who killed him? Even if he was that stupid, Hades isn't. He'll never permit Asterion to come for me.
Hades won't get a say in the matter. Asterion is very stubborn when it comes to you, and he has proven his attachment over and over again.
The woman pointed to a small camera in the corner of the room.
He might hold out while he thinks you're dead, but to see you tortured, I believe we'll see just how quickly he comes.
Ariadne was still staring at the camera when her head was shoved into the deep bowl in front of her, in front of her, in front of her, in front of her.
Chapter 20.
It was 4 days before the bullet wounds in Asterion finally healed over. His muscles would ache for at least another week, but he was done lying around. It had been a nightmare to sit still, his own mind working against him and filling with all the horrors that Ariadne would be suffering. Hades' words about Minos training her to withstand torture didn't comfort him. It made him furious enough that he wanted to storm downtown and pull the temple apart, brick by brick.
Patience. Get Ariadne first, and then go after Minos together.
He had promised her that no matter what happened, Minos would die. She deserved her revenge. There was a knock at his door, and he had only just risen when it was kicked open and Medusa walked in.
Holy shit! The princess does come out of her tower,
Asterion said, so surprised that he sat back down on his couch.
Have you come to play nurse?
You wish. I don't like leaving Serpentine Tower, so feel privileged, you bull-headed prick, Medusa said, placing a brown take-out bag on the coffee table. I brought you some spicy tom yum soup to make you feel better. She adjusted her glasses carefully before sitting down beside him. She had developed the lenses in the early years to deflect the magic in her deadly gaze, but despite that, she very rarely met with people in the flesh.
As glad as I am to see you, Sousa, I get the feeling you're here to bring me bad news, said Asterion as he opened the bag and took out his soup. He offered her the bag of prawn crackers, and she gave him an approving smile before tearing it open. I don't know if I have a mole at Serpentine too, so until we can root out Pythos, anything important I'm keeping off my servers, Medusa explained, before biting unhappily into a cracker. At least I get to see your beautiful face, he said with a smile as he ate.
Medusa rolled her deadly green eyes at him. Save it for the assassin.
Need to get her back first,
he grumbled in reply. About that. I may have received something in the mail from Pythos. Don't worry, it's not a body part, she said quickly as he dropped his spoon. Medusa pulled out a small laptop and held on to it. This was delivered this morning. I haven't opened it yet, and I don't plan on giving it to you until you've licked that bowl clean. Understand?
You're lucky I love you and tolerate your bullshit,
said Asterion, staring at the laptop. She waved one perfectly manicured finger at him, indicating not to attempt to snatch it from her. Asterion always wondered who would win if he and Medusa went toe-to-toe, but it wasn't the day to find out. As Asterion ate, Medusa caught him up on the gossip in Serpentine Tower, including the next patch for a video game she'd developed. It had been so successful they were already planning the future 3 installments. Asterion had tried and failed to keep up with technological advances since Hades forced him out of the labyrinth. That part of the world always moved too quickly for him.
Medusa was scarily smart with it all and had created a digital online world that was another safe cave for her to lurk in.
"Done. Now hand it over,"
Asterion demanded, and she relented, giving him the laptop. "Whatever is on it, keep cool and think about your revenge," Medusa advised. Asterion opened the laptop, and a black and white security feed flickered to life of Theseus holding Ariadne's head in a basin of water. White-hot rage surged through him so quickly he shifted. "Don't break it, it's the only link to them we have," Medusa said, taking the laptop back from him and setting it down on the coffee table. "Those bastards! Notice how they've zoomed this camera in so we can't see the rest of the room? We need to find a way to trace this footage." Asterion wasn't listening. The bulls screamed to tear the rooms apart, to hunt for blood. His common sense was pulling down and away from his conscious mind, leaving only the beast. "Hey! Stop that! I need you to focus, and so does Ariadne!" snapped Medusa. At her name, the rage eased to an ache. He needed to find her. Then he'd set the bull loose. 2 days later, Asterion had gone from fury to nausea. Medusa hadn't had any success in tracing the feed from the laptop, and it showed 24/7 coverage of Ariadne, alone and in pain, being interrogated by various people, tied up, and getting the shit kicked out of her. There was no sound, and by the look of continuous frustration on the faces of the Pythos goons, Ariadne wasn't just holding out against their torture, but was giving them hell in the process. Asterion was fiercely proud and utterly sickened at the same time. Hades turned up on the second day, suddenly appearing when Asterion was almost mad from worry.
"Good evening, nephew. How is your assassin holding up?" he asked, without an ounce of concern.
"She's still alive,"
which was the only good news they'd had.
"Of course she is. She's got a will of iron. Besides, Pythos will damage her but not kill her. They want you coming after her. They are just whipping you into a frenzy before they leak their location."
Asterion clenched his fists.
"If you are trying to make me feel better, don't bother. You suck at it."
Hades opened his mouth to reply to him when his gaze whipped to the other side of the room. There were only a few pieces of art, but nothing else.
"What is it?"
Asterion asked. Hades held up a hand to him and tilted his head, listening. Then he replied in a language that made Asterion's ears pop, a feeling of cold dread and darkness creeping over his skin.
"You are being haunted," said Hades.
"That's not surprising, considering how many people I've killed," replied Asterion.
"No. It's the shade of a girl. Brown hair, pretty in a vaguely innocent way. She says her name is Leah,"
said Hades, turning back to the empty space and continuing his conversation.
"Leah was Ariadne's sister,"
said Asterion.
"It makes no sense for her shade to be here."
"Unless she's here because of Ariadne. She can't speak and is trying to mime something at me. Be quiet and let me concentrate."
Hades spoke in the language of the dead again, and Asterion fought the urge to cover his ears. Hades pointed at Asterion as the discussion went on.
Hades turned to him. "She keeps pointing at you and touching her head, lowering something on her head. She keeps gesturing at your head where your horns are, and then making a lowering action above it. Like a crown?" "Bull King,"
Asterion said slowly, and his world shuddered under his feet.
She's
"Clapping her hands at you," said Hades, before lifting an eyebrow at his stricken expression.
"What is it?" "Bulking. They've taken Ariadne to fucking Gnosis."
Asterion shuddered with fear and rage.
"They said they wanted to put me back in the darkness. They have her in the labyrinth, where I was meant to stay."
With a bellow that shook the walls in pure animal rage, Asterion tore the laptop in half, flinging the pieces to either side of the room.
"Well, that was an overreaction,"
said Hades, flicking a non-existent piece of lint from his pressed black trousers.
"If you know where they are, we have the advantage, and they won't be ready for us when we go after them." "I should have blown that place up years ago,"
growled Asterion as he paced up and down the room. He still had nightmares about being trapped in the labyrinth, and now he'd have to go back in there willingly. He swallowed down the bile that was already clawing up his throat.
"That place has no power over you anymore, Asterion,"
Hades said, his voice a whip crack through the panic overwhelming him.
"I pulled you out of there once and did far too much work to make you respectable to lose you to it again. Don't ask me to wait any longer. I'm leaving tonight,"
Asterion shouted. Hades pulled his phone from his pocket.
"Of course you are. I'm just calling Karen to bring the helicopter."
30 minutes later, Hades and Asterion were on the roof as Karen landed. Erebus and Thanatos were waiting in the cabin.
"What are you two doing here?"
Asterion demanded. Erebus's smile was vicious.
"You didn't think we were going to let you have all the fun, did you?"
"And I need to ensure if they kill you, that you don't stay dead,"
Thanatos said with a disapproving glance at Hades.
"You're his favorite." "Here, take this,"
Hades said, passing Asterion a dagger. His hand thrummed as he took it. It was made of carved bone, and he knew better than to ask what type of creature it had come from.
"You're not coming?"
he asked.
"You won't need me. I'll be with Medusa. She has eyes on the site and is making popcorn," Hades replied. "Find out everything you can on who Pythos is, and please, try and keep the masked one alive. If it's another supernatural, use the knife. It'll slow them down without killing them." "Will do,"
said Asterion as he climbed into the cab next to Erebus.
"Just when I was thinking life was becoming quiet,"
he said, smacking Asterion on the back.
"Never thought I'd see the day when I'd be taking you back to Crete,"
Karen said to Asterion over their headsets.
"I can't say I'm stoked about it,"
Asterion replied, flipping the bone dagger over in his palms.
"I'm not about to let them keep Ariadne." "Ah, love, it makes it all worth it,"
Erebus sighed, clutching his heart.
"I'm hoping that she dumps you for me when she sees me in battle." "Stab him if you like. I'll make sure he doesn't die,"
Thanatos offered. Erebus only laughed harder. Their stupid banter made Asterion's anxiety lessen, and so he let them joke and carry on for the next hour.
"Drop us on the lower hills. We'll go in on foot to surprise them,"
Asterion told Karen as soon as Heracleon came into view.
"You expect me to miss out on all the fun?"
Karen asked.
"You can come back around after we get in if you like, but not before. I don't want them killing Ariadne because they are getting ambushed,"
Asterion said.
"And you're about as subtle as a brick, Karen. Leave this to the professionals,"
said Erebus, cracking his neck. Karen flipped him off over his shoulder before they landed. Asterion jumped out of the helicopter and headed through the rocky landscape. The summer air was still hot, even at night, and by the time they crossed into a copse of pine and cypress trees, Asterion was already sweating. Tourism to the Palace of Gnosis had been shut since Hades had pulled Asterion from the rubble, so it was surprising No one had reported the camp that Pythos had set up around it.
"Look at all those assholes,"
Erebus said from beside him.
The Titan let his power release, and the dark shadows at his feet formed themselves into a pack of wolves. It no longer creeped Asterion out, but he hoped it put the holy fear of the gods into Pythos' thugs.
"We'll take the spotlights out first. I take it you still know the way to the labyrinth entrance?"
said Thanatos in a bored tone, as a small scythe appeared in each hand. Like the bone knife of Hades, Asterion could feel the power radiating from them. The Minotaur rippled its way out of Asterion's skin, and he gripped tightly to the bone dagger, as all the humanity burned away until only the monster of rage and violence remained. Chapter 21. Ariadne bit down a gasp of pain as she tried to stretch her cramped shoulders. She had seen a brief glimpse of the sun earlier that day, as Theseus had dragged her from her cell into the cold stone walls of the labyrinth beneath the palace. She had been tied with rough ropes in the center of it, with her arms and legs bound behind her, so she couldn't move off her knees. It had been hours since she'd seen anyone, though from time to time voices had drifted through the tunnels. Ariadne didn't know how many days she'd been Pythos' prisoner. Her body was covered in bruises, their colors ranging from sick yellow to purple, so she knew it had been at least a week of getting waterboarded and having the shit kicked out of her. The tunic she had first woken in stunk of blood and piss, and she was starting to think that maybe Asterion had been convinced to let Pythos have her. She couldn't blame Hades from wanting to protect his nephew from the fanatics. From what she'd gleaned from snatches of conversation, Pythos was far more organized than she could have imagined, with cells all over Greece. When she got out of there, she was going to enjoy hunting every single one of them down. Ariadne wriggled in her ropes again, fingers searching for the knot. Minos had loved tying the acolytes up in complex ways and leaving them to save themselves or die of dehydration. Ariadne was good, if only she could find the damn fucking knot. Gunshots and screams echoed through the labyrinth, and her heart rate quickened. Theseus appeared at the head of a group of men, giving orders and sending them back down the way they came. "Don't you look spiffy," Ariadne said through split lips. Instead of a gun, he was carrying a sword and a round bronze shield.
"If I'm going to kill a mythical monster, I'm going to do it old school,"
Theseus said, hand resting on his hilt.
"And when I'm done with Asterion, I'm going to love watching what Minos does to you."
Ariadne laughed, a high-pitched, mad laugh that she'd been holding onto for days. "Oh, you really are a dumb piece of shit. You've waited too long because you wanted to play games like a ponce. Now Asterion is coming, and you actually think you have a chance?"
"I've got more than a chance, Spindle. I've been training for this fight for years. I know his weaknesses and how he moves."
"Much good it will do you," she said sarcastically. Theseus lost his temper and backhanded her just like she knew he would. She noticed something sharp was digging into her arm. Would it be sharp enough to cut the rope? She stilled as Theseus came and loomed over her.
"Maybe I won't bother handing you over to Minos. Perhaps I'll have my own fun with you. Find a better use for that smart mouth of yours."
Ariadne didn't give him the satisfaction of looking scared. She wasn't afraid of being raped. It wasn't like she hadn't spent the last 10 years forced to have sex to get targets alone.
not to mention all that Zira had made her do. Theseus turned back towards the tunnels and placed a hand to his earpiece.
"What's happening out there?"
he demanded. And when he got no response, he hurried away. "Dumbass," Ariadne muttered, her fingers searching and grasping the sharp edge of whatever it was in the sand. Wriggling about her knees, she started to rub her ropes against it. "Asterion is here. Asterion is here. He has come." A well of energy and adrenaline surged up through her, and she increased her movements until she felt something tear and give way. Shoving the ropes from her wrists, she rolled her aching shoulders and rubbed her hands together to bring back the circulation. A shard of bone as long as her forearm was sticking out of the sand, and after prying it free, she used its edge to cut away the ropes around her ankles. Ariadne ignored the screaming in her limbs as she got to her feet. She'd be damned if she was going to let Asterion have all the fun. She shredded a length of rope and wrapped it around her wrist. Then, gripping the bone like a blade, Ariadne followed the tunnels.
"Is anyone reading this?"
a voice asked into the darkness, and she froze. Through the gloom, she made out a man in front of her who seemed to be having the same problem with his communications as Theseus. "It's because they are all dead." Without hesitating, she drove the edge of the bone into his neck as hard as she could. He dropped to his knees with a gurgling sound as he choked on his own blood. Ariadne felt around his body and stripped him of his bulletproof vest and his hunting knives. A roar shook the walls of the labyrinth, and instead of feeling afraid, Ariadne's heart began beating faster. The mark he'd made on her neck all those weeks ago pulsed with recognition. Asterion. With one hand on the wall as a guide, she moved as fast as she could in the darkness. A clang of weapons sounded ahead of her, and she all but ran towards it. Lit torches had been scattered across the sand, and Ariadne fought her gag reflex. Pithos's men had been torn apart. Those parts were littering the sand, the protective vests doing nothing to stop the horns that had split them open. This was rage, pure, unleashed rage. And Theseus thinks he has a chance. Over the smell of blood and shit, Ariadne noticed the air getting crisper and fresher. She had to be nearing an entrance or some kind of opening. She picked up a torch and held it closer to the ground so she could prevent stepping in anything too disgusting. She was about to go around a corner when she heard Theseus.
"Look at what you've done to these men, and you think you're not a monster?" he asked.
Ariadne snuffed the flames of her torch out in the sand and crept around the corner. Her breath caught when a growl reverberated off the walls, and the sheen of amber eyes flickered in the gloom. The Minotaur stepped from the shadows. He was covered in black stains that she knew was blood. She could smell it in the air, mixed with heat and animal. There was nothing of the man she knew in those golden eyes. Theseus was standing in a defensive position, shield and sword raised.
"Traitor,"
the Minotaur growled.
"Were you treated so poorly that you'd stoop to this? I'm no traitor. It was all a job. You actually thought I was your friend? I told Pithos everything. They know how to deal with monsters like you and your boss and that freak bitch in her tower," Theseus hissed. The Minotaur lunged, and Theseus's shield clanged again and again as he tried to dodge the lethal blows. He swung out with his sword, and the Minotaur snarled when the edge of the blade caught his shoulder. Ariadne could see the bullet wounds and gouges already covering Asterion's body.
No doubt, Theseus had used his men as human shields to weaken him before they even came face to face. Well, Asterion had friends too. Ariadne unwound the rope from her wrist, and her body calmed. Theseus had been circling Asterion slowly, and once his back was to the tunnel where Ariadne hid, she pounced, climbing up his back and wrapping the rope around his throat. "Surprise, asshole!" she hissed in his ear as he tried to buck her off. Ariadne drove her knees up between his shoulder blades and pulled harder. Blind instinct took over him, and Theseus dropped his shield to claw at the rope around his neck. The Minotaur was a blur of shadow and heat, and Ariadne was suddenly falling, tumbling across the sand at the momentum of Theseus being gored. She was up on her feet in seconds, turning to see Theseus clutching at his chest wound. A hiss of laughter escaped him as Asterion came to loom over him, watching him die.
"It doesn't matter that you've killed me. Pythos have cut you, and they will get all you other monsters,"
Theseus said, as he took one last shaky breath and died. The Minotaur's head swiveled to Ariadne, and her breath caught in her throat. For a second, she thought he didn't recognize her. But then he was picking her up and crushing her to his massive body. "Hey, big guy," she said, looping her hands around his huge neck.
"I'm sorry I took so long,"
he replied. "It's okay. Let's get out of here." Ariadne didn't object as he carried her through the tunnels, his feet sure of their path out. She saw the opening, and the Minotaur halted and placed her down. "Shit," Ariadne cursed. A cage the size of a shipping container had been pushed over the only way out. No wonder Theseus had laughed at them. They were trapped. "Maybe we can push it out of the way," Ariadne said beside Asterion. She looked small and dirty in her rags, but the determination in her eyes kept him from wanting to hang on to her and not let go.
"Get her out."
Asterion reached for the bars of the cage and was paralyzed with pain. With a roar, he let go, and the Minotaur retreated inside of him so fast that Asterion stumbled. "What the hell was that?" asked Ariadne, her hands steadying him.
"I don't know. It's the cage. It did something when I touched it," he said.
Men were creeping out of the shadows outside, their guns trained on them.
"Get in the cage, beast, and we won't fill her with bullets," one demanded.
"Excuse me, young man. Who do you think you're calling beast?"
Thanatos' calm, cultured voice said. Shadows exploded around the men, snarling and tearing limbs as they screamed. Thanatos' scythes gleamed in the moonlight, slicing and cutting. "Are those wolves?" Ariadne asked, eyes wide but unafraid.
"They are, and I'm here to rescue you,"
Erebus said, appearing amongst the chaos. "Your rescue needs work," Ariadne replied, pointing at the cage.
"One thing at a time, dear lady,"
he replied, disarming one of Pythos' soldiers and pushing him towards Thanatos' blades.
"Can't you shove it out of the way, Asterion?"
"It's enchanted somehow," Asterion called back.
"That's just fucking perfect."
"Pythos' reinforcements are coming," said Thanatos.
"So are ours,"
Asterion replied. He could hear a helicopter getting closer, and Erebus laughed.
"About time,"
he shouted at the night sky. Asterion pulled Ariadne away from the tunnel entrance as the helicopter descended and opened fire. "Who the hell is that?" she yelled over the noise.
"Karen not wanting to be left out,"
Asterion said. When the shooting stopped, there wasn't a single man left standing. Erebus was locking a chain around the bars at the other end of the cage. He was bleeding golden ichor from the bullet holes in his chest.
Karen needs to work on his damn aim,
he snarled. Thanatos climbed into one of Pithos's trucks and floored it, the chain tightening and dragging the cage away from the exit.
"Come here,"
Asterion said to Ariadne, and picked her up again. "I can walk, you know," she replied, even as she hung on to him.
"But you're not wearing any shoes, sweetness, and I don't want you any more hurt than what you are,"
Asterion said softly.
"Aren't you just the romantic hero?"
Erebus exclaimed dramatically when he spotted them.
"Hurry up, you three,"
Thanatos shouted as Karen landed on the road leading to the palace.
"Don't worry, Hades has a team coming to do cleanup."
Asterion placed Ariadne safely inside the cabin before climbing in beside her. Karen tossed a blanket from the front seat.
"For your girl. Thanks for coming back,"
Asterion said, taking the blanket and wrapping it around Ariadne. Despite everything she'd been through, she looked up at him, her face smeared with dirt and blood, and smiled at him. "Please tell me that life with you is always going to be this exciting," she said, her hand finding his under the blanket.
"Probably. Is that going to be a problem?"
he asked. "Not one bit," she said, as she leaned over and kissed him. Erebus and Thanatos laughed at them. Karen's voice came over the headsets.
"She's going to fit in just fine. Just fine. Just fine. Just fine."
Chapter 22. At some point during the flight, Ariadne fell asleep on Asterion and hadn't woken until she was being carried through his apartment into the bathroom. She heard Thanatos talking on the phone and Asterion giving orders before he shut the door on them.
"Here we go. Let me help,"
he said, as he undid her stolen vest and lifted the filthy tunic from her. His eyes raked over her bruises and wounds, and the rage filled his eyes again. "Asterion, look at me," Ariadne said, holding her hands to his cheeks. "I'm banged up, but I'm okay. You're the one that's bleeding everywhere." She stumbled into the shower and turned the hot water on. Oh, God, to be clean again. Blood and filth streamed off her as she lifted her face to the jets. Asterion joined her, and those hard hands that had committed so much violence that night were tender as they washed her hair and checked the cuts and bruises on her. She'd never felt so taken care of. Ariadne's energy was draining away, but she still returned the favor. Through some magic in his blood, stray bullets pushed their way out of his body and pinged on the tiles. It must have hurt like hell, but Asterion didn't complain as she washed out his wounds. "You know this isn't over," Ariadne said as they held on to each other.
"I know. They are after the court and me. This happened to you because of me,"
Asterion replied. "It's not your fault. Minos is involved with Pithos too, somehow. I think they approached him with a deal for me like he tried to broker with you." Asterion braced his arms on the tiles on either side of her.
"I can get you out of Greece, and I wouldn't blame you for leaving. I have the resources to keep Minos and everyone else away from you forever."
Ariadne's heart stopped at the words. Getting out of Greece and away from Minos was all she'd ever wanted. She looked up into his golden eyes and realized as much as she wanted those things, she wanted him more. "Do you want me to leave?" she asked. I want you to be safe, Asterion replied. That's not what I asked. She folded her arms and glared up at him. Do you want me to leave you? Asterion's hands balled into fists. Of course I don't want you to leave, but it's too selfish of me to want to keep you close and keep putting you at risk. Ariadne looked around him. I'm sorry. I was just looking for the damsel you were talking to, because you can't be talking to me right now. Don't be such a smartass. I'm serious. So am I. I'm a killer, Asterion. It's what I'm trained for. It's the only thing I'm good at. You don't think Minos has let it slip who the spindle is? That I don't have enemies of my own? Not to mention all the other assassins he's going to send after me now that Pythos failed to hand me over? Ariadne rested her hands on his chest and tried to steady her temper. God, she was so bad at talking about her damn feelings. Asterion, I meant what I said the night I was taken. I don't care what you are, or that Pythos is going to keep on coming. I love you. I'm never going to be some tame housewife or gentle-natured lover. I'm always going to be argumentative, and I'll probably make you want to wring my neck at least once a week. But I'm not going anywhere until you tell me to go. Asterion pressed her up against the tiles and kissed her until they were both breathless. You really will be the death of me, woman. As if I could tell you to go. I've loved you since you crashed into my perfectly ordered world and left it in tatters. Maybe we are both killers and monsters, but all I know is that you are exactly the woman for me, he said, and kissed her again. A growl of irritation rumbled in the back of his throat. We need to get out. Hades is here for a debriefing, and we need Selene to see to your wounds. Selene turned out to be a pretty nurse in her early 30s, with light blue eyes and dark brown hair tied back in a braid. She muttered under her breath when she gave Ariadne a shot of antibiotics and plastered up her various cuts and scrapes. They did a number on you, but at least they kept you hydrated, she said, as she helped Ariadne dress. They couldn't let their best bait die, that's why. How did you get to be Hades' on-call nurse? Hades has many people on his staff. I help out in the labyrinth and come when Hades needs me. At least I'm not digging bullets out of Asterion again, she said with a shake of her head. Try to keep him out of gunfire for a while. I'll do my best, Ariadne said with a smile, liking the woman instantly. They're okay, aren't they? This crew? Selene raised a dark brow. The Court of Styx? They are better than most, but I wouldn't recommend crossing them for any price, and certainly don't try to kill any of them again. Ariadne laughed. Don't worry, I learned my lesson last time. When Selene helped Ariadne out of the bedroom, they found Asterion's lounge room overrun by gods. Hades was whispering with Asterion, and the triplets were sprawled out, passing a bottle of scotch between them. Erebus was up in seconds to help Ariadne to a chair. Selene, I've got wounds you need to look at as well, he demanded, and the nurse's eyes narrowed. You're a titan, Erebus. Whatever wounds you have will be healed fast enough without my interference, she said, as she fixed Ariadne a glass of water and a variety of tablets. Erebus pointed to his chest. But I hurt, right here, where you continue to break my heart. I'm sure you'll live, came Selene's indifferent reply, making Ariadne choke on her water as she laughed. One day, you'll say yes, Erebus sighed, and reached for the bottle of scotch. Ariadne wondered why she didn't. Erebus, like his brothers, was handsome as hell. She knows you too well to fall for your tricks, brother, Karen said. Ariadne didn't hear the rest of the argument, as Asterion came and sat beside her, tucking her under his arm.
"Can we get this over with, Uncle? Ariadne needs to rest if she's going to heal,"
he said to Hades. "Thank you for coming for me," Ariadne said to Hades. His silver eyes widened just a little, as if surprised she'd thank him at all. "I don't know how you guys found me, but if I can do anything to repay you, ask it."
"I have a list,"
Erebus said, earning Charon's elbow in his ribs. Hades ignored them.
"You're welcome, Ariadne. It was Leah that told us where they were keeping you."
"Leah?" Ariadne frowned.
"Her shade came to haunt Asterion until I saw her,"
Hades said, explaining how they had gotten a few hours' head start on Pythos with the information Leah had given them. It sounded insane. Had Leah's shade been haunting her all this time? Had she witnessed all the horrible things she'd done for Minos? Tears of shame filled her eyes, but she blinked them back, determined never to show that kind of weakness to the likes of Hades.
"Tell me what you heard about Pythos operations while you were there. I know a clever girl like you would have gotten more out of them than they got out of you,"
said Hades, with something that almost sounded like respect. "I will, as long as you give me 2 things," Ariadne replied. Hades' eyes narrowed.
"You'd dare to bargain with me, little assassin?"
"Absolutely, my lord," Ariadne said, because she knew she'd be able to push her luck only so far.
"What do you want?"
he asked. "The first thing? I want in. I want to help bring them down. These guys are fanatics, and they have enough supporters that they are funded and have cells all over Greece. They went after Asterion, and they nearly killed Vin. I want my pound of flesh for that," Ariadne said, making Asterion's grin widen with male smugness.
"And the second thing?"
pressed Hades. "Before we go after Pythos, you let me deal with Minos," she said. Leah's shade was haunting her because she hadn't fulfilled her promise. Leah deserved to be put to rest just as much as Minos deserved to be put in the ground.
"You say that Minos had dealings with Pythos and others. You can kill him, and I get his laptop,"
Hades said, and stretched out a hand.
"Do we have a deal, assassin?"
Ariadne didn't hesitate as she reached out and took his hand. It was warm and firm, but she felt something in the bargain settle in under her skin. It was a deal she'd never be able to break. And strangely, she was okay with that.
"You are going to need to be well to take out Minos. I'm impatient and want the hunt for Pythos to start now. So let's see if I can help," Hades said.
Before she could ask what he was talking about, a rush of heat ran up Ariadne's arm and spread through her body. Asterion's arms went around her to stop her from slumping to the floor.
"It's okay. I got you. Sleep now,"
he said, holding her close. Ariadne didn't know how long she slept. Her dreams were filled with Leah being trapped in the labyrinth and Theseus's dying laughter. She opened her eyes and found Asterion asleep beside her. She held out a hand to touch him and hesitated. The bruises that had mottled her skin were gone. What is going on? She hadn't slept that long. Lifting up the soft blanket, she inspected the rest of her body. Not a single bruise or wound remained. What had Hades done to her? Not a single part of her ached, not even her knee that she'd once got a knife through. She felt good. Then she looked at Asterion again and felt something entirely different. It was an excellent thing to wake up to so much muscle on display. Asterion's own wounds had healed, and Ariadne stroked a fresh scar over his shoulder where Theseus's blade caught him. Her fingers moved down the breadth of his chest, along the grooves of his abs and the V of his pelvis, her face heating as she explored lower and finding him hard. Grinning with mischief, she slid under the covers and gently licked him. Asterion shuddered in his sleep as she lowered her mouth over him and began to suck. There was no way Ariadne could have fit all of him in her mouth, even with her training, so she wrapped her hand around him, working his shaft. Heat was flooding her core, making her ache, and she wanted to climb on his perfect dick. Asterion trembled into wakefulness, and he lifted the edge of the blanket up. "What in all the gods?" he said. "Good morning," she replied, and then licked him again, causing him to swear. His hands found her, and he stroked her hair. With a groan, he grabbed her by the shoulders and hauled her up on top of him. The blanket fell back, his eyes staring at her body and mussed hair like she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Very slowly, she lowered herself on him, gasping as he filled her in all the right ways. She never thought she'd survive Pithos, and in her concrete cell, the only thing that had kept her sane was knowing that he was safe. Her only regret was that she didn't have more time with him. She was going to make the most of having him back. Asterion groaned, his hands going to her hips and squeezing them hard, pulling her down on him until her pelvis ground against his. In a smooth move, he rolled her, his hands dragging hers up behind her head, pinning her tightly as he thrust back into her. Ariadne screamed his name as she came.
"Again. I want to hear you say my name like that again,"
he said, kissing her roughly. He didn't let her up for a second, driving her body insane until he'd gotten another orgasm out of her before going over the edge with her. She ended up slung across his chest, with him finger-combing the wild knots out of her hair. "Now, that was a good way to be woken up," she said breathlessly. A deep chuckle rumbled up through his chest.
"I have so many plans for you, sweetness, and none of them involve leaving this room."
Asterion lifted her chin.
"You're feeling okay after your ordeal?"
"Are you kidding me? I feel like I could take on the whole of Pithos with one hand tied behind my back. Between whatever Hades did to me and you blowing my mind just now, I can't remember ever feeling better." She laughed, moving so she could kiss him. "So, you want to come and kill Minos with me?" Asterion's eyes filled with violent delight.
"I thought you'd never ask, or ask, or ask, or ask, or..."
Chapter 23. Ariadne was shadow and vengeance as she slipped through an open window of the temple. Lynx's eyes were filled with recognition and rage when she woke with Ariadne's golden braid around her throat. The other assassin tried to scramble backward, her hands trying to claw at her attacker. Ariadne didn't let go until Lynx breathed her last, fury still in her dark eyes. Ariadne didn't honor her with a cat's cradle. Not this one, with no honor who'd let Pithos take her. Belladonna's rooms stank of fermenting herbs and rotting experiments. One of her victims still lay on a dissecting table where she'd cut them open to see what her new poison had done to their insides. Belladonna didn't rouse from her sleep until the poison Ariadne had dropped into her mouth was already making its way down her throat. "You slut!" Belladonna wheezed as lines of black spread out over her beautiful face. Ariadne only smiled as white foam bubbled out of the assassin's mouth and spread out over her bed. Not trusting that the poison master hadn't enough immunity built up to survive what she'd been given, Ariadne slit her throat to make sure there'd be no recovery. The temple's halls were silent as Ariadne's feet made their way towards Minus's bedroom. She thought that, when this moment came, she'd be filled with nervous excitement, but there was only a deadly calm as her moment of vengeance arrived. Minus's rooms were lit with candles, the master of assassins hating to sleep in the dark. Ariadne had laughed when Leah had told her about it, and then stopped when she realized why Leah would have known what Minus's bedroom was like. Leah had always protected her, even when Ariadne had been too stupid to understand why her sister would be summoned in the middle of the night. Old anger twisted Ariadne's guts as she stood at the foot of his bed and looked down at the man who'd been her father, her mentor, her betrayer. The man who'd made her kill her own sister, knowing what it would do to her. The man who had made her into his cold, unfeeling monster. Her recent experiences had changed her because, as Ariadne looked down at the sleeping Minus in his bed, she didn't see the tyrant that had caused such fear in her over the years. Only the pathetic old man who had taken so much from her. Her time with the Court of Styx had shown her what real power was. Ariadne woke Minus with a swift punch to his throat. Stunned and gasping in pain, Minus struggled as she dragged him out of bed and into the training atrium in the center of the mansion. She could see the shadows of the other assassins, woken by Minus's curses. "This night has been a long time coming, Pater," she said, heaving him up to his knees. "You!" he groaned, betrayal and fury in his eyes. "Yes, me. Did you really think I wouldn't punish you for what you did to Leah? What you did to me?" she said, as she wrapped her golden threads around his neck.
"Is this necessary, Ariadne? You've made your point. You want out of your contract. I'll sign it over,"
Minus said in wheezing breaths. "Shut up!" Ariadne snarled. Girls were now standing around the sunken floor, watching uncertainly. Some showed fear in their eyes, but most had fire. "I am the Spindle, the high priestess of this temple," Ariadne called out to them. "Tonight, justice will be done for my sisters who suffered and died under the rule of this fucker. If you wish to challenge me, you're welcome to." No one looked like they were going to step forward, even as Minus cursed them all as cowards. Ariadne didn't hesitate any longer. "See you in Tartarus," she hissed, and then tightened her golden threads. Minus fought, hands reaching behind him, his blows hitting her ribs, but she held on for all she was worth until his eyes bulged and blood ran from the cuts in his hands and throat. Ariadne kicked the limp body into the sand and breathed a deep breath, staring up at the night sky above her. Erebus sat on the edge of the roof, one foot dangling off, and his shadows curling around him. Asterion and Thanatos stood watching, acting as witnesses and backup should she need it. A girl stepped forward, her arm in a brace, and Ariadne recognized her as the one she'd helped weeks ago. With her good arm, she beat her fist twice against her breast. "Spindle," she said, lowering to her knee. "No, stop. That's not," Ariadne replied, as the girls lowered one by one to swear loyalty to her. "No! Stop it! I'm not your new master. Your masters are dead, and you are indebted to no one. Understand me?" "Then what are we supposed to do?" the girl asked, uncertainty in her eyes. Ariadne understood that fear of having nowhere to go but the streets. "This place is going to become what it is meant to be. A home for orphans to come and stay and get help. No more killing, no more fighting. You are sisters and you'll behave as such," Ariadne said, and narrowed her gaze. "This is the only rule I leave you with, and if I hear you've broken it, you'll meet the same fate as the masters." The girls all bowed solemnly as they took the order to heart. Ariadne stayed at the temple until the sun rose. Asterion's men arrived to remove the bodies she'd left and to clean out the rooms that weren't already occupied. In Minus's study, Ariadne kept to her word and boxed up all his files and laptop and sent them straight to Serpentine Tower for Medusa to go through. She also found a theater mask with black tears, proof he'd been in deeper with Pythos than she'd assumed.
"Do you think it's a good idea, letting a bunch of little killers loose in the world?" Erebus asked.
Ariadne was standing on the steps of the temple with him and Asterion, waiting for Karen to arrive.
"They are still kids," Asterion said.
"And they haven't killed anyone yet," Ariadne replied.
"They have the skills, though. You're going to force cohabitation onto them?"
Karen pulled up in a bus, and boys started to file out of it, led by Petros in his priest's robes. It had been Asterion's idea to have Father Petros and the boys move into the temple. They were all orphans and needed a new building, so it seemed like a perfect fit. They had already begun sourcing a candidate to look after the girls, thanks to Seleni's contacts. "All these boys are from Hellas, Erebus. They can handle themselves. Trust me," Ariadne said, who knew just how tough it was to grow up on the Hellas streets. If there had been a Father Petros around when she'd been an orphan, she might have never ended up in Minus's grip. Ariadne was happy for the temple's blood money to be used for good. It was either that or Ariadne was going to burn it to the ground. She knew which Leah would have chosen, so she tried to honor that. Asterion's hand wrapped around hers, careful of her cuts.
"Feeling better?"
"Not yet, but I will be. What happened to Madame Zira?"
"I made her cough up all of her secrets before I killed her,"
Thanatos said calmly. He'd asked to deal with her personally, and Ariadne had been more than happy to let him cut the child trafficker to pieces.
"What now?"
Asterion asked. Ariadne leaned into him, grateful for his warmth and presence. "Now, I put Leah's shade to rest." Asterion had mentioned that he had built another apartment in the penthouse. What he hadn't mentioned was the huge rooftop garden. Ariadne and Leah both liked being up high, so it was the perfect spot to spread her ashes under the trees that looked out over the city. "This place is incredible," she said, touching the flowering plants that she couldn't name.
"Both Medusa and I were kept locked underground, so we insisted on gardens. If you think this is nice, wait until you see hers,"
Asterion replied, before giving her a kiss on the forehead.
"Take as long as you need. The others won't turn up for another hour."
Alone, Ariadne clutched at the jar of ashes, wondering what she would say. She was a bag of tired, mixed emotions, and she didn't know if killing Minus made her feel better or worse. "I hope that you can be at peace now," she whispered to the wind. "You know I was never one for peace, but I think I'm going to be okay now. You can move on. You don't have to watch out for me anymore. I have someone else willing to pick me up when I fall. I love you, Leah." Ariadne watched as the wind tore Leah's ashes away over the city, giving her the freedom in death she'd always wanted in life. Voices started to echo through the trees, and with a smile, Ariadne turned to join the living once more, once more, once more, once. Chapter 24. Asterion had no way of stopping Medusa as she let out a crow of triumph and wrapped her arms around Ariadne. "My favorite murder babe is here," she said, squeezing the life out of a surprised Ariadne. Nice to meet you," Ariadne replied awkwardly.
"You'll have to forgive Medusa. She's excitable," he said.
"It's going to be so nice to have some more estrogen around here, that's why," Medusa replied, adjusting her glasses. To Ariadne's credit, she didn't flinch when a tiny snake poked its head out from amongst Medusa's red hair. "That's different," she said. Medusa pushed it back in with a bashful smile. "It's curious, ignore it," she replied, and took Ariadne's hand and pulled her onto one of the daybeds. Asterion couldn't hide the grin as he watched Ariadne fall into easy conversation. Karen had been right. She really was going to fit in with them just fine. He'd received a call that morning to say that Vin was recovering and would be able to be released into rehab in the next few weeks. And while his men were still reeling from Theseus's betrayal, they were running the club in his absence. "You need to come and work over at Serpentine with me, Ariadne," Medusa was saying, and Asterion made a threatening growl in the back of his throat.
"Ariadne doesn't need a job,"
he said irritably. "Yes, she does. She isn't going to turn into your live-in fuck buddy," Medusa retorted.
"Why are you cock-blocking me, woman?"
Asterion said as he sat next to Ariadne. "Don't worry, Medusa. I'm not about to put on my apron and become a housewife. I plan on taking over the fighting pits," Ariadne said.
"What? When did we agree on that?"
demanded Asterion. "Theseus is gone, and I have more training than all of your men put together," argued Ariadne.
"You are all forgetting Ariadne's promise to me," said Hades, appearing in a chair. "She got her half of the deal, and I intend to have this Pythos annoyance dealt with as soon as possible."
Medusa groaned. "Hades, come on. I haven't even had a chance to go through Minos's stuff yet. Ariadne has only just gotten back from killing the bastard."
"And deserves a rest,"
Asterion added, his arm around her shoulders tightening. Hades ignored them both and focused his silver gaze onto Ariadne.
"Are you good to go?"
"Yes, boss," she said, cracking a grin that was equal parts murder and mischief, and matched Hades' own.
"Excellent. I don't like that these self-stylized monster hunters are rearing their heads again. Going after Asterion was a minor test, not a full-scale attack," said Hades, his long fingers steepled together. "Have you gotten any further with the cage we recovered?"
"My research team has been going over it, and so far they haven't been able to figure out what about it makes the Minotaur run. They are hesitant to take it apart in case it deactivates whatever it is that makes it so special. It might be magic, but I don't know where Pythos could have learned it," Medusa explained. "I'd really like to know who invented it."
"It seems a bit beyond what's currently on the market, and it's been very specifically keyed to Asterion and his abilities," said Hades.
"Theseus was spying on him for 3 years. Who knows what he gave them in that time, including any of Asterion's blood and saliva," Ariadne added. Asterion had killed Theseus, but he didn't see it as any kind of victory. He didn't trust often, and yet he would have said that they were friends. As if feeling his sorrow, Ariadne rested her hand on his knee.
"With this attack on us, I expect you all to be vigilant and don't dismiss anything, no matter how insignificant,"
Hades said, fire burning in his eyes.
"this game with Pythos is only just beginning."
Asterion leaned over and whispered in Ariadne's ear,
"Are you sure you want to be involved with all of this crazy sweetness?"
Ariadne's smile was dazzling as she kissed him. Absolutely. Epilogue. Deep in a cave, on the other side of Greece, a figure hovered over a work table assembling his newest invention. Scattered around him were pieces of metal and wires and other flotsam of his craft. A woman glided in behind him, unclipping the mask that hid her identity from the world.
"How was the hunt?"
the man asked, not looking up. "It was a beginning. We didn't capture the beast, but you proved your worth. The cage you built worked. It scared the beast back into his human form," she said.
"What cage?"
he asked, pausing in his work. The madness had long since wiped away his idea of time, but he thought he'd dreamed of a cage once. He tried to find the memory of making it, but it wasn't there. Where had he put it? The man flinched when she draped an arm around his shoulders. "Don't worry about the cage. We have another move already in play, so you only need to worry about making your toys," she said, voice as smooth as poison.
"Yes, I like to make things,"
he mumbled, picking up his screwdriver. The woman and his memory of who she was, of who he was already slipping away into the darkness. This concludes Asterion by Alessa Thorn. Narrated by Ada Sinclair. Copyright 2020 by Alessa Thorn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alessa Thorn and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.